No, in all seriousness, this is going to refocus everybody on the Fed, and we're going to talk about weakness or at least some slack in the job market. I'm keeping my eye here on the Fed rate tool. It really hasn't changed here for July. Still about 30% chance that we get about a quarter basis point cut. But yeah, nice move up here and nice, yeah.
Yeah, no, listen, he has been pounding the table on wanting to see more data, pointing in the right direction. So here is more data pointing in the right direction. So we kid, but so there's a nice move to start, guys, for the market.
Well, the right direction, right? Like it's obviously, good news is bad, bad news is good, that kind of a thing. So that's why you're going to get this reaction. But that Fed funds tool, it doesn't change instantaneously. I would suspect with this print, you might see a little bit of a change. We'll check in on it later in the day. But 5 seconds after we get the number, I'm not anticipating that's going to move. But I think there might be some increased chances. Apple's already at 185. Amazon broke out. I wasn't going to do a stop breakout on Amazon through that 185.15, but if it comes back in, I do like Amazon. That was a double top from yesterday. So there's a lot of earnings to get to as well, but bad news is good in this particular case because maybe some chances that we get more than what Frank expected. I still think you could probably see one, but maybe a little bit earlier and definitely give some strength to the case because if you're looking for data, this is some weakness in the job market.
Finally. Let's go. We'll drop a little bit of cash down here early. We are long the triple Qs right now, 3x. We went long 70s there. We didn't get it obviously early. We got it when it popped back up. Came in, broke some levels there. Now we're going to go long, and we're staying long this market. This is going to be a huge day. You can see the NASDAQ absolutely through the roof. I think we should just hold this position here. Big time movement there. Finally a number that's cooler. About time. This is why I'm trying to hold this thing. I was looking and thinking to myself, I was going to wait until we broke this level of 17.9, but we're going to get to 18 today, I would think. We're starting to go. It's been a huge morning. The king is back in the building as well, which is absolutely great to see. I was talking with Danielle Shea yesterday, right before the number hit, and I was like, I'm long Apple. She was playing a short, but the idea is that these guys can do whatever they want whenever they want to, it seems like. China sales bad? Yeah, that was nice. But yeah, no, producing everywhere. The biggest buyback in history. Apple up 7% for a name with this kind of market cap. Apple, and we talked about wanting to buy I bought Apple on the dip. We talked about being long. I was long 169.75. Microsoft might be the next one to pull another rabbit at some point. Something about Rivian? Not much happening. Okay. All right, so let's go back over to the desk. It's a big morning so far here as the NASDAQ still trying to hold out some of these highs. We just took out twice, so we're out of 40% of this. Let's see how high we can go. What can I do for you, Ramin?
Yeah, what China problems for Apple? Non-existent. We'll get into that a little bit more. Shout out to our friend Tony Knack over at Financial Juice, just hearing in my ear here. 78% chance of a cut now in September. Remember, just 2 days ago, we were talking about November being the possibility for the first, so 78% chance. That's the Fed Fund futures indicating 78% chance for cut coming up in September now versus November. Here are yields off a cliff right now. 30-year on my right here, down better part of 10 basis points on this number. This is the 2-year. Same story, better part of 10 basis points straight to the downside. The dollar as well. Off a cliff as expected here. That's a daily chart, so 1, 2, 3 in a row here. We're all the way back to 104.5 here, pretty quick for the dollar index. All of this going to help stocks.
Such an interesting week. We get news from Fed Chair Powell during his speech that they're not really looking at increasing rates. That had been speculated upon until the meeting on Wednesday, and then today we get a weak NFP number, which puts rate cuts back on the table. So not only did we get no rate hikes, but now the rate cuts conversation right back on the table. I want to show the 2-year and the 5-year if I can, Fabian, quickly, because we almost touched 5% here on the 2-year futures. We were awfully close, as well as 4 3/4 on the 10-year, but both down decidedly at the moment.
Yeah, again, shout out to our friends over at Financial Juice. Tony Knack just saying that Fed Fund futures now pricing in 2 cuts, guys, before the end of the year. So again, 78% for September now for the possibility of the first one.
And there it is. Now they've made the updates. So there you go. There's more than one. Look, obviously that's going to shift a little bit, but we got one number out, and we'll see where it goes. I didn't see that story on Rivian, but Rivian, I'll try. It's the same thing as in the afternoon yesterday. There was obviously, we were talking about this. It's better. You'd rather get money than dilute. So at the end of the day, if you can get some funding from the government or get some extra dollars from the government, then that's a little bit better than dilution. I don't know if it was just reiterating that story, but it's a bit of a double top breakout in play for Rivian, and we were in the 10 long and gave it 6 or 7 cents yesterday. I like this one again today, and I kind of felt that you're making a bit of a bottoming pattern on Rivian. So I didn't hear anything new with them. I think it's just a reiteration of what we saw in the afternoon. Well, not the aftermarket show, but the afternoon show. If we can take out that top on Rivian, still believe there's going to be some room to run. Amazon is through, as I said, that 185. That was the triple tops or double top break. I mean, technically triple top if you include the pre-market. I think any dip back into the 185, maybe even the 6, is going to be a good zone for this. And this is a post-earnings play. Apple on the earnings obviously is going to go. I only want the 185 or 182.5 on this stock, and then every, call it quarter. So 180, 182.5, and the 185 are going to be the plays for me. In terms of fade plays today, don't have a lot of them, but it's not zero. There's always something that I think is at least a reasonable fade opportunity, and that could be Carvana. It's just a matter of whether it can break out the top. If it doesn't break out this high, then I'm just looking in the other direction, which I was unwilling to do in yesterday's trade. I think that's part of the problem with you anticipate the break and squeeze. When it didn't happen, you just had to be willing to go into the only trade that was there, which was the fade on CVNA. And there's day 2, day 3 plays aplenty. I think this should be on the radar. And then some CGC at 10 we'll be talking about, because that's SSR play off $10.
We talked about, another short. I mean, you could look at Coinbase here. It's battled back nicely because of this payrolls number, but it's funny because I was talking about it again on the recap show, and it was like, I said they're probably going to have a lot more sales, and that's exactly what they did. Their revenues 164 versus 134, so they absolutely crushed that side of it. GAAP EPS of 440. Increase in institutional trading. We sort of expected that. Nice net income. The company also noted increased activity on its layer 2 platform. Okay, so I mean, I was thinking about this name for a short just because I was reading the numbers and they seemed pretty good, but the market thought it was, I guess, lower. I don't know if what the guidance exactly might have had anything to do with it, but now that we've got this bump up, I actually like the short a lot better because it was hit. Can it recover? Sure. Crypto's over 60,000, isn't it again? It wasn't at 60,300? Yeah, 60,200 right now. So it's trying to recover as well into a good number. But I'm thinking about all this right into here, 230, 232, something like that in here for Coinbase to look for a short. Again, was down double, 4 or 5%. Then this number comes out and we get bumped up. So if the story's not great on Coinbase, this would be a name that I'd like to short. But reading the numbers, I still think it's fine. I was just thinking about it, 230 to 232, and now this is getting closer and closer. So this is definitely something to look at here for Coinbase. But again, there goes Bitcoin. I mean, we were just talking about a 60,001, now it's 60,003. Yeah, maybe the short is wrong, but Coinbase is definitely going to be on my mind right now as the TQs. I did put an offer up at the day's high now, just because if we can get back up here into 30s, we should definitely take another piece out. And this market is a living, breathing, crazy animal these days. Who knows if we can even go back to the downside. This is great news, I think, for a bullish case. We talked about the dollar moving there. We'll look at that again. And obviously, with finally a number that could support a rate cut at some point now down the line. So, all right, 56. So it is pulling back a little bit here. Market be moving. It's 841.
And I just remembered, this time pre-market, I remembered if I'm going to be even looking at CGC, or anything that you need to have the locates for, hey, let's process that pre-market. It's ridiculously cheap, but you just don't want to have to do it in the moment. And it's not to say I'm not jumping into a CGC short. If anything, I'm looking for a failed breakdown at 10. The $10 level that I am sitting on is Rivian's, though, just to be clear. It's going to be a couple of stocks that are trading at exactly the same price, which is always fun. Rivian is at exactly the same price as CGC. Apple and, oh, maybe not anymore. I was going to say Apple and Amazon at one point were exactly the same price. I'm like, that's not going to be fun because they both start with an A.
Oh, I was trading.
No, I'm the same as you because what happens is.
No, I think it was yesterday. Apple and AMD, I think, were at the exact same price.
Well, I know Amazon and Apple are so close, and they both begin with an A. It's easy. You can quick glance at your level 2, and you might be on the wrong one. I've made that mistake in the past. What I've literally done is made sure that I have like maximum separation in my layout from the level 2 I have for Apple and the level 2 I have for Amazon, so there's almost no chance I can make that mistake. But again, that's just it happens from time to time. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't make that mistake. I know I'm trading both. I know I'm trading some Rivian today. Randy, Rivian's back up above 10.
Yes.
Jinx.
Jinx, no jinx. I might put on Tesla here on the sticky note. I'll have to have a quick look. All right. Yeah. We did a little bit of a piece there. Let's go back over to the desk. Do we have a guest waiting? Oh, we do. I see who it is.
I believe.
All right, back over to the big desk.
Yeah, we're going to get Michael Noss in here in a couple seconds to touch on some swing trading ideas. But yeah, a little bit of a delayed reaction there I was noticing for Bitcoin as well. Let's touch on this one real quick. Fubo, I know you love this company, up 11% here off a better than expected report. 22% short on Fubo shares. It's already north of, 3 million shares here traded.
Yeah, good look for them here, Brendo. You'll recall that there were issues last year, well, not last year, actually last February, when we heard a lot about Warner Brothers, Fox, and Disney wanting to create a bit of a conglomerate to take on Fubo and DAZN and these other sports streamers and to make their own. Now they're raising the ire of the Competition Bureau there in the States, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But with respect to how Fubo did, excellent. Brendo here, the guide is high, users have increased, and they got the nod from Wedbush and some other rating agencies.
Yeah, it's come off a long, long way. So those 22% of those shorts are going to be doing pretty well. But we'll see what happens today for Fubo on a better than expected report. As mentioned, Mr. Noss is here on a Friday morning to touch on a few swing ideas. This number this morning, Michael, kind of turns the tables a little bit. We're already up with Apple and pretty good news on the earnings front all week, really. But this number seems to have turned the sentiment a little bit here, but let's touch on some swing concepts. Give us your overall take here, first off, where the market is going into a positive print here this morning.
Yeah, and that's actually the first slide I have is the overall market. And I'm just kind of betting here on choppier for longer. And it's interesting you mentioned sentiment, Brendan, because it seems like every day, as someone who's on social media and on spaces and talking to people about trading, it seems like every up day, everyone says, great, we're so back, everything's amazing. On every down day, it's the end of the world. So that kind of sentiment flip-flop that I'm seeing, again, just confirms to me that until these two lines that I have that break, either the top or the bottom one, I'm going to consider us kind of completely range bound. So what I've come to you guys today with is my favorite trade to make when the markets are range bound. Thankfully, I have some good trend trades already on. We talked about this a couple weeks ago with China, and then funny, Andy was on to cover me on Monday, also mentioning China, and we didn't talk about that at all. So it's good that two different traders were seeing that move in China happening there. So if we're going to remain choppy for longer, this is one of my favorite scans in trade ideas and one of my favorite setups. And we look at the next slide. This is DBC. So this is the commodities ETF. That purple line is the anchored VWAP. I'm going to, use this because this is a scan that we've built with Brian Shannon. I'm not going to pretend to be the anchored VWAP guy because that's certainly him. But we sat down when Brian wrote that book and we built these scans in that book into trade ideas. And I love these when the market is choppy because you're buying dips and you're selling rips. So for example, DBC, the commodity ETF, is coming back to this anchored VWAP. So that's something that's interesting to me. Now, on the next slide, I tried something different. Let's see how this works, but this is actually a GIF that should start going through. Perfect. So the scan that we have in Trade Ideas, and the reason that I just recorded this GIF quickly this morning, is just showing that when you click on the symbol in the scan, it draws this anchored VWAP for you. And all of these symbols are coming down to major anchor VWAP. So we're going to go through some of the ones I like the best, but that's what I'm looking for. So the next slide, for example, is Airbnb. We can spend a moment on that. We have earnings coming up, so we have to be a little bit careful about that. But the idea is basically, and what I love about this anchored VWAP is it does two things for me. It determines trend. You can see that purple line, and Airbnb has been above that major anchor VWAP at this significant swing low in the stock for a number of months. That determines trend for me right off the bat. If we're above an anchored VWAP for a period of time, we have to be in an uptrend. And then it gets me an area to take a shot for a pullback. You can see yesterday's candle, we pulled into that anchored VWAP and we put in a nice bottoming tail, a hammer candle there. So those are the two things that I'm looking for, is a nice solid uptrend, and then we pull back into that level. If you look left on that level, you can see it's around 155 on Airbnb. There's a lot of prior resistance there that could act as support. So again, a very simple setup that works well in choppy markets when I don't think buying breakouts is going to be as easy as it is when the market's just kind of breaking to new all-time highs. So Airbnb is a very interesting one, but be careful of the earnings in a few days. Next one here is DNOW. So DNOW had this massive move up from this big gap up that happened, and then you can see it just ran for a couple weeks. If you anchor a VWAP, again, this major swing low, we're trying to do it from obvious spots. We're not nitpicking. That's what the software is looking for, a very obvious place to put an anchored VWAP. We've pulled back there, and now for the last 3 days, we've been holding that level. It's around $14. So how I want to play this is I want to look intraday on a 15-minute or a 30-minute chart, and I want to see that it's holding that $14 level very well. And then I want to pick it up knowing that if we break and close below 14, then it's wrong and it's time to go. So these have very good risk reward opportunities. Next one here is MU. So we're back in the semiconductor space. I was staying away from that space for a while as things were just running with absolutely no end. But now we're pulling back. We're settling right at where the gap is on Micron, and then also that anchored VWAP there as well. So that's sitting around 110-ish a share. So if we hold that 110 level and we start to push up today, if this non-farm numbers pop sticks, then I like MU. Last but not least, we have HLX. This is an energy company. Major swing low again. You can see the explosive move off that level. That's what we're looking for to confirm that this is a very important level for the stock. Came back down. You can see it's already bounced once off this anchored VWAP before earnings, but I'm not really interested in taking it right before earnings. So it came back down and held that level. That's sitting around $11 a share. This is a slower mover one for people who like those kind of stocks. I like the look of this one because if you look kind of broadly and away from the anchored VWAP, it looks like a potential kind of cup and handle happening here. So if that occurs, that could see us above 12 and on. So I'm risking, maybe 50 cents a share to make $1 or so on HLX. So that's my idea. And the main concept I wanted to go with is that in markets that are choppy like this, you have to employ strategies that work in choppy markets. When the markets are trending, that's when we'll be back to just buying things that are breaking out, which to me is a little bit easier and a little bit more fun.
You mentioned that 15-minute idea for when there's a significant, support level, 14, whatever, round number, in line with that anchored VWAP. Outside of that, maybe give people a little bit of a plan here as far as entries, exits outside of that, buy a break of a high on a daily chart versus that swing low kind of concept.
Yeah, so we can go back to HLX for an example here, and I'll just kind of walk through how I do that. So that anchored VWAP to me is kind of the line in the sand. So if we get a significant close below that level, that's where I have to go, right? My idea is that we're going to bounce off that anchored VWAP, right? So you have to have an idea, and then you have to have a point in which that idea is invalidated. A close below that in any, more than a couple cents, it's time to go. Now for entry, you can see it's held above that yesterday, and it was gapping up a little bit this morning. So what I'm looking for on an intraday chart is your basic patterns that you'll see a lot of the guys trade. If we say come in a little bit in the morning and then we break that opening range to the high side, I like that. If I see a nice bull or or bull flag on the intraday chart, I will take that as well. I'm just trying to fine tune an entry a little bit as opposed to just putting out the order and just saying, hey, buy it when it reaches this level. At the very least, if we get another close above this level and I couldn't find a way in intraday, I will probably just buy that close and then set my stop below that level. Again, knowing that if we break that, it's time to go. So I'm sizing myself accordingly that if we reverse and we break down under that low, then I'm still okay.
For everyone who is interested in maybe getting their hands on that scan, guys, check out the link in the description. You can hit that and go get yourself 20% off for trade ideas. But the scan specifically, how can we get our hands on that?
Yeah, so that is part of a product, an add-on product that we built together with Brian Shannon. So you see the code on the screen. You can check that out. If you're having any problems finding the scan after you get the product, you can, my Twitter account's down below. You can hit me up on Twitter. You can email info@trade-ideas.com, and someone will share that link with you and get you going in the right direction.
Yeah, it's very, as you said, like a very basic, simple concept, but something that's repeatable in the same sense.
Yeah, you're just simply using this as a support level the way some people use moving averages. I just find this works way better, and we can credit Brian Shannon for popularizing this. And it just makes the plan simple. If we hold the pink line, I want to try to get involved somehow. And if we don't, it's time to go and find something else.
Mr. Noss, have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Oh, look who's there?
He's around. He's checking out some Volkswagen.
Little Volkswagen action. Volkswagen actually, Randy, with a bit of a buyback, a beat, up a couple points today. Can't hurt that the market is, in a general sense, screaming to the upside right now. But we talked a little bit of Rivian. So obviously, look, this is going to be good if you're going to get a possibility of maybe instead of 1, 2 rate cuts for the EV names. So other than Rivian, because we already talked Rivian and Tesla, who else do you like?
A lot. I mean, Rivian, yes. Financing is everything. Like people are leasing and financing cars, and the rates are huge. So I mean, that's a big component of your purchase. So if you can get that in there and get it at a cheaper rate cuts, absolutely. Volkswagen's had an amazing quarter. I just found out late last night, and I'm like, wow, I watched it this morning. It was good stuff. So more to come. We'll see.
So there it is, Volkswagen, the other call from Randy. And we see, look, I mean, Rivian's back above the $10 level, so that's making a bit of a rebound as well. Thanks, Randy. And Volkswagen, I know a lot of times everyone's like, European stock, and people don't always look at it. Remember, they had that deal with XPeng. We were just looking at the XPeng chart. Oh my goodness, XPeng yesterday. Gap and Go. All the Chinese names, in a sense, did this, but this was the strongest, I think, percentage-wise of the EVs. This was bigger than NIO was yesterday. And actually, NIO was, this is still XPeng. NIO was a pretty solid trade off the $5 level. I'm missing some data. Off the $5 level. It doesn't seem to be holding very well, though, today. So NIO was one of those, okay, it was good off 5 yesterday, but unlike XPeng, it dipped, held on to 5, and got back to the high. But there's a big difference between gapping, holding the gap, and then running higher. Gapping, filling the gap, and then bouncing, which is what NIO did. And NIO's even down today. What a party pooper. But yeah, a bit of a difference there between XPeng and NIO the last couple of days, even if I still think NIO is looking strong off the $5 level.
Yeah, I really like that anchored VWAP talk there. We've had Brian Shannon on, obviously, on the recap show every week now for months. So join me every Tuesday, I believe it is, with Brian. And again, absolutely phenomenal. Go check it out. We have the we have the ability to do that here as well. Here's my trade ideas scanner, and we look for relative opportunities. For example, if you're on Tesla right now and you wanted to go over to, I mean, you could drop an anchor VWAP on any time frame, but I have it right here. And then what Michael was talking about was, of course, a scanner that will give you the anchored VWAPs. But like if you could drop it basically like from this gap down in. So there it is right there. Look, wow. Look where we are on the anchored VWAP is we're at there right now from this gap low. So, you know, trying to hold it, yeah, right at the 50 period as well. So this is a pretty cool tool that you can do. I mean, you can even put another one, drop down another anchor, you know, possibly down at the earnings date down here. There it is. Well, for some reason it went to that day, but there goes another one down into here to 167 and change. So pretty cool to start to play around with these things. Again, be specific to your strategies, but yeah, we love Anchor VWAP, and Tesla is a stock that's going to be on my watch today, but we'll get to that as we go through the rundown. But for now, we have upgrades and downgrades at the big screen with Adara.
Two of yesterday's big earnings winners kicking off the list here for upgrades. Apple with this upgrade from Maness, Crespi, and Hart, 205 price target. Amgen currently up over 13%, getting an upgrade from Barclays after its earnings yesterday. We also have Pacific Union getting an upgrade here by Stifel, and Williams-Sonoma getting an upgrade from XA and BNB Paribas. Downgrade, Starbucks kicking off this list, not its first downgrade this week following that earnings disappointment on Tuesday. This downgrade here from DZ Bank with a price target of $75. Expedia getting downgraded after earnings last night by Piper Sandler. Argus downgrading Paramount, moving it to a neutral rating amidst uncertainty with the merger offers from Apollo and Sony. And last but not least, Estee Lauder getting downgraded by Morgan Stanley, guys.
Oh, yeah, you saw Starbucks. I mean, you know, Starbucks, well, why is it still Alibaba? There we go. Starbucks trying to settle itself down. The good news for Starbucks is it's put in a higher low after bouncing mildly yesterday. I mean, okay, fine. I mean, it bounced a couple of bucks. It's actually not that small of a bounce, but in the context of the gap, it's not very good. You talk about the China concerns. You talk about some of the strain on the consumer. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to throw in a potentially weakening job market. You know, that's probably not helping them out. All of that said, it is following the pattern you generally want to see post-earnings dump, which is find a bottom, bounce off of it, and then hold a higher low. So as much as I don't think that the weakness in the job market is helping anything with them, the 74, like this higher low they put in at 74, if it holds that today, you know, I'd be looking for a relief rally probably on Monday, if not just a bounce off 74 and then breaking out the highs. That could be an afternoon play as well. So I mean, so far so good. Putting in a bottom after a big massive gap down is the first thing you'd like to see, and the second thing you want to see is either hold that same bottom or even better yet, hold a higher low. That remains to be seen for Starbucks, but that's what I'm looking for next before I actually put a trade on in SBucks. It should be, it'll be SSR today. So it's not to say that I'm favoring looking for dip buys, but it does give you that setup. So if it does fail like a break of 74, you have an SSR bounce in play, which lends me to look for those kinds of things when you have a stock as depressed as it was at post earnings.
Yeah, we made money yesterday shorting Starbucks, and we'll look to do some more of that today. But Palantir was a level here. It's on our watch list, so I assume I don't know if it's going to be on the rundown or not, but again, price target increase today for Palantir up 4%. So a name that's entering the building here on the sticky note. Let's look out for some Palantir action. Nicely done now off of some great bottoms, smiley faced up, now taking the 50 period. I really like Palantir. Let's go back over to the desk.
51.91, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract, but we're well above that now with the Apple earnings and with the NFPs coming in lighter than expected. Look, we have resistance here, as you can see on the 4-hour at 51.50. We're 3 points below that now. If we can clear and hold above 51.50, we have a good shot of touching 52. If we tank for whatever reason, look for 5100 as support.
Apple coming back here a little bit as we speak. Let's get into it. If you haven't done so yet, go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for that pop-up, and then enter your email address. You get that absolutely free every single morning. All your homework done for you. Yeah, a bit of a pullback here for the market as well. But here's Apple, still hefty, 7%. I mean, 110 billion worth of a buyback. There's the list of positives here just goes on and on and on and on and on. And yeah, what China problems?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Brendo. So I'm going to highlight two things here. China was definitely not as bad as some of the suppliers made it seem. Look, so the street was looking for about $15.25 billion to come out of China. They well outperformed that. $16.33 billion is what they actually printed in revenue. So that's point number one. Point number two here, service revenue is almost $24 billion. Compare that now to iPhone revenue, which is around 46. It's their second biggest line item, but it's growing at the same rate, says the COO, Luca Mastri. 14.9% year over year on the quarter growth. So look for that to possibly outtake iPhone sales in like 4 or 5 years. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and remember, we get AI updates coming up next week, and we get iPad updates coming up next week as well. So maybe just the beginning here.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting something, we're expecting two things from them, according to, at least from the horse's mouth, right? Like next week, when we have the iPad event, we're expecting something from AI there. And then, look, when we have the conference, I think people are a little bit more excited for June, but you never know. What's cool about Apple and what was sort of tricky about some of the other Mag 7, and I'm going to throw Amazon into that bucket, is for anybody that was looking pullbacks in the market and dip buying opportunities in quality stocks. I mean, Apple came right into October low support, and it like twice, effectively wicked it down twice, but it even sat down here multiple times. So, you know, it gave you a level, it gave an opportunity for people to get back into it while it was trending down. The tricky thing is when you want to buy dips on quality stocks that don't give you the dip. You know I missed a couple, but thankfully Apple is now going to do that run. It's above the 200 period moving average again. That will be, I don't want to even call it the Alamo today because at 181, it's like, what are the chances that we get there? It's not that it's impossible that we see 181, but that was before the number. Had we gone down after non-farm payroll, I think I would have been more interested in the 181 level. At this point, I like 182.5, still that can be in play. I just want to be buying dips on it, but once you've already broken the top, you have to have some flex and not just get married to the levels from when you sat down on the gap to the upside. So yeah, 182.5, it's around the pre-market low, but it also broke things out at 184. So I like breakout prices for pullbacks as well. So we're going to be looking to buy dips. I'm not thinking short on Apple today. I'm not even going to bother throwing out. Sometimes I'll throw out a number. Like if it was Coinbase, I'd throw out a number. Hey, if it gets this high, I like the short up there. I don't really have that feel for an Apple today. So I'll really just be looking to buy some dips.
All right, we're still holding long on the NASDAQ right now as it's coming back up into today's highs. So we'll have to watch out for that. We're still sitting at that high to try to get out. I still think we can blast it, and I think it will be in big part due to Apple. Apple is the number one name, of course, as you guys are probably guessing today on the sticky note. There's 61,000, by the way, for BTC. We just put this out a minute ago. Apple, I just said VWAP or 180 long. Obviously, that 180 would be a dream spot to get long, but you're pulling back into VWAP a little bit right now. So I wasn't sure where it would be by the time we opened up because, again, you know, when you're coming in here and we're writing these levels down before non-farm, it looked like we were getting much closer to those levels. So we'll see if we can fade back in. I would still love to get this long back at 180, but let's just see what happens at VWAP. It'll probably be another early trade for me if we do come down in and sort of hover around and then start to go back to the upside. So for me, I like everything about Apple. We love that service number. It is a name. And look, I tell you these things before I do them or as I do them. I was saying last night, we said it on the show, we said it on the recap show, we said it on this show. I bought Apple. We bought Apple at 169 and change. Now it's up to 185. It's really done well to get up here. Still has work to do to get back to highs, but like it's now, you know, in the pocket of all the other Mag 7 names, right? Like Google's pulled back off highs, Meta's pulled back off highs, Microsoft's off highs, you know, obviously Nvidia's off highs. So now Apple's right back there, kind of where it belongs, and you have the big, huge buyback, and you have AI coming. I think this is a win for a very, very long time. I may not get out of this until we get into 190s. I think Apple has a big move coming, and no reason to be scared now. Let's see what happens in the market.
All right, Coinbase to the upside right now actually just took out the high from after the close yesterday, or that wick high going into the earnings after the close yesterday. Lots of positive notes here. The one that stood out for me was down here. Institutional trading volume, all-time highs.
You took the words out of my mouth, man.
Yeah.
Because I think it has a lot to do with the ETFs and the fact that they're able to kind of cover themselves right now by investing in these ETFs. Fantastic look from institutions. Also, consumer trading volume increased as well. $56 billion they brought in from consumer trading. Last year, they brought in 50.63, so a cool $6 billion more revenue. Everything was good here, Brendo. I feel like it was just priced to perfection, and that's why we sold off. I didn't really see any weakness in the report.
Yeah, I mean, relative strength right now, market just kind of hanging out, but Coinbase, guys, trying to push back towards the highs. If you haven't done so as well, if anyone's joining us for the first time, first off, welcome. We do this every single day that the market is open. Make sure you hit subscribe. We're getting really, really close to a monstrous number. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ramin, but I think it's about 200 or so, about 200 to go to 450,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit the subscribe.
That's what it's all about. Thank you, everybody, for getting us there. We know we're going to get there today. I feel it. Speaking of getting there today, when I sat down, I've had a 240 level marked off on Coinbase for a short for the last week and a half. And when I sat down, I'm like, I'm not even throwing this on my note. It's a complete waste of time. What's the point? Coinbase, it was trading down at 215 and it was down $15 or something. We're not going to get there. Well, lo and behold, you get an economic number, NFP, and it pushes everything higher. You see Bitcoin absolutely racing. So the 240 is going to be in play today on Coinbase. That's about it. I didn't really, it's not as if there was anything really that bad in the report. It was, I suppose, a story of where it had come from. You know, like it had gone on that big run and it was just inside the range. And I feel like it had been so strong into earnings after turning into a downtrend, like it broke trend to the downside, and then it was so strong for 2 days that maybe you had some profit taking, but whatever the reason is, I mean, 240 is right up there for that lower high. That's the only trade I think you'll see me in. If it fails lower than that, and there's some kind of a trend down VWAP trade available, or if 60,000 breaks on Bitcoin, I'm open to other things, but the only plan is that 40 level. It's $10 away, but Coinbase on earnings, it's not impossible. It could get there.
Yeah, I don't think it's very wise now to short Coinbase. I was looking at it. We talked about that earlier. It did not make the sticky note at all. And again, they were down 4 or 5% when we came in. Rivian's still going higher right now. I'm hearing in my ear. Okay. What was that about the CEO of Rivian?
I'm never here.
Did Rivian get rid of their CEO? Oh, COO. Okay, so here it is right here. It's Rivian hires Javier Varela as COO. So Rivian now $10.20 or so. But okay, so this is just a quick little chart here on Bitcoin. Look, I don't know what's up with that, but it was this is just a 2-hour chart. It was a nice bottom, I guess, down there at 56,000, but you're starting to go up. Like, I don't, why we stopped there is a little bit of a pause for me. I didn't get longer or anything there. We had talked about this 52,000 as being an area, but we didn't get there, so now you're starting to go back up to the upside, so we can zoom back in now and just have a quick look. I still think we can get that to 54, 55, especially if the NASDAQ fades, but these two things, the NASDAQ, these two asset classes, I guess, the stock market and Bitcoin, tend to be tied here with the NASDAQ, I feel like. As NASDAQ's starting to go back up to the upside, we've had a good couple of days now where maybe we're not as fearful anymore of disaster in the economy if we hike rates. Bitcoin seems to be reacting a little bit to some of that. Nice move down. I mean, remember some of the market uncertainty. It's kind of like what we've been seeing in the NASDAQ, up and down, finally broke, and now trying to get back up over 18,000 again on the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can hold. I feel like 60, 61, 62 is like equivalent to this 18 grand here on the NASDAQ. So for me, I'm going to stay away from shorting Coinbase. If anything, it's just a long now because it's shown that it will react with the stock market and with crypto. So I like this long now back into 224 and change, but let's keep our eye on Bitcoin. I haven't done that much work on Coinbase here.
Back to highs right now. Block having a nice start to the day as well. SQ trying to test that aftermarket high up here currently. I was just reading some of these details as well this morning. I mean, 5.957 billion in quarterly sales seems high for them.
Well, it's a good look, not a bad look at all. The street was looking for 5.83. They beat that handily. Last year, this time, they printed 4.99, so a good year-over-year increase, and that's a 19% beat, by the way, increase from last year's revenue. The guidance also looks good here. They're guiding 2.16 to 2.18 for the next quarter. That's above the street's expectations. And then, like Coinbase, transaction revenue grew about 6%, Brenda.
Yeah, and they also said they're going to put 10% of their gross profit into Bitcoin products. Dollar cost averaging into that are continuing too, which also could help this move. 10%, guys, here for SQ this morning.
Yeah, looking really good, and less than 150 away, 127 away. Oh, wow, we're going to get there before we end this morning show for sure. Thank you, everybody, for that. Just one quick update. I have taken some out of Rivian into yesterday's high, so that 10 level, it bounced off of. I got 3s and 4s, so I'm out of the 3s, and only the 4s are left, as you can tell by the position board. Took some out 9s, 11s, and then just got some out at 16. Looks like we are, I mean, this is great for them. Any chances of like rate cuts are obviously good for companies that are in the EV space. I have 1070 as the big resistance and the 50 periods laying there. Square, I like the long, but the problem with Square pre-market, its volume is pretty bad relative to what we're seeing, but based on market move and post earnings. It's only 300,000 shares worth of volume. It's broken this channel, 76.5. That's the level I like, and I have marked off. So as long as it holds 76.5 at the open, I want to be long Square off of that level. But I'm a little surprised at the liquidity. It's like a 20-cent spread with not a heck of a lot of volume. So this is a post-open 100% trade. Like, I would not trade this. It could dip back down to that price, and I'm not taking a fill at 920 or 925. I want to see it open up and liquidity come back into block. But 76.5, that's the previous high or previous resistance level. Dips into that 76.5, maybe 76 area you give it to. And if it breaks that, I'm not fighting it. At that point, you've kind of failed the breakout.
Yeah, I mean, beating 85 cents versus 72, beating on sales 5.9 versus 5.8. Good. Continued investment in Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin going up right now as well. Planning on to allocate 10% of its gross profit from Bitcoin products into Bitcoin purchases. So, I don't know. I guess we're talking a lot about Bitcoin right now with Square, which is a little puzzling, but there goes Bitcoin again. Here goes Square again. So the only thing for me is Square's implied move was 12%. So it's not at the level of its implied move. So for me, I feel like we'll slow down a little bit here with purchasing Square up at these levels. It's kind of come out as expected, bouncing around a little bit. For me, this is a stay away for this name, but I could see a fade in and around 80 bucks. So if we can get up to there, depending on what this market wants to do, I do like a fade for Square. Shout out to my boy Mike, because honestly, Mike, thank you so much, Mike Crean. Yeah, he actually sent me the Air Force Dunks maybe 3 years ago, something like that. 35 months for a member. I mean, that's your 3 years right there. I mean, 35 months, day one, there it is. Thank you so much, Mike. I mean, that means a lot, man. To continuously support our channel for 35 months, 3 years, that's pretty incredible. I say thank you so much, Mike, and to all of our, there we go, the RAM, to all of our viewers out there. Best of luck and best success to everybody out there, and especially you, Mr. Crehan.
All right, let's go to DraftKings here, and a nice look to start things off as well on the earnings side of things. Pretty good Friday morning here. DraftKings just took out aftermarket highs here. Not as much tension or volume behind this, but stronger than expected Q4 for them as well.
Yeah, Brendo, not a bad look here. $4.8 billion to $5 billion is what they're guiding for the full year guide this year. That's above consensus of 4.819, and that's about, if it ends up manifesting, a 31 to 36% year-over-year growth on your revenue. They're also looking at opening up in newer jurisdictions. I believe Kentucky and Tennessee, some places in the South there are going to be some of the newer jurisdictions they enter.
Yeah, one of those days when everything's pointing in the right direction, but a lot to choose from here, guys, on the long side.
Yeah, I think that's like, well, you get a move like this in the market, yes, a lot to choose from. On the long side, you really do have to pick your poison. Like I knew Square was going to be on there 100%. Then you get Apple, you have Amazon with that double top as well. You're going to throw in, I knew Rivian and maybe some CGC, you had day 2 on CVNA. It looks great off of the 44 level on DraftKings, and the 50-period moving average as well, like 43.5. You've got higher lows into it. There is this concern at 45, 75, 46. So it's like if you chase it too far, it's really close to some overhead resistance. So it's not the top of my list. I think the 44 breakout, that's just something you would have had to have. Like you're not getting 44 unless you put a stop order for 830 on the number, which I'd never do on DraftKings. So unless it gets back in there, it's literally halfway to resistance and halfway from support, which to me is diddling in the middle of the range and not a great opportunity. I like the trajectory of the stock. There's no question about it. I just don't see the day trade unless we're tighter to the 44 level. That would make a little more sense to me.
I didn't even look at DraftKings. We've traded it when it gets up to key levels, but again, an expected move of 10%. So 5%. I mean, I almost think that this could have been up 5% just off NFP alone, regardless of what their numbers were. But no, I mean, I like the name. I don't think, our job isn't here to like discuss the quarter and give you like an opinion on, where I think this is going in the next 6 months or anything like that. I mean, I like DraftKings. I think it's a good stock. That quarter looked good enough to me. Now, whether or not it sells off today, I don't know. But it had like a wicked breakout level just going back to beginning of April at 46 bucks. So I'm not that excited about this move today. So I think it's a fade here at 46. So worth a shot, possibly going short there, $46. And I'm actually going to write that down on my own. Well, the sticky note's already out, but I'm going to add DraftKings to this as a possible fade in and around $46 for DKNG.
I saw this note. It's kind of interesting. This is going back to Tuesday, but worth a note, I think. So ARK picking up some BYD and also continuing to buy Palantir, and they also acquired some AMD shares. So she's been selling whatever she had left of NVIDIA and moving over to AMD, kind of interesting. But yeah, let's talk about Palantir. She continues to buy up this one as well. It's Jefferies this morning with a positive note. Increasing their price target 4% already here this morning.
Yeah, breaking out into those mid-April highs that we had, looking to knock on the door of 25, about 23.5 now. Yeah, I didn't see anything specifically on it here, Brendo. I don't know if there's a catalyst that led to the buying over here, but Jefferies, yeah, as you said, giving them a nod.
Yeah, again, this goes back to Tuesday, but 45,453 shares. Around $21.97, so better part of $1 million extra going into the pocket of Miss Wood and Palantir, guys.
So maybe it's, I don't know, one little thing irked me there. It's like, why not just buy one more? 45, 45, 3. Just make it 45, 45, 4 and leave it at that. Like, come on, Kathy. The 50
I
period
talked
looks
about this already.
Yeah,
I like Palantir. I mean, it's on the sticky note here today. I think a pullback into yesterday's close is absolutely fantastic if we get that move back in. Like I said, it's only up 4%, but again, no earnings. Earnings come May 6th, so next week. This is going to be one of your last times to buy Palantir. If the market continues to run and they like this name, it's going to go higher. That's why the upgrade's coming right now. They're going to have a good quarter. I think it's 5 straight now. They're going to get added to the S&P 500 at some point. I think Palantir works. We talked about buying dips. We've liked Palantir. This is a very, very long-term hold for me. We've been buying this from the direct listed down there at $9. We bought more at $7. We bought more in here. We're long Palantir. We love the name, and I think it works. Earnings May 6th. If you're excited about earnings plays, I think you can get long this one maybe right now. Huge bump up. huge bump up. I mean, I think it's just a matter of time before you get that S&P bump as well. So I like Palantir, obviously working out, but they could miss on earnings and guide lower, I guess. I have no idea. And they're coming May 6th, so that's why I'm dropping that. So May 4th, 5th, 6th. So Monday night.
Monday aftermarket.
I mean, I guess it is
aftermarket.
Is it aftermarket? Okay, so
aftermarket.
it's the 6th aftermarket, so you'll have Monday trade as well. But if the market's up today, I don't know. We'll see where Palantir is for that report, but might be a little risky to start a position a day before their earnings report. I like it for a day trade long.
I mean, it's got that $20 level that it just put in as well. So, I mean, in terms of, like, if you think about that, like, that's from 23 to that 20. I mean, that's a good 15%. I would say that that's a decent amount of support because it would have to break that. So, like, you're not getting, the chances of you getting gapped through that level, I think, are low now that it's made this run. As far as day trading it, the 50 period's literally right here within 10 cents, and 23 even is previous resistance. I think Palantir is a stock that's great around even dollars. I mean, typically it's been pretty good around even dollars. Great's maybe an overstatement, but previous high, diff back in. It's similar to DraftKings, only DraftKings further away and too close to resistance. Like DraftKings was $1 from resistance and $1 from the breakout. Palantir is 40 cents from the breakout price at 23, and the resistance is all the way up at like 25, 25 and a half. That's like $1.50, $2 away. So from a risk to reward standpoint, I just like dip longs in Palantir a little bit better than I would in DraftKings. Obviously, both charts look very similar on a daily, but one of them I think has a little bit more room to run and a better risk to reward profile today. Just a couple of things. We didn't really go over this one, so now we're done all of the names in the rundown. But Amazon, the last couple of days, and if we think about that Fed high, the 185, it was 185.15. That is the big level. Once and then 3 times yesterday, it actually tagged 185.15. It's broken it out. There's a lot of setups that look like this where you get flat top breakouts into higher lows. Yeah, I want to be long in front of the 185 on Amazon. It's a situation where, like, if you have a stop order on the number, you're obviously winning. And the reason I don't do that is because in the pre-market, we've seen this before on economic numbers, where you could just have something which triggers stops in one direction or the other, but then the real move is in the other way, and then you essentially just get rinsed. I'm not a huge fan. It's one thing to find a trade after, like Sean got into the TQQs after the numbers come out. I got into Rivian after it dipped back into a price I liked on the breakout, as opposed to just gambling that your stop order ends up in the right direction, which it looks great when it works, but when it doesn't, you might find yourself not too happy with the outcome. So anyways, that's the reason I didn't take the break. I know I put that breakout on my note this morning, and I know I said I would take it last night, but I didn't want it at 8:30. We'll take the dip in 85.
All right, we're really early.
We sprinted
here
through
right now.
this.
We sprinted through this. Man, my hands are like so
Every day.
freezing again here today. Like, I know we're both wearing golf shirts here, but like, wow. Yes, immediately. Blanket.
Do you have a
says Ramin.
blanket?
Yeah, if she has a blanket, I'll take a blanket. All right, back over to Sharif.
All right, guys, last day of the Gap and Go lessons today. We're going to be talking about mixing the Gap and Go strategy with technical indicators, the multi-signal approach it's called. Catch that with Adair and I today at 11 on how to trade.
I feel like if
We're discussing blanket.
what would happen if we actually used the blanket on this show? We just give
Maybe we would be comfortable.
No, well, it's the only problem with that is to get comfortable, I couldn't have my hands on the keyboard. Like, I want to be nestled. I'm on my couch at home.
wow,
I'm
yeah.
I'm all comfy.
I mean,
arms ain't.
Blanket. Are you actually bringing? No, I don't want that.
No. Don't actually bring it. It's actually because we have to have our hands out and all that kind of good stuff. But cold hands, warm trades. I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like that.
Cold hands, warm heart as well. So I've been told. I don't know this. I don't know the scientific veracity of that.
Here comes
but
Apple. Here comes Apple.
I'm okay with that.
Comes
Oh,
Apple,
Apple's
here
pulling
comes
back in.
Apple. Apple down to 184 immediately, bought right back up there as Apple taking a dump right now. Lots of volume coming in on AAPL right now. So we have a volume scanner down here, but you can't see anything because we have that. There we go. That looks better. All right, so there you go. Nice volume spike there. Oh, duh. The imbalances came out. Hello. We've only been doing this for 25 years. There's Apple sell imbalance. I'm like, what just came out on Apple?
There you go.
Oh, man. All right, so it is an Apple sell imbalance. So that's to me is, that's negligent by me because we should have bought that. I don't care about that sell imbalance. 400,000? I mean, 8% of today's volume. That's not, for me, that would have been nothing there. But again, 183.50, I mean, like if you stand there at 184, I don't know if you get stopped out down there or not. So probably better to stay out of that. But there was the dip down in there. If you're going to use anything, Palantir's a buy. What a surprise. Come on, Kathy. Like, let's go. Paramount. I'm not really seeing anything else. We nailed Alibaba yesterday down there at 77. Wow, that was a jump. But anyways, as we go, man, Apple, if anything, we still have 3 minutes to go. Like this coffee's, I only have like, I don't know, less than half, 40% left of the coffee. I'm going to ask Randy for another one because it's freezing already. All right, so Apple right there. If anything, it just gave us that look. So it just gave us 183.50, so thank you for that. Like, honestly, we're not long, but at least we know now that that's at least someone came in there and bought it up. So that's good, like, because it could have just kept going. So it went right into sort of that pre-market level of 183.50. So I say thank you to Apple and that pre-market imbalance for giving us a little bit more information.
Yeah, I love it.
You know, that just gave us at least a level there.
Information is key because when you're hunting for dip buys in a stock that does this, like you really just want areas for confluence, whatever you want to call it. So whether it's VWAP, whether it's pre-market lows, I had 182.50 marked off, but we're so far away from it. I don't know how good that's going to be. With still 2.5 minutes to go here, AMD, Yoel mentioning breaking out highs, 151 AMD. Is a biggie. Obviously 150 on a Friday, round number, all that good stuff. 151 was the post-earnings, like second day top that it rejected. So I think that's the key price that it has to get through. I mean, all these breakout prices look so good in hindsight, like down at 146, but you don't have it, like there's no distinct level for me unless you get down to the 146 on AMD for any kind of a buy. Gonna have eyes on CVNA as well. It's simple for me. If CVNA fails the top,
look at Apple.
I'm going to look for opportunities to short Apple. That was so quickly back to the top.
Look at Apple. Apple is absolutely mooning now. Like,
Gone.
What a trade.
Gone.
Apple up 8% on that dump. Like, somebody just got, and like, I was thankful for seeing that, but like, now I don't know if it comes back. We said playbacks into VWAP here today, so that's almost perfect right now. Like, that's not only, you know, a spot that we sort of dumped off at, but then we came back, held it for a minute, and then took off. This is probably a decent opportunity right off the open for the NASDAQ, or for Apple. I'm in the NASDAQ right now. We're sitting right here at highs. I'm sitting at 30, so am I at 30 or am I at 25? I'm at 30, so we should get this right off the open. We're still long here off NFP. We said we wanted to be long. Normally I'm getting in and out here, but no, we'll want to stay long and see how far this thing can go. We're in the money. This is a good trade already here to start the day with only a minute left. We're going to get ready to rock and roll. It's Apple. I've got Tesla on my mind as well. Possible drop back into VWAP, waiting for 178 off the sticky note. This should be a good day. There it is, man. It's a big trade for the TQs, man. That is 65 cents right off the jump there to start the day on the futures. We're already well in the money now. Man, this feels like a good day here with only 30 seconds to go. Good job here, guys.
Yeah, let's get this party started because it's already looking like a good one. The available dip suddenly looks like an 85 or an 85.5 as opposed to 83.5 on Apple. That's how quickly the market's going to come at you. I'm going to play it the $10 level by ear on Rivian. It looks like it's still 10 cents in the money, but I want to play up that $10 level and then watch out for Amazon pullbacks. But in 2 and 1, Adara, let's go.
Yeah, Amazon pullback.
I feel like there's so many things to look at. I don't want to miss out on some stocks that we know we like that Amazon move could be just as good. Oh, Nvidia just dipped at the open. Why?
Because so we obviously got that TQs. We talked about that. I'm just going to hold it now. Honestly, if it fades all the way back in and we somehow lose on this, then that's where we'll punch out so we can definitely have a profit in there. I was just about to say, just before you said Nvidia pulled back, because obviously AMD is pulling back as well, I was like, oh my, AMD's at 150. That's what I was going to talk about, and it just dropped off there pretty significantly there on AMD. Let's just check out if Apple's giving us any love. Not yet. Hanging around 186. I am going to put out an offer here on the TQs just to make sure we don't let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. Our spot right here, 55.90, we're going to get out of a piece if it does come back into that level.
Oh, and we're going to ring the register, but I did not get the dip buy on Rivian. Rivian dipped into 10.10, just check that 10.11, and then did pretty much like this at the open. It just went right to 10.30, so it just didn't give you the chance off that $10 even level, and it's absolutely flying. What is going on with NVIDIA? I kind of felt we'd see a little bit more strength there, and Apple's right into 185 already. So
yeah, it's pulling back a bit here, man.
Yeah, so it's pulling back into 185. This is the spot where I tried. Oh, give me a break. I just missed. What am I sitting at?
AAPL. What is VWAP at?
Just missed that at 185.
85.05.
I was sitting there at 12. That was not close enough. Oh, that's going to be frustrating. If that was the only dip into 185, I just missed it. Amazon's chilling at 186, but it's pulling back as well. I still like a 185 on Amazon as well for a little bit of a dip buy in there. But the chips, at least NVIDIA's weak. I haven't checked out the other ones. I know you said AMD was going down. A little surprising. But
Yeah, that was just off you. Like
we
you,
were-
you had mentioned NVIDIA there, so.
Okay, give me a little something, Apple. Give me.
All right, we got long Apple there. We're long at 30s on Apple. I don't know if it's going to be good enough or not, but we'll put an offer like upside into the 70s right there. And there it is. It's your first winning trade on Apple right there. So there it is, man. We're 50 cents now in the money, looking to get even higher than that. Can we take this out in the 90s right now? It's Apple. It is as it was written, finally. On the sticky note, we said buy VWAP, and it goes right into VWAP, and we buy VWAP. So finally, we listened to ourselves, and now we are well in the money, looking to make a Dollar Club winner out of the sticky note trade with Apple. And I know Neil was on that as well. So
Baba
so far,
also
so
bounced
good.
off 80. That came.
Ooh, Baba.
I know we forgot to mention something. Apologies. I did tweet about this, but I did not say a word. And I know there's so much to cover. Alibaba, you know what it did yesterday? $80 right here was support. It just bounced off once. I was able to get 40s out, but I put 22s because I always do. I'm going to be on the bid again here in front of the 80 level for Alibaba. Rivian's starting to pull back as well. So we're going to get over to this as, yeah, it's still holding the 10-10. VWAP's up here as well at that 10-10 level. I just want to be net long on this trend as long as it's above $10. Palantir, did that come in? Palantir's starting to drop into 23 as well. It's like, how many things do you want to dip by if we're coming to the downside? And I don't know. I said Coinbase if 240 would be the only kind of remote short level that I had in plan. It's nowhere near it's like $10 away from that. I'm always going to check if chips are weak. I'm going to check to see if there's available 31 on Intel. And look what Intel did. It wicked 31 because it always does, and then rejected it. This is a short until it's not. So I'm going to try the 31 short. This is what the top was on Fed Day. Adara?
AXTI trying to break out here with some nice volume off the open, posting an earnings beat across the board yesterday. AXT Inc., guys.
All right, AXT Inc. All right, so I'm still going to keep my faith in Apple. I don't want to scalp any more out, even though we are 20, 30 cents in the money. We've already taken some out here. We took out 40%. So, you know, trying to hold out for some more. We like this level, push back into VWAP, but it's not really giving much right here yet today. Could it still go? Yes, but for right now, it's not giving us much. Like, it's just kind of hovering around. The NASDAQ's doing a very, very similar dance here right now. Remember, we do have like a little bit of an odd situation today because we have the king of the castle reporting a huge number, and then we also have the NFP that came out, you know, cooler than expected, which gives us hope that potentially there is a move coming here for rate cuts. So I feel like, you know, there's a lot of good things happening right now. So I don't know if some of these stocks are a little overvalued today or not. We had a big move yesterday in the NASDAQ, but let's just stay, you know, in the pocket a little bit. We just take something out there for a profit on Apple. But again, waiting for higher moves, man. 185 and change to the high side for Apple. But if it fails, it fails. We do have lower takes here to come. So we're not going to hold out for something and dream that this eventually comes back. If we're going to be wrong, we're going to be wrong. Probably 184 break, and then we'll hold out for lower than that.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to take out some support on Apple there. I just covered some shares and then got back in a lower price. But first things first, Alibaba reloaded it at 05s and then it broke 80. So we did scalp some out at 80.40 very quickly. It was right back into 80.05, reloaded the long, and then just got stopped out. So I'm out of Alibaba. Palantir also dipped into 23. So Palantir tagged 23. I got 4s, and then it hit 15s. It's right back at those teens. So a lot of dip buys coming in. I did get the Intel short. That's off the 31 level. The high's a couple of cents above.
There we
It's like
go.
31.06 higher. But Apple, I mean, Apple, the same way I felt about Carvana yesterday, your attention is going to be on Apple. I thought maybe more Amazon, but we haven't even gotten filled in Amazon just yet. I do like it above 85 as well, Adara.
WOW, wide open west, popping to the upside here, up about 30% right now, receiving an unsolicited offer for by this Crestview, basically trying to buy all of the stock it doesn't currently own of the company for $4.80 per share in cash. So just an offer from Crestview for WOW for the rest of the company, guys.
Wow.
That seems.
Wow.
I guess we were thinking the same cheesy line.
Yeah, well, I've never even heard of that company, so that was an easy one. Okay, so we are long again here on the same trade. We were able to get some out there at 185, 185.08. You might have heard me say, here we go. But now we're going back down a little bit for Apple as the market. Just trying to hold out here. We're going to get out at 184 if it breaks, and then we'll go back over and see if we do continue to move to the downside here again today. Remember, there was a lot of traders that were looking both ways on this. We talked about, or either way, right? Like a lot of traders long, a lot of traders looking short. So I could see, a case for sort of both of these situations winning here today, as Apple was almost double at that point, up 7.5%, 8%. Its expected move was only 4%. So possible move coming back in here for Apple as we see some profit taking on a higher than expected earnings report reaction. So we're still long. We're still long here at 184.88. So we're basically flat on this trade against 184. So in order to make money on this trade, it obviously needs to get higher than where we are. But this is not necessarily a one-to-one trade, because I don't mind taking some pieces off here. Again, 185 teens, something like that, if we get that opportunity. But we are coming back into the downside. We've taken profit on Apple so far, but it looks like we're about to give it up if it takes 184. What's up, Adara?
Down here for DJT, Trump Media and Technology, trying to get some volume here to the downside. The SEC charging the company that audited Trump Media with massive fraud. So widespread auditing fraud, now apparently no longer barred or no longer allowed to audit public companies. So some bad news with its auditor, sending DJT strongly to the downside with volume, guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
that's okay. We have to.
I don't want to talk political here, but his lawyers arrested and I think in
I'm
jail.
shorting Pops in this.
Accountants now losing licenses, and DJT is a stock that we're supposed to be like, okay. I don't think this is a long. We've talked about this as a trading vehicle again. And by the way, Apple, let's go. But yeah, again. Whenever there's smoke, there tends to be a lot of fire. There's been smoke around DWAC and DJT now for 6 years or however long it's been. So you guys know what you're getting involved with right now. But what I'm involved with right here is Apple. And let's go, man. This is what trading, in my opinion, the kind of trading that I'm trying to do here pretty much every day, is try to figure out levels, try to figure out names that we like, get our money in there at good spots, and see if we're right. So here we go. It's a nice move up for Apple. We do have some numbers coming. We do have another trade alert happening right now. We'll see if we can go 3 for 3. This is Google coming in. Google just came into that 166 area. We did take some 25s. We are getting some more out here as it starts to rip back up to the upside again for Google. So there it is, man. Neil, this is going to be a 3 for 3 day so far here. But again, very, very early. Let's wait. It's very, very early because now we can go 4 for 4, right? We just need to find one more. And then there we go. Apple 30 cents, Google now a dime piece, and the market continues to be where it is. I may take a piece out here on the market, just seeing what economic numbers we do have coming out, because it's on our watch list, and then I tweeted out right here as well. So 9:45, that's what it is, PMI. So in 5 minutes, we have a big, big number, honestly, coming out. So we're going to have to wait for that. And imagine that's a little cooler than expected.
Oh,
then that would be, no, we want it hotter than expected for PMI.
I was about to say.
Yeah,
cooler.
my bad. We want a little bit hotter to get this market
We
going
don't want
because
that.
we're net long, baby. And there it is right there. Let's go Google. You know what? We are in the building one more time. We wrote down Google down here, 166 long. All right, Neil, over to you, my guy.
So during the second I heard that news, I'm like, I'm paying for locates on DJT, and then the first available pop and short into VWAP on DJT. So we're in it. I got 45.60 because that's where it bounced to. VWAP sits at 46.5. It's already testing back into the bottoms. It could go SSR. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. And on top of that, daily chart, it's a breakdown underneath 44.5. So if it takes out fresh lows, this is a flat bottom break. So I think this is multiple shots at the short for me in DJT, giving it to here. And if we break 44, just look for continued longs as well. I am short on Intel. That one is right at the 31 level. Palantir did bounce nicely off of 23, but it's right back at about 23.30. So you're not anywhere near that high of the day just yet, but it's trying to break back in through the high of the day on Palantir. DJT falling like a rock. I just can't see any way that, I mean, if it fills in this gap, it's going to go 10% down and be SSR at some point. And I won't even be looking for an SSR bounce either. Not in this stock.
All right, we are almost out of Apple. I mean, it's going to break this 184, it looks like, very, very soon. We've done well to get out of it, but again, it won't be that stock that we had hoped it to be, especially if it does wind up breaking right here. But the stock that is everything that we thought it would be and a hell of a lot more is G to the O, O to the G, to the L. I'm not going to call it goggles. I'll leave that for you, my guy over there, as the professor crushing this chicken. And what? There's some nice green beans.
It's got to be, I thought it was eggs.
I like the green beans aspect in there.
In the morning?
Well done, Sharif. Well done. What's up, Adara?
In the morning? Green beans.
SGBX is up here for the second day in a row on a new catalyst. Safe Green Holdings today trading higher after its subsidiary announced that it's going to be delivering its first eco-friendly modular unit to a quick service restaurant. So quick service restaurant modular catalyst here for SGBX, $2.2 million market cap here, guys.
Apple just gave it up.
Kind of.
Apple just gave it up, taking out that bottom. I'm out. I'm flushing it down the toilet. Yeah. Oh, we just crossed 100 away from 450,000. So we're already in spitting distance. We were already, and now we're just getting right into it. Shout out to everyone. We appreciate you there. I did just get DJT 44.75, so we took 70 pennies on that. Check that, 90 cents. I can't do math. I'm shorting this back into VWAP. I'm shorting the next consolidation that we get, if there is even a consolidation. And then I am short Intel off of 31. It is working to the downside, but Apple, not going to work. At the end of the day, it's going to break down. There were some good scalp trades, but the pre-market breakout price was the one where I'm going to have the most shares right in front of that 184, and it gave it up. It has to show me strength above that level, like higher low off 184 to get into a long, or give me like 183 or 182.5. So I want any other longs to be on strength above that number. And even if it goes through and I miss, if it can hold here and get back above VWAP and then consolidate VWAP, I don't want to miss that setup because Alibaba did exactly the same thing yesterday. It rinsed the bottom and then gave you VWAP for a higher low. So I want to respect it if we're able to find that. Rivian is now off to the races. It did give you a dip buy while we're in Apple. Opportunity cost is opportunity cost. 10.50 is going to be the out for me on Rivian.
I just want to tell everybody, like, today, so we're gonna go 2 for 3, but it's a huge trophy day right now so far, and it's because it's 2 for 3, and it's sticking, and this is what happens when you stick to your plan and you're able to put shares in, and the Google trade is really what helped it out. We lose on Apple, we win on Google, and we huge on the TQQs. What's up, Adara?
Waiting on these S&P Global Composite PMI and Global Services PMI numbers here. Global, both of them forecast and consensus are 50.9, so just waiting for the numbers to populate here. I'll see if they're anywhere else. Just have the SPY up. Yes, we did get the numbers. S&P Services PMI 51.3 and Composite PMI also 51.3. So both of these higher than the expected of 50.9. Nice look right now for the S&P Global Composite PMI, guys.
Future's still going, baby. We're still long the TQs, and we still get to go. Google goes as well. Google right there. Let's just, it's not a dollar club yet. Let's wait to see. I thought it was there, but we're long at 166. That was our trade that we marked down. But we do have the bottom of the day pretty much there on Google. So far, so good here as we continue to go, man. Like I was talking about it, is that we can be down on Apple, but still be in the spot that we need to be in because, again, you want to diversify your portfolio. Make sure that you have a couple different plays that you're looking at. This is why I've really narrowed things down with the sticky note. Google's on here, Apple's on here, and the TQQs is on here, but we had that on the non-farm. So really we're just one and one, Apple and Google, but still enough to be where we need to be. So far so good here. Let's see if this market wants to continue to fade out. It's coming close to those levels on Apple, man, where I think we may have to get more involved.
At 18,000, by the way. Like big round, we talked about this number before.
Ooh,
like
yeah.
all roads have led to this number multiple times
Ooh,
here, but
yeah.
you're right at that 18,000 level. If you punch through, it's gonna get sick to the upside. Obviously, I'm in DJT. That's
sick
got
with it.
news. It's underneath VWAP. I just reloaded it at 46 even, so average price now going to be at 45.80. I had 60s before, got even, so we got 80s now. If it gets back down into 45, I take some profit. If it breaks VWAP, I'm going to jump out of this, but that doesn't mean I'm thinking long on this stock. Even if I get out, I'm going to look for opportunities to be short. I don't think that is good news at all. And it's so high flying, I think the pressure is all in the other direction. Palantir, there was no reload on 23. So now I got to look to VWAP here on Palantir. It's already putting in higher lows. 23.25 looks pretty good on PLTR. Now, sometimes you get the bottom wick and it looks great at 23, but you know, you can also have a situation like Alibaba, where it rips through that 80. We get the first bounce, good. The second one doesn't work, and now look at it. It's recovered right through. So the bottom wick was 79.70. It wasn't exactly at that even dollar level. Still strong, and I do want to participate in longs above 80, but had to let this one travel through and then get back into it, looking for some VWAP there. Adara, what's up?
Some comments coming through here from Feds Bowman. Wasn't seeing these in the calendar, but Feds Bowman speaking right now, saying that she's willing to hike rates if inflation stalls and reverses. So repeating her interest in hiking rates potentially if there is a stalling in inflation, and saying that she still sees, quote, a number of upside risks to her inflation outlook. So just be aware of comments from Michelle Bowman. Also, TNDM, Tandem Diabetes Care here to the upside. This one has market cap of about $2 billion. So pretty small here and a short float of 14% up on an earnings beat, guys.
Earnings beat, you say? Okay.
There's a lot of earnings to get to.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
We didn't even talk about, well, we did talk about DraftKings, but DraftKings dipped heavily as well.
Really?
Bounced off of 40. Like, see, sometimes it bounces exactly off of the even dollar level, and other times it doesn't. This bounced exactly off $43, and it's now at 44.
Jeez.
Is what it is, but unless you're sitting at that level, it can be a tricky trade. It was never going to be one that I was in right at the open. I just felt there were other names that were more interesting. DJT, because of news and the way the stock moves, I think it's worth it to take a shot there. This is a stock that I've kind of been looking for a retracement anyways, in the general sense. So DJT, nice. Back underneath, well, it's been underneath VWAP the entire time. Until it's back underneath 45, I'm not taking any more shares out. And best entry point for Alibaba, I'd like to see it hold VWAP in here. Maybe I can get a higher low, but I got it on the way down. Sometimes it works. It did for Palantir. It didn't work for Alibaba. A higher low is going to have to be in store for that. Oh, shoot. Too late.
All right.
NVIDIA just broke 880, but when I say just, I mean
Tesla.
about 30, 40 seconds ago. NVIDIA's through 880. 885 is a monster of a level.
Okay,
if you remember 885 the other day, that was a tricky short, even though it ended up really good. I'm not thinking short at 885 this time. I'm thinking this is a long if it can break that top. That's 880. I think it was 888 was the actual high that day.
All right, we are, so things coming back in right now, except for a stock that people may know and love. Its name is Tesla. And this name is absolutely Moon City.
Yeah.
We knew we wanted the long. We wrote down on our note 178 because that was that level yesterday that we gave up the ghost with. And we got stopped out of that trade only to see it rip up pretty much all afternoon. So it looks like, well, I mean, it was pretty violent there for a minute, but there it goes right now. Apparently Peloton is really active right now.
Squeezing.
Let's see. I mean, $3 up to 350, 360 right now. It looks like we got a good little mover here in Peloton, up 13% right now. All right, we are, as we like to say around here, we're reloaded on our friend Google. So it just came into our level again at 166. We're gonna let this one breathe a little bit. I mean, like we could say that, hey man, we've done really well. We're holding the trophy up here, but unlike Max Verstappen. Oh, by the way, Brendo, I heard that he may be moving over to Mercedes. Did you hear about that? What? Did you hear the number?
What?
Did you hear the number? It's $159 million a year for 6 years. So Mercedes offered this dude $660 million plus bonuses when he wins races that apparently he's going to win. So yeah, anyways, shout out. It's the largest, if he accepts it. Apparently there's something, I don't know enough about it, but his dad doesn't like Red Bull or something. Anyways, apparently if he accepts it, it's the largest deal non-Saudi for any athlete in the world. Because the Saudis been losing money hand over fist, man. They paid that.
They don't even care.
I know, that's how stupid it is. That's, shout out to Lucid. Ronaldo was not.
It's good for Lucid.
Yeah, and it's great for Ronaldo and those guys. Ronaldo just played the Saudi Cup in front of, I think it was 3,800 people. So you go figure that.
You got to figure the quick math on that, like so. So
they're paying unbelievable amounts of money.
But for him, it's like, for that much, do you care?
That was the finals.
At some point.
The finals. The Leafs had 3,800 people around Scotiabank Dam Arena last night when the Maple Leafs push it to Game 7, which thank God is on Saturday. So now my kids can at least stay up.
And me.
And Neil can watch it. So I'm really happy for that. Look at Apple, guys. Apple is I put my thing on low DPIs. Apple is now making its move back up to the upside. Got to get this cursor faster. Right there, 184, trying to get back up to the upside. But we are long. Your boy is long right now on Google, and it's starting to go back up. So let's go. We'll sit back, relax, sip some coffee, and eventually put some cognac in here.
No, well, actually, no.
But not until 11:01.
No, that's cognac I wouldn't do in the coffee. I mean,
not hard enough?
I don't, it's just not a cognac thing. I don't mind a little bit of rum in there.
I don't drink cognac.
No, but at the end of the day, the market is still at that 18,000. It's trying to go, getting a bit of a pullback in NVIDIA, was able to get just underneath that 45 on DJT. So the higher low it put in the first time is 44.75. Some buyers stepped in there, or whatever, like literally one buyer stepped in there for a couple thousand shares and it bounced. I just got some out at 88s. So if it makes this higher low again and pops into VWAP, I'll be a little bit more discerning in terms of getting it on the other direction and getting it short. It's not SSR, which is a good thing. So it's not down that 10%. Don't have to worry about that. What else we got going on? Palantir, super strong. Remember, Palantir reports on Monday, but it's aftermarket, not before. On the bid VWAP for the dip buy, looking to trend it up. Now Palantir is not giving the dip buy anymore. So it's just only going to the upside. I think it usually does. When Palantir trends for the day, there's usually dips. They might not be as big as you want, but they usually are there. Rivian just dipped into VWAP while I was trading DJT. So I'm going to see if I can't get a little something and wet the beak in front of 20s. Apple, I do want back into it, but I said if I miss the bottom, the next step would be a higher low off that bottom or looking for a VWAP hold and long off of VWAP. So if it's going to trend all day, VWAP is always a decent trade. Zay, Neil doesn't like Henny. That's not exactly true. Although I will admit to this, I don't drink the Henny. And I did, and my last exam in university, that was the celebration of choice, and never again.
Okay, so 20 years, no drinking of Hennessy. I don't drink much at all, period. So,
and I was out, and I went to the bar at Laurier after, which is not the school I went to. So I celebrated at the other university in our town.
Even Waterloo still doesn't even have an on-campus.
Is it still lame?
No, it doesn't even have one. It doesn't even exist.
What about the Rev?
Does the Rev?
That was a club.
Yeah, but that's
not the Rev. No, it's,
the Rev was not on. Yeah, that does not exist. That's
the Bomber
does not exist.
There's no Bomber at Waterloo anymore. What are they doing at that school? You can't be all books, University of Waterloo. You got to have some fun too. Really? That's lame.
Yeah.
But you party at Laurier, where Sean went to school. That's fun times. Anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Yep. All right. So yeah, no, fun times all around. But make sure that you do have fun trading the market. But make sure you put stop orders in at all costs. There it is. So we're still waiting for 166. I'm giving this to like 165.80. So it's not really doing anything right now. I just took some out at 25s again. I was hoping that Google would really start to go. A little disappointed. The NASDAQ is gone. I mean, look at what's happening with the TQs right now. Spin it. I mean, we said we're going to hold this all day, and we're doing that, and it's working out. And there it goes, back up to the upside. Where's BPI, man? What's this guy doing? Sleeping off the.
I have a feeling he probably was celebrating.
Yeah. So.
No,
I mean, we have to be here, man. I got.
That being said, BPI has been one of the most consistent people on the floor.
Where's BPI at?
But I expected to see him in here in like full regalia after that win. But just a couple of quick things. Nvidia is holding the highs pretty well. I just saw heard something on Meta.
No, just
it was just call volume.
Yeah.
See, the volume's not loud enough.
450.
It just broke 450 to the upside, but it looks like it was call volume. There wasn't actually news. It's just heavy call volume as it's breaking 450. Let's go to Adara.
Another name-making move here is GME. GameStop. Yesterday, we saw a bit of a run in this one, starting in the early afternoon. Now continuing some momentum here with some volume. Not seeing any news on this, but lots of attention on social media. And we do have the short float to consider. Right now, I'm seeing about 19.2% short float for GME, guys.
Yeah,
we loaded GME
every single day on whatever GME.
Let's go, Google, man. Whatever, GME. Yeah, you're right. You know what, Neil?
Whatever. Who cares?
Tell him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with GME. We will have a look at that right now, but we're just spinning it right now, watching it, sitting back, relaxing. We talked about, that we were red yesterday. We did talk about that, but that is not the case today, as you can clearly see. As we'll just go 1 for 1. That's it. 1 and 1. Sorry, 1 and 1. L on Apple, which is, again, it broke. You're going to look here and be like, it's just right there. We were holding for that bigger move. And so all of these add up to an L, unfortunately, because we had a bigger position down there at 184.50, 185. We thought that could hold the VWAP, didn't hold. So we'll take that there. But then we came back, like we said, with vengeance here on Google. But now Google, I mean, I'm starting to feel, and I'm going to say something here that I don't know if I believe it 100% or not, but I'm feeling like to get short now. Like I just
on Google.
No, not just on everything.
Oh,
like, I'm not super happy the way this market's trading. Like the TQs are fine, right? Like that's nice. That keeps going, man. We're 6% in the money. We're probably about 4% in the money. We were long this name, so we're long. This trade is 100 handles. Like we went long rate at 830, so like we're long down here 19. Let's just say 19,940. It's at 1820 or 18,020. But the thing is now, that's 18,000. We've talked about this. We said that the one thing we wanted to add into our sort of portfolio of trading or our skill set is a look and try to. We always do this longer look, but then I don't really make positions based on this. So like now we're here, like. I feel that we just got to watch out for this 18,000. If we've hit it, we can now come back in. We said the NASDAQ was going to have a huge day today. It just had it, man. It's at 2% right now. I don't know the last time we were at and held over 2%. I feel like it's happened a couple times for sure this year. But I could see a fade, especially at 18,000. So let's start to, I'm not going to reload this. We do have a stop lower here. We are not going to turn red on Google, but it is coming out in a couple seconds here on a break through 80s. So that's my stop. I mean, we could put, I'm not even. ISM, yeah, ISM in 15 seconds. All right, I'm not going to average into this one. We're not going to get saved by ISM, but let's go to Adara and get the number.
Switching on these ISM services numbers here, ISM services PMI chief among them. This one expected 52, forecast 51.8. We just got it in 49.4, so lower than expected here for ISM services PMI. A lot of these other numbers coming in below their previous and their forecasts as well here. ISM services business activity, ISM services employment here, 45.9 versus 49 expected. ISM services new orders here, 52.2 versus 54.5 expected. So a lot of these prints coming lower except for ISM services prices, which came in 59.2 versus consensus of 55, forecast of 53.5. So ISM services prices, the only number I'm seeing here coming in higher than expected. We did get a big drop here, decent drop as well in the SPY on that number with increasing volume as well. So a lot of these numbers coming in a little bit lower than expected for the ISM services PMI, chief among them. Other names to keep an eye on here include Coinbase, having a bit of a move back to the upside, but now trickling back to the downside after its earnings report. And DraftKings also initially gapped up on earnings after reporting 53% year-over-year revenue growth, now falling back near this low 43, guys.
Look, I know I said Coinbase is one of the names I would look for a short, but that was specifically at $240, which is not happening today. And again, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But Intel, this did, like the ISM number just did this dipsy-do here. Like it gave me VWAP, and then I was almost refilled here at 31. But underneath VWAP, when I'm shorting a level like 31 on Intel, it's like give it to that local high, try to short the 31 area, you're just under it, but don't cover it till it gets underneath VWAP and then to the low of the day and hold some for the low break. DJT, which I don't think cares about the market, did a spike and drop anyways, like everything else did, but I did not reload. I said I would only reload if it looked really weak. It's starting to get under VWAP again, so I'm gonna go for the reload on DJT, which I think should not be adjacent to everything else that's happening in the market. But Rivian, I do have to concern myself with. We now have 12s as an average price because we had some of our 10s left. But if this can't hold the opening range bottom, which was 10.07, then I'm going to jump out and look for a deeper retrace on this. That was a pretty decent reversal in a lot of names. I'm glad I didn't punch the top on it. If there wasn't for the economic number, I might have taken the breakout on NVIDIA, and it would have just been a quick hit. But the number was coming out, so I elected not to take that break because I don't want a breakout trade when an economic number is coming up.
Guys,
it's bad timing.
Yeah, I know. And that's why we had to go to Adair basically immediately there when that hit. I just want to say that like we were saved right there. Like when that number came out, I mean, you might have heard me say I was bank error in my favor. Like that just came out. We were all the way down, almost getting stopped out. Then thank you very much. Boom goes the dynamite. We were able to get out, and then we only got it. We only had 10% left. Got out right there. Google PL number 1. TQs, I was about to get out there, but then I was just like, you know what? Let's just play VWAP. So we're going to play VWAP down here. I don't want to go longer now. I mean, that number, I guess, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's funny because a number that you thought might have gone the other way, how come I don't see it on here? There it is right here. Non-manufacturing, 49 versus 52. Manufacturing prices, 59 versus 55. So it's the ISM non-manufacturing prices, I think, is what's setting this to the downside there as prices get a little bit higher. It can't be great for certain names and the market, I'm guessing. Neil, Apple is down to 182.
You got to be kidding me.
So there's that.
Yeah, there's definitely that. Like I said, I didn't have much to the short side, and even then, like DJT had nothing to do with anything until that news came out. Like I'm short DJT not because I was betting on the market reversing. I'm short DJT because you're going to talk about your auditor being under trouble when it's got all these bad headlines. I'm like, we'll short the consolidation. That had nothing to do with the market. But Palantir just came out. Palantir was cruising, absolutely cruising. And we won for the reload. It's now almost back into 23, which I have to wait for 23 if we're even going to try this again. Rivian was also cruising. Thankfully, we had gotten almost all of Rivian out, but I reloaded and had an average price of 10, 12. I got it when it broke 10s. I want this to settle back down. Like the best trade was pre-market here. It's got to hold 10s or give me some kind of another entry off that name. Intel's different because I've been shorting Intel at 31 the last couple of sessions. Just didn't get a great opportunity at it yesterday, but that was a post-Powell move.
There goes a TQ.
And it gave you that obvious level at 31, which we basically sat in the entire time he was on the podium, and it gave you that level again, so we shorted it on a couple of wicks, and that's all we got. So DJT and Intel to the short side, and Apple, now that it's made okay, there's a wick down to that 182.5, that's a decent level that 182.5. I might try one more shot there. But I'm looking for opportunities. If we fail underneath 18,000 and we never get back above there, I need something short that isn't just Intel. I look over at Coinbase, and Bitcoin's still at 61.7, but it's underneath VWAP. That could be a play. Yeah, I don't want to rush into anything just yet, but unless it's at a key level, or I can find an obvious trend, it's a time to be patient. It's 10 o'clock. You want to go back, reassess some of your ideas. Block is another one, but it's nowhere near the levels I like. Block is just falling apart at this point.
All right, yeah, new position. We went over it. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm with Neil on all of this. Like, if we can find something that we really like, I just went over it. I said to myself, okay, if we're going to start to rebound here a little bit, we could always get into Apple. We love Apple. We've talked about that. But on earnings, a little trickier potentially than needs to be for Apple. But we went into Tesla, and now Tesla is booming now to the upside as we'll drop some money down right now. Up now 50, 60 cents on that dip buy there for Tesla. So let's see if we can get into 184 now. Let's just put an offer up there. I mean, we don't know. Hopefully it can fill back to the upside there as yes, sir. Let's go right now, everybody. Look at this trade. It's $1 in 1 minute right there. Your Dollar Club new member right now goes Tesla all the way up to the upside. Let me just take a piece out. We were waiting at 78 to make exactly $1, but let's get a piece out if we can get just 5 more cents. Oh no, it stopped. 183.60. See, oh, we're at 183.70. Let's see if we can get that price, but there it is right there. If you're trading over here, look at Tesla. Nice move. Get it. Give me that 70. Get it, get it, get it, get it, girl. Nice move right there as we go long on Tesla. We back in the building, baby. That's another one right there. Another name on the sticky note. It's Tesla, and it is once again brought to you by @TraderTV. Sean, go follow me everywhere. And thank you so much for the subscriptions. It's free. You just have to hit the like and the subscribe. What's that number at, Miss Ramin? What is that subscription number at? Ooh.
We're getting close.
I mean, come on. How many people are watching? Honestly,
it's so close.
No more trading. How many people do we have here watching? 70. Yeah, the likes is going to be wrong. 7,600 people watching. All right, that's it.
We can get this.
Yeah, yeah. Until that reaches 450,000, 82 away. I'm hands off keyboard because I want to see that going here right now. What's up, Miss Yellow Dot? What's up, Kevin? What's up, everybody in the chat? This has been a fantastic day. It's a Friday. We're moody, baby. This is a good one right now. We've got lots of good feels, man. We've got the Maple Dam Leafs are back in the building. Shout out to everybody in Boston. It's going to be a great series. Don't worry, we've lost 6 straight Game 7s.
Why would you have to,
okay?
Say that?
So don't worry, everybody in Boston. It'll be all right. But if the big dog Austin comes back, then you're going to see some fire coming through that building there at TD Bank Arena. Is that what it's still called over there? We got TD Bank versus Scotiabank. That should be fun.
Didn't they both get fined?
Did Scotia get fined? I don't know.
There were 3 banks that got fined, I think.
Oh, that trade yesterday. By the way, guys, if you're here yesterday, I don't know what TD Bank is doing today, but this turned out to be like PL1. And we nailed that trade. Oh, wow, it's getting smoked again. I don't know if you had that. You said that you were going to do some deep thinking on the train yesterday. Down another 3%.
I liked it to not overreact.
Right, okay, probably good decision.
Because support's at 50, it's like 54, 55. Yeah. I'm like, if it breaks
probably buy more down there.
Yeah.
Right there. So here's TD Bank. We had this short yesterday on that news. So boom goes the dynamite. You could see TD Bank left asleep. Then fraudulent behavior apparently with some laundering of fentanyl and all that kind of stuff.
Laundering of money that might have been profits from fentanyl.
Fentanyl, yeah.
Like
not laundering.
They're not dealing fentanyl.
No, they're not that smart. They're dealing with the money. You deal with the drugs. That's where you really.
If they were, I would have dumped the stock right away.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, if your bank were drug dealers, yeah, you should dump that stock.
Hey,
okay, so
we have no ARM. Oh, we have to pay for ARM.
Okay, right, so there goes Tesla. We just got a piece out there at 184. You guys saw me take that as it falls back in. Watch out for a break lower of 182. We on one today, guys.
So check out the wick candle on ARM. I was just looking for something else that we liked to the south side. ARM did this move, and I said, okay, well, if you're failing underneath 105 again, I want to try that short to that wick, which is 104. but we have to pay. It was literally 1/8 of 1 cent yesterday on ARM, but we still have to pay for the locate. So I'm just going to quickly process it. It does not take very long. You just have to make sure you both hit yes, you want it, and then confirm. So I want to short here into the high, which would be like 103.5. If it pops underneath VWAP, I might look for a little something else to the downside. I'm back into Palantir. Palantir did make a nice move back to the upside here, putting in that higher low. It's held 23. I'm back in the pocket with them. And yeah, it was exactly 1/8 of 1 cent. I knew it was going to be that. That's what it was yesterday. 1/8 of 1 cent on a $100 stock is free shorts.
Yeah.
Essentially, we just have to process it. That's all.
day.
So shout out to Real Trading for the cheap shorts. Remember, borrowing costs at a prop floor where you're day trading is going to be different than what you guys might see. Like we can short DJT for 7 cents a share.
Right.
Because we're in and out multiple times in one day and we're not holding overnight. That's the reason for the difference in cost.
I'm going to try a little piece here at 40, a little bit more at 25 here on Tesla, because it's still, we said we would be patient with our sticky notes, so we just got a little bit longer there. So we are being patient with it. That's one of the things here, first of all. Second of all, we wrote down 178. Like, I mean, this market could really, and here it comes in right now, could go now. We're under 18,000. I feel like one last shot here. It's only 10:11. So it's not like it's super late or anything, and it's not super early either. The market is trying to hold. But under 18,000, we talked about trying to add a higher look to our trading. So that's what I'm doing. Not like layering into longs here when the market looks like it wants to do something else. So for me, let's hang out a little bit. We do have a lower bid here for Tesla. If this breaks 182 clean, I'm not even waiting for like 181.50 or 181.75. This is a trade based on relative strength here. I thought Tesla, we saw it moon early against kind of the market. Now we've pulled back here a little bit, so has Tesla, and we are about, did we just get stopped out? Yes, so there we go. It just broke through 182. I guess, did it? That was weird. I'll try that one more time there and give it a little bit more room. And I know I just said I wouldn't do this, but that was like a real quick stop right there. Let me get back in on that at 10s and then see if we can get something out in the 40s or whatever. But there we go. We're back into Tesla now. That was really quick. I'm going to check my blotter there. Okay, well, there we go. We're back in it. Money being made now, but that was that must have broke 182. I don't know what else to tell you guys. But we got back in there. Yeah, we got 181.94s. So it did break. Out there, we got back in. We just got some out at 40s there a little bit. But yeah, Tesla back in fourth right now.
I'm noticing spreads are a little bit.
Yeah, like that broke and came right back. I didn't even see that break. But anyways, that was a loss, but we're back in it. Let's wait for that wick one more time to the downside. If it happens again, then that's that. That was just real quick, and I didn't even see it there.
By my observation, almost every stock I'm looking at has a little bit less liquidity than you would normally see. Like this is, look at Intel's book right now. This is not for Intel. You don't really see many people with 1,000 shares like you'd usually see. Most of the books would have 1,000 instead of just a couple, and you're not seeing any prints over 1,000 shares. We'll keep it in there. There was one print. So most of it's a little bit more thin. So watch out for your stops. Like even dollar stops are going to have some trouble there, and you're getting a lot of dark pool wicks. I would suspect, so be careful. Just a little bit less liquidity than most stocks I'm accustomed to seeing. VWAP on ARM just came in, so we just shorted there at 103.5-ish. I got 40s as an average price. Taking some out in front of VWAP, and then 100 is a big level on ARM. Why is it a big level? Well, because look at what this did at 100 the last 3 days. Pops 100, fails at 100.5. Pops 100, fails 100.5. Pops 100, fails at 100.5. The first question I would ask myself is, Neil, why were you not short ARM every single day when it did that? I actually don't know the answer. It's in some ways idiotic. Like, it was fail breaking $100 even and dropping $3 3 times. Wow, ARM. Anyways, so I want that 100 possibly as support here, and I would get out of the short in front of it. That's an obvious pattern. I'm still in Intel to the south side. That is now down around those lows. Any stock that on the last run we had yesterday in the markets, and on that economic number that we had breaking out, if you can't even get through the highs from the Powell speech, then you're not that strong. Everything else was busting out those highs. Intel never got through 31, so it's still a short at that price. Is what it is. I'm back into Palantir, but I feel like that has a chance to break this 23. If this market catches a bid here off of 17.9, I think we got a good chance. If we can post a higher low and get back higher, great. But Palantir has to hold on to 73, or it's going to have to give up the ghost on this. I don't want it to start gap filling on me. And Pop in Short says, why not look at Square? I had a plan of action for Square, but 100% of my plan of action for Square was if it holds 76.5 at the open, I go long. At the open, it instantly failed 76.5. So there's just no trade for me. I wish I could tell you I was looking for a short at that price, but I was not. I was looking for longs above 76.5. It was the right price. I was just only willing to trade it one direction off of that price.
All right, we just went in the money on Tesla, now 50 cents, but still looking for VWAP. A little bit of a move back up as the market's trying to bounce off VWAP. So we'll try to respect that as well. So we've got Tesla long and Palantir long. Again, I'm trying to do what we're trying to do here. Stick with this, man. We've had Apple, Palantir, Tesla, Google, and TQs. We've had every single trade on the sticky note today that we've talked about. So, again, nothing's really moving too much. We did really well to get out of the TQs here, I feel like. And shout out to Nunya Biz in the chat. He was like clapping out for this. And honestly, most proud of this trade right here. I mean, being positive on Google and getting out of the way when this is what the chart looks like. Obviously, we'd like to have, so Tesla just came out, by the way. It looks like it just tanked again. And we were just in the money, 40 cents. So, okay. Tesla's flat stock. We're able to make some back there. But be able to get out of the way there on Google, something else. So I feel really happy with avoiding that. That potential disaster, to be honest with you. Now down into 164. Not looking super healthy, but maybe that 162 coming into play again. If we're going to be playing any kind of dip buys, I was going to say, what about Apple? But it already did that move. So we got to find something else. But I do like Apple dip buying into those levels for sure.
Yeah, Apple was that quick turn into 182 half. Like the wick there was it was fast. I mean, if you're sitting on the bid, you get it, no problem. But now that it's at 184, like my play is, either it's the 182.5 and you get some kind of a low tight to it, or it's got to be holding VWAP. It's still trending to the downside. I've slapped the L on that one today, but I kind of like Carvana yesterday, although Carvana was a nothing burger for the first hour. But kind of like Carvana yesterday, I knew this is where I wanted to put risk at 930, and it was not a good looking long. Speaking of Carvana, I kind of threw that in there because I realized that we hadn't had a look at it, and so this is the thing.
What?
Obviously, I like Rivian. I'm not going to complain about it. I knew I wanted to have eyes on Apple, but I was even asked in the chat this morning, what's your plan for Carvana today? And it's not to look for the break, but if it fails the top, just look to go short. Because that's the only trade that was any good yesterday, was if it cannot break out that high, look for the short. Look what happened to Carvana. Could not break the high, now trend down. The good news is it's only 10.18, so there's lots that can still happen, like a consolidation, short off of VWAP, like all kinds of things. This trended down after that yesterday. And I've already paid for locate, so if it gets into VWAP, I can try to trade Carvana. But it's still failing that top. You cannot squeeze if you don't break highs, in my opinion, because shorts like to put stops at levels like highs. So we're in ARM. Intel's continuing to work. I might reload that one. But I'd like to see us maybe run back into that 18,000 before I'm convinced I want to reload shorts or put in a distinct lower high. Right now, we're still testing 17.9 on the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it.
Oh, Amazon.
Palantir's falling in just a little bit here for me. We just got more. We're long at 10s right now. Watching out for a little bit lower here. We had tested it at the 200 period and got out. That was like less than a 5-cent hit, but now we're back into it right now, just waiting to see. I mean, Google continues to get cranked down here. Hold on. OpenAI. This is an earlier report. I don't know why we didn't have this. Wow, it would have been nice to have it. OpenAI looking to do a search engine. Yeah, that's hitting Google. I wish I would have seen that before, but can't have all the news. They said that was an earlier report, so I don't know. But okay, so that would be definitely affecting Google, I would say, when you get a gun directly pointed at you. I'm not worried about it as a long-term thing. This is just something that bounces around. So looking at Microsoft now as OpenAI, obviously will be doing something with Bing or whatever, maybe, I guess. I shouldn't say obviously, but right into there, 405.30. I mean, a nice break there for Microsoft. Maybe play that long. But
just one note about that.
Yeah.
I will cop to this. Like I use Google as my search engine for a while now, just kind of convenience. But I now have, like, I'll use Edge here, and I'll actually use Edge sometimes at home, my laptop, specifically because I can just open up the Copilot, and it's so simple, and I can ask GPT there. When we're answering questions live, and I'm going somewhere, I have my Edge browser up, and I'm going there, not even Perplexity anymore. It's the convenience factor, man, and the convenience factor is not something to be messed with. If everything is near enough the same, then I'm going to use this thing that's the most convenient. So. I'm not saying I'm okay with Google. I own Google. I bought that on the dip of the 200 period. But
why is Bing more convenient than like a tab that you'd have open on Perplexity?
It's just simply because I'm already comfortable with it.
So it's not convenience, it's comfort.
Well, I'm using Windows at home, my laptop anyways. So like it's just so much easier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And a lot of people, if you're like an old head who's just like, yeah, you're already there, it's actually opening it up for you automatically.
See, for me, I'd have to change everything because I never use Bing or anything. Like I've never ever used Bing.
Yeah. Well, I've used it for other productions. Switch to Bing. Apparently, we're hearing productions of Fabian and Ramin, guys. A couple of things before we get to Adara. Palantir needs to hold his 23. I'm on the bid, but I haven't gotten filled in front of 23. Arms under VWAP, that's looking good, but it's the longs I'm concerned about here. Let's now go to Adara for small cap recap.
IWM mirroring the movement of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 a little bit here with that nice move up into the open, then kind of heading to the downside. Still positive on the day right now, though, about 1% for the Russell 2000. Lots of small cap names to talk about. Some of these are going to be earnings plays, including Ardelyx. This one has a 14.5% short float, beat earnings across the board, up about 24% here. Next up, we have Safe and Green Holdings, XGBX. This one also moved yesterday on a different catalyst. Today, though, announcing that its subsidiary is preparing to deliver a modular unit to a prominent quick service restaurant customer in the Pacific Northwest. And last but not least, another earnings name here, Upland Software, UPLD, up about 50% on an earnings beat. So just like earnings are moving a lot of these larger indices, same thing we're seeing here with these small caps, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. We're falling.
The market's going
We're at 17.9 now. So at this point,
short Tesla.
Either arm breaks down from here, or I don't want it getting back underneath VWAP because I think it's starting to get. Like, why are you not falling further? And remember, this was a strong stock. So it's putting in higher lows. I'd expect it to hold the 100. Maybe I'll respect the 101 as well. And then I got to go over to Intel. Like, Intel's still at VWAP here. I'd expect we'd be testing the lows on Intel. So I'm going to get a bid down in the 70s and see if we can't catch a little something at that low the next time. But some weakness coming into this market. I want to get over to Amazon. I totally forgot about Amazon, but I look over and it's not even at that 185. So Amazon's still nicely above that breakout price from that double top 185. Yesterday's high, it's the Powell high as well. So it's at least something that I can look for a dip by. But Palantir, I got 12s long in here, 12 half long on Palantir, and that's not a great price in front of 23 even.
No, we've got 7 halves, but yeah, I'm still not super happy with Palantir for sure. I was trying to get some out at 12s and missed. I'll put a little baby bid on Palantir, or offer, sorry, at 10s. But I don't really want to get out at 10s. I'm going to cancel. I mean, whatever. All right, new position alert. Thank you for the respect there in the chat. I think it was AV. You said that we managed Tesla pretty much perfectly. Thank you for talking about that. But we went short now, Tesla. So I just said this market's in trouble and we need to go short on something. So we just picked Tesla because it was giving me such a hard time for the longs. So we picked Tesla. I don't know whether or not it works now or not. I mean, we were just bidding 181.10s. It went to 181.17, and then now bounces right back up. So we were just like, yay, we're short Tesla, what a great trade, to now it's all the way back up. So as we say, just be careful with everything. We did take a fill there at 9s on Palantir, or 10s, as it just came back up on that move. But for right now, we're, okay, here, see, here comes Tesla again. Give me those 10s, baby. We're bidding, oh no, oh yes. Let's go. There it is right there. We're back in the building again. Fabian, well, we're never going anywhere, so I guess we're always here. And there it goes right now. Nice move back in. We flipped the script on them. And there it is, $1 the other way. So good job there for Tesla. Bad job for Palantir.
Yeah, we got to join this party. It's a flush kind of day because it was, I mean, again, the number was so powerful to the upside. Like, you saw what the Qs did.
Still my number one stock.
But now it's the short. Like, we're underneath that 18,000. The candle looks pretty bad. Like, if you look at that reversal at 18,000, like, that doesn't look very good. Come to my chart for a second. That doesn't look very good on the futures. Like, it's hard not to be thinking short. I flipped to Intel and ARM because those are two names I knew were at some decent levels. But looking back at Coinbase, it's sort of stair-stepping it as well. I don't love that Bitcoin's over 60,000, to be real with you. So I would need something of a good setup to like the 230 level. So we'll probably have to pop a little bit further for me on Coinbase. I see lower highs on NVIDIA. I'm seeing the same thing pretty much across the board on most of the chips. Like, this is AMD doing exactly the same story. Palantir just gave up 23. So we're out of the long. Thankfully, we got a big short on. About $1.50 in the money on ARM, and looking for some opportunities in a couple of other names. Those are the two that I happen to find, in terms of Intel and ARM. I'd like to find a couple of others. Coin would have to get a little tighter to VWAP as far as I'm concerned. And even then, it's bouncing as the market's taking out lows. So hang on to your butts, hang on to your shorts as well.
All right, guys. I said the TQs is still my biggest position, but it's not. Google is P&L 1 despite having this happen to it. As we just talked about, like the destruction potentially of their number one, not the destruction, competition into their number one avenue, which is search. So there goes Tesla, man. We took $1. We're going to wait for lower on this one for sure. Google's going to get to a point where we want to buy it. I guess Apple's a short. I just not able to short it. I don't know. Yeah, let it keep raining today. Yeah. I mean, we're short. We only have one trade. We're short. We're short right now. And we like it. So the other name that we looked at short here today, I know Neil had DJT.
Where might go red?
Yeah, I don't have anything written on here. I had DraftKings. I don't have anything written for short because of the way the market moved. And then now, of course, we're going to show you that the only position we have is short. And it's having that ability, right? We talked about that. All right, Tesla's breaking lower, so that's good. DraftKings, I wrote down, and it's too bad. We wrote down, honestly, 46 short. 45.78, high of the day. Bang. There's a compliment in there about Neil was good at explaining things, Sean was good at trading things as far as bigger size. And the thing is that, here's the exact quote. Let me read it exactly here. Sean really has instincts to choose the right side. Neil explains nicely the insides. So that's exactly like everybody trade, your thing, right? I mean, that DraftKings, that's the fact that we talked about that, added it to the sticky note here today, that 46 level. Look, we don't have it, no doubt about that, but glad that we had talked about that and that was a level of interest there for us.
That got to 46.
So yeah, you got 20 cents away from that level. And we tweeted that out. It was right off the open. But again, it just showing you sort of like the ability to have a look and then trade different names. Like you could only have DraftKings today and it would be great. You could only have Google long today and that would be horrible if you didn't get out. So it's about like adjusting sometimes to the trade that's right in front of you.
And what's amazing about that is like DraftKings, had it bid at 44, I like the long, and specifically I was like, I do not like the long because of that 46. It was already at 45. So if support's at 44 and resistance is at 46, how can you like a long at 45? I don't think you can. At 44.20 you could like a long because it's got good risk to reward. That's why I like Palantir 23 win or lose, because it had room to 25.
Oh my God, it's back above.
But I saw Palantir. I just want to see it hold higher lows. But I'm trying to figure out why this got posted by Randy.
GG.
Because, look, I love butter tarts, but why does this say dinner on it? Because as far as I'm concerned, if I go into the back and they're there, I'm getting a butter tart. Like, what do you mean dinner?
Dude, you're completely missing the point.
That's from what?
Those are disgusting. That's the whole point. Is that that's been sitting in there
That
for...
was sitting from dinner?
Well, look at that picture. That looks disgusting.
But I didn't see that this morning, though.
Neither did I. I'm just judging based on that picture. I just think you have it
Usually
wrong.
they come in the morning. Okay, well, if it's there from last night, that's disgusting.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
love-
I think he posted it in there because...
I love butter tarts.
Yeah, we know everybody loves butter tarts.
I'm a huge butter fan.
Yeah,
So
you're just
Palantir,
missing the point of it.
Palantir, I've made bottom wick. That said,
Look
if
at
it can
Palantir.
hold VWAP or it can regain that 23, like it is what it is. Like I had a stop at the 23. I knew I was going to have a stop at the 23. It doesn't necessarily mean the trade is over because you can still stair step it up by holding VWAP. You could come back in, you can bounce off 23. You just have to be patient for one of those two things to happen. But for now, let's go to Adara for the crypto update.
Not one, but two crypto-adjacent earnings we had yesterday. We had Coinbase, which you would expect to have some crypto mentions, nice revenue beat for them. But we also, more interestingly here, had SQ or Block Inc. with Jack Dorsey saying that they're looking to invest 10% of their Bitcoin profits into Bitcoin investments every month. So SQ doubling down on Bitcoin. Interesting story here, crypto-related story for SQ in addition to those Coinbase earnings. Next week, too, stay tuned. We get CleanSpark and Marathon Digital both reporting after close on Thursday, following some reports from MSTR and Riot earlier in the week. So crypto earnings in full swing. Bitcoin itself, you're having a nice recovery after a couple days of sell-off here, pushing back above that 61,000 level. Ethereum also back above its key level of 3,000, up about 2.5%. And a lot of these other crypto-related names pretty strong here as well. Solana up 4%, Ripple up 1.5%, Cardano up almost 2%, and Dogecoin and Shiba Inu both up 5.5% here. So not a bad day for cryptocurrencies and crypto-related names heading into the end of the week, guys.
You know what else isn't having a bad day? The weed stocks. Well, okay, CGC. I shouldn't say the weed stocks when I've only looked at CGC. I have not seen ACB or Tilray or Sundial. But look at it hold 10. There's a higher low. That's the kind of setup you look for when you're trying to break the low and fail it and then break back out. And the market doesn't have to go up for these to go up, which is sometimes a good sign. The market's trying to go back up anyways, but anything off VWAP or a consolidation off of this break on CGC after consecutive days down 10%, there you go. There's a hold of the low. I like that long setup because you have room to 1150 and more. So I'm going to get on the bid at the 3/4 mark and buy some dips in this cannabis name. Didn't think this was going to be the case. I thought there was a decent chance this could have broken down $10 today, to be honest with you. I paid for Locade's pre-market because I thought this could be breaking $10, but it didn't. It held $10 and now it's making higher lows. So I like the long.
All right, so Tesla's near is at the low of the day, and it just keeps on bouncing off 180.50. So, I mean, if you guys want to take this, honestly, like, I don't. Everybody, what's up to Kevin Mendoza? Thank you for your nice comments, everybody there in the chat. It means a lot. But it's just about, like, honestly, you have to trade. Let's go. I mean, here we go. We flipped up the script on Palantir. I mean, I talk about this every single day. There's another low of the day that I made, and I know Neil made it as well. Like, that's exactly like every day I do this. Yesterday we had the high, I think, on Tesla or something like that, or the low, I guess, on Tesla when it broke through that 176. And here we have it again on Palantir. Okay? But your boy don't stop. That's the one thing that you're always going to, hopefully, learn about the way I trade. We didn't stop on anything. We just re-looked at it, we settled down, and have the ability to potentially rethink the other damn way around right now. So it came right up to VWAP, nicely described up there. And then now it's just coming back in. So now we'll put a little bit more money back into our account on this Palantir trade. If it fades out, baby. We're now $1 and change now, $1.40 in the money on Tesla. Intel and ARM, like, I haven't really looked at, I know Neil, I'll just say that because I know I was just looking over to see what Neil was in there. I haven't looked at this. I know we talked about this was breaking.
NVIDIA did break it.
Yeah, 880. So, but not much there for me on that one. And then AMD, not much on that either right now. But Palantir, man, nice move. Now dime piece. We'll put a bid on this one and take another piece out for that, as Palantir's coming in quite nicely now. So we'll wait to see if we can get even lower than that. Bid dimes, see if we can get out, and then see if there breaks lower again here on PLTR. I said take profit if you wanted it on Tesla. It is coming into a level now that I could see 180 possible profit take. We're $1.70 now in the money at this 180 mark. So take it if you want. There goes Palantir. All right, we're really rocking right now. We're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day.
And we're getting a little high as well because
Not on your own.
$11 just went. Definitely not on your own supply. You know.
Well,
that's
sometimes.
no.
Depends if you run out or not.
It depends on how you want to roll. I'm just saying. Every guy got to do you.
I mean, roll or you concentrate, whatever you want.
Yeah, that was pun intended, by the way. We said 10.75 for the dip buy, 10.75 any way you want to cut it. 76. It just got to 11s. Gonna stair step this one to the upside. I think it's got a pretty decent chance. Like now that you've broken this on higher lows, want to just be looking for dip buys back into previous support. So the 75 for now. If it breaks 11, work off that level. And I want to go back over to Intel if I can, because this is at VWAP. Oh, nope, didn't get filled. All right, so this is at VWAP. It put in that higher low off 30.85, but still underneath 31. Why 31? That's why 31. So either we get short at 31 or failing a lower high under VWAP. To me, you're either shorting the same resistance level or you can short a trend in the downside. If you're shorting a trend to the upside, like higher lows the entire way, I think that can get you into a little bit of trouble. Joseph in the chat, we didn't really look at this stock. We looked at it and then didn't trade it. I'm talking about GameStop. And GameStop's doing it again. Like it's just going, and there isn't necessarily a reason why. That makes a lot of sense to me. But if it's going to be this strong, there was one pullback that gave you a chance late in the day, and that was it. And then it just sort of ramped again. So I would say if it does anything resembling that little dip, like it did last time, just try to find something. Maybe it's VWAP, maybe it's like 1340 in here. If it does the same pattern as yesterday, you might only get one shot to get in. That was a 15-minute chart. And it looks like there's a million entries on a 3-minute, but I like a 15-minute to show you that trend.
All right, good trade for Palantir, $1.20 in the money still. But yesterday we disappointed everybody because the lunch was late and we didn't run it. But I think I just heard it come through. So let's go. What's for lunch? All right, I know the trading hasn't been disappointing, so let's see if the lunch is. Well, this week has been full of some of these. We actually even had some chicken dinner winners here with Wingstop, and damn, that lemon pepper was good. Shout out to my guy Sharif there. Thank you for suggesting that one, and that's what we went with. And then shout out to also Ramin, that mango habanero. Those, like if I was gonna order two, probably would be those two, honestly.
The mango
After
habanero
that,
was delicious.
That was delicious, and the lemon pepper was my favorite. I love garlic parm as well, so that's a great call.
That one I'm not a fan of.
Yeah. So I like that, but I would prefer those two. But anyways, today's lunch, let's do it one more time. Why not? It's what's for lunch. All right. Today's is an interesting one, and it may be a tasty treat. Today is grilled orange apricot. Breast of chicken.
Oh, yeah.
So a little bit of apricot in there, a little bit of chicken. Let's see how that goes down. Grilled orange apricot breast of chicken with, shout out to Hamster, he always wants to know what's going on. Roasted baby potatoes, my favorite personally. And sweet potatoes, okay. Combination, roasted baby potatoes and sweet potatoes with a side of corn on the cob. I'm down.
Tax.
I am down with that. Shout out to the caterers around here for making us, once again, a tasty treat.
Yeah, I mean, the corn.
And we had tuna on the salad yesterday, so that's a win-win.
But they also put potatoes on our salad, which
I just trash those.
I find like that a little bit weird, but yeah, the corn on the cob,
trash those.
that's a win-win. Definitely having that. There's always leftovers. I don't understand why on the trading floor side, there's always leftover corn on the cob. Like they don't want to eat
There
it.
is?
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing I ever see left over is salad. I actually made a comment about that the other day. I was
No one
like,
likes to
"Boys,
eat
have
their
some
salad except for us.
Have some salad up in
Healthy.
here.
Healthy move in Amazon today. It is
Cookies, yeah,
holding
the
on to
cookies were
VWAP.
good.
I think you got to still go long Amazon. We wanted 185. It never got to 185. We'll come to the chart for a second. We didn't
where's
get
Captain
185 on the
Protein? Oh,
dip.
there he is.
I
What's
want
up,
the
Captain
higher
Protein?
low
Yeah,
off
yeah, yeah.
VWAP on Amazon. This is a strong stock in my opinion, and I only want to be looking for longs. If it fails underneath VWAP, I know we can get out. So 186.5 is that as we go to Adara for Sector Watch.
A lot of sectors looking to end the week on a high note here. We have some strength from electronic technology and technology services with the exception of Google. The rest of these sectors, though, here very strong. Lots of strength as well in retail trade, produce manufacturing, consumer services, transportation here. Transportation on watch as well, both Uber and Lyft reporting next week, so definitely stay tuned for those earnings. Finance also pretty strong here as well, and same with the health technology, though some of the bigger names in here, Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, and Merck a little bit weaker. In terms of weak sectors across the board, a couple to talk about. Consumer non-durables not seeing a lot of strength here. Neither is health services, and energy minerals pretty heavy to the downside, but we will have to check out this retail trade sector next week. Some earnings in the sector, including Home Depot, to watch out for next week, guys.
Earnings season ain't over, and speaking of an earnings name which is not participating, 41 to go. We're underneath my lucky number, not lucky number, my favorite number, which is 42. 41. We need to get there before we come back on air. If we're back at 2 o'clock, we definitely should be hitting that, if not by 11 o'clock when we go to Learn to Trade. I think we can get there. Who wants to be the lucky 450,000 subscriber? We appreciate every single one of you. You guys are all amazing. What's not amazing is block. So last I checked, if the market's holding higher lows and trending up, and Bitcoin's holding well above 60,000, and this is this week, I don't see a great long on Square. It rejected the key level that we like the long off of, and once that happens, it stair steps to the downside. This close is what I like here. You go back on the 30th, and it closed at 73 bucks. So that's key close price. It rejected the day before. That gives you a level to work off of, and then 73 right here underneath VWAP. So pretty simple. I like this at 73, 2 VWAP joining the trend. I thought Square was going to be a long over 76.50. It just never held. And you got to be able to flip the script on it. And we're going to jump into the shorts underneath 73 on block. CGC's going. Amazon, we like it. VWAP. I'm keeping my eyes over on Apple because it's doing its best to try to hold VWAP. It's not, but it's trying. Apple's doing its best. You got that wick at 182.5. If this can bust through 185, a lot can change for this market, but there's a lot of weakness still. Some in the chip names, and Square just way too weak. I have to short the pops in Square.
So one of the, again, and I know, a lot of us know, we talk about this, how real traders can see real traders. Adam there in the chat brought up the fact that it was something, important to be able to switch up your game. And I just said that right here. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. Lesson time. I should have put like lesson 1, but there's numerous lessons. Look at Tesla, man. We were going long. We talked about that. We were long early, short once we saw the NASDAQ fail at 18K. We pulled the NASDAQ up. We got out of Google. We got out of our TQQs. Like we sniffed out basically this whole move, and then we did this. We went short 182. Once 182 failed, we let it dance around a little bit. Then we went short. Now we're $2 in the money, on this move to the back end here for Tesla. So although the market's trying to figure it out, I am going to take a bid now on Tesla, just even right here at 40.41. It's been a nice move to the downside. We want to be able to capture some of this. Hey, look, it could go all the way back up, and then we failed. It didn't break 180. Okay, but we had to try. We had a shot at making something happen there. Didn't happen. Now you got to regroup. So that's fine. It's called a chip in a chair. And we had a chip and a chair. And we still do. So now we got to regroup. You got to see what happens, on all of these trades. Just like Palantir, great comeback until it's not, and now it's all the way back up. This is why you get out. We're out of 2/3 of this trade and probably going to reload this, although the NASDAQ is like, how quick was that? The NASDAQ now breaking through the 50 period and going higher. So it's a good thing that we just talked a little bit about that Tesla because this name now starting to go as well. So we should have got out instead of just putting a bid when we talked about it. We should have just marketed out right there and saved ourselves what apparently is 30 cents. But still a good day here, obviously, as we'll wait to see what happens now with Palantir. I'm waiting for more short up at 28.
And speaking of,
And we just got it.
short, 18,000 retest right now.
Oh,
on
that's the
NASDAQ.
thing.
So
Okay.
that's the thing. Like we wicked, like that's a pretty nasty wick if you were trapped long above 18,000. So if we don't get back above 18,000, that's like a reload spot for the shorts. In the futures or whatever, weed doesn't really matter. I think. I mean, whatever. If CGC starts caring about what the market does, that will be a change from the norm. So I don't really care about reloading or getting out of CGC just because the market's at a resistance point. But Intel's at that 31, so I'm getting on the offer for the reload there. It also means this is a good time for, whoops, why did I just go to Tesla when Apple's what I had in my mind. Apple trying to hold this VWAP and break through 185. If we do take 18,000, I'm going right back to the well. And then this is the thing I'm going to like. That's a nice wick bottom. If we hold above 18,000, it's Apple above VWAP that I want long. But I just reloaded Intel short because I'm still feeling like I want to give a chance to the 18,000 failure. Square, I just said I wanted block in the 73 range. The market keeps pressing, and it just barely even moves up here on block. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I'll zoom it in. I was sitting at 72.75. I might wet the beak at the 50s because the very, very tight range here on block at the lows. Even when the market bounces, it's not moving too far. I'm going to give it some time to try to press up here as we're getting to 18,000. But if it cannot get up to my price, I might wet the beak at the 50 level. So short arm, short Intel, not reloading. Oh, sorry, not reloading. I'm not getting into Apple unless I see us take that 185 and start trending a little bit higher. 18,000, I still think resistance for the short here to reload.
All right. Yeah, we're reloaded right here. So we just took out, we're back into Tesla on the short. So we're now short at 40s right now. And again, because it's a reloaded position, it's going to be a little bit more shares. So if we can scalp something out here, I think we want to do that right in around 181, just in case we bounce off of that level. So it's coming back. Okay, here we go. We're bidding 06s. That's me at 06, and we got it. So that's good right there. It's not a plane crash by any stretch of the imagination, but I hit that button anyways. Good short, reloaded. Let's go. Good reload back short into Tesla right there. As we'll see, peace out now. Obviously, my prices have dramatically changed now on Tesla. As we were just short at 182, now we're short at 181.26. And you guys always ask us about that, like why do our prices change? And here's an example of it changing against me, right? So sometimes like, oh, Sean's averaging up. His price was that, now it's this. Well, I'm doing the other way around now. So we used to have a big winner. Now we're just here 30, 40 cents in the money, or 25 cents in the money as our average price 181.20. I just wanted to short it against the 200 period there. Tesla's weak, obviously only up 0.6, market up 2. So I'll choose you, Pikachu, to short, and that's going to be Tesla. My out is coming up soon, I guess, for Palantir, because although we make the very bottom of the day, we made some back there, but we are getting ready to get stopped out. I want to just give this a little bit of room. I was honestly just thinking about 45 up on the upside, but I was initially thinking long Palantir. So to lose on the short of this one, it's a little bit different than Tesla because Tesla's, around key levels, I feel like that 182 was something. So I'm pretty happy shorting it up into that level. But Palantir right now, it's a pretty choppy morning. So to look all the way up there, that's a big run. What are we short at, 26? 20 cent hit? I think we're okay with that. Let's watch out for that 23.45 area, but not with heavy confidence.
Yeah, still some time in here with like 10 minutes to go. You'll see I actually just got trailed on CGC. It just, the 11.25, so we go 10.75 to 11, 11 to 11.25, and it just rejected 11.25, which is this resistance level. So if it's going to pull back, VWAP is still the play. Going to get right back on the bid in front of 80s. As CGC starting to pull right back in. No, I don't want in there. There we go. 1080 is going to be the re-entry price. So if we liked 75 before, we still like it. And now we're just back to only shorts. Block, bottom consolidation. Yeah, would it be better to be short at VWAP? Of course it would be, but it's not at VWAP. So we consolidated down here, so that's where we're going to take the trend into the downside. ARM, we're back into. Intel, we're back into at the same level. Eyeballs on NVIDIA. If that takes out the top, I might trim regardless on the chip names, because I do respect if NVIDIA is going to take the market higher there. Apple's still trying to break this top. I'm not thinking short here on Apple. We have shorts on, But if Apple's able to take 185, I think that would be a pretty strong move. It's the one thing I'm looking for a long trade would be if this can hold VWAP and break that out. So if we don't get it, just know that I like this VWAP potential breakout on Apple. Still 10 minutes to go, but you know, the market's having a bit of a decision point at this 18,000. And I've already got the stocks I like short. This would be the breakout long that I take.
All right, it's 10:50. We will get to money talks in just a minute, but here goes Tesla trying to break through 181 again. Like I said, we had sharpened our toolbox a long time ago, looking at key levels, just like Neil mentioned, that 18,000. It's actually written on the sticky note talk today about that $18,000 level, 18,000 point level. Here we go right now for Tesla as it's making a move down. 180.60. We're making money. Don't worry about that, Ramin. Right now, give the people what they want. And right now, yeah, you want, but your job is safe with me, you know that. All right, so here we go. Nice little move to the downside here as we continue on Tesla. Let's not let Ramin lose her job anytime soon and go over to the desk and see what's up with Adara.
One thing that certainly isn't up right now is the DXY, and its third straight day to the downside and decisively breaking out of that 105.60 to 106.40 range we've been talking about the last couple days. So DXY on a bit of a path here to the downside, getting near that previous area of resistance and support around that 104.90s, 105 area. So it'll be interesting to see what we do with these levels. We did get a host of economic data prints earlier today, including ISM manufacturing PMI, lower than expected. Also lower than expected was S&P Global Services PMI here. We also got our non-farm payrolls below expectations, 175,000 versus 238,000. As was the estimate. So nice move up for the market, nice move down for the DXY on that number. We also had an increase in unemployment compared to expectations. So 3.9% versus 3.8% estimate. A couple of Fed speakers as well that we had earlier today. Fed's Bowman saying that she remains willing to raise the fund rate at a future meeting if there is stalled or reversed inflation progress. So Fed's Bowman still feeling a little bit hawkish though, but Fed's Goolby made some comments as well saying that the monetary policy is restrictive and that the more jobs reports like today, the more comfort I will have. So Fed's Goolsby liking today's job report. We'll also have Fed's Goolsby and Fed's Williams speaking later today, 7:45 p.m., guys.
No one's listening. 7:45. No one cares about that.
I'll be on the diamond.
Yeah, forget about that nonsense. Stop that noise. Back to VWAP on Intel. We shorted 31. Again, that was the first reload. The second reload was ARM, right back up at the 103 half. VWAP's going to be down here a buck in the money. It's about 50 cents now. Square was not a reload. Square was a new trade. I'm not going to repeat it, but
look at Tesla.
Obviously Square is just dying down here. Wow. But we're shorted at the quarter mark. We're going to get some out in front of the low. That's underneath that 72 level. So we flipped short early, and now we're just sort of staying short as we fail that 18,000. So here we are. The market looked like it was going to be a long, but that's not what it looks like anymore. Lower highs underneath that 18,000 and reloads in most names. NVIDIA's about to give up 880 as well, which could really send us to the downside. That'll look fantastic, as it is one of these after what looked like such a strong day in the market. Got to be able to move with the times.
More important, that's very important, but you got to be confident. We talked about Tesla. We talked about the reload. We stood right in its way there, reloaded our best trade of the day, reloaded it again. Actually, P&L-wise, still be Google and the TQs, but we're coming back in here for Tesla. And if we crank lower, damn, shorty, we got that one. Here goes Palantir. Let's see what happens here to the downside now for Palantir as we'll do stink face to this market. Let's just see how low it can go, though, first, before we get too carried away on this. I mean, it could always retrace right back up, which is why we just start taking profit. I mean, it's one thing to say, you know what, we screwed that trade up or whatever, but we always say this about being wrong, staying wrong and all that. It really does mean something because if you're just going to be stuck in a trade pretty much all day, then you have a couple outcomes, wrong or right. And I mean, I'm not in the business of doing that kind of stuff, so I don't want to be shut down or have a huge day. I'd rather be sometimes able to survive the different plays that are going to be out there for us, right? And so I feel like with that being said, even a stock here like a Tesla that's fallen back into 180, let's put a bid. So let's just put a bid there at 9. Why did I put it at 19s? This happened to me before and I missed it and it ripped all the way back up. So let's just punch out now before everyone changes their mind. There it is. So we'll take a 23 out there on Tesla. Even though I think it's going to go lower, things can happen. So there's the out at 180. How many times are you going to see it bounce around? I'm just about to tweet this out.
You're a closet Keyshawn Johnson fan. That's why you put 19.
Yeah, I like Keyshawn Johnson. But 19, let me think about that. Why can I not think of another big 19?
I'm trying to think of somebody else, and I don't know why he's the only person that came to my mind. There's got to be other people that wear the number 19 in multiple sports, but I couldn't think of anybody.
Yeah. Why? I mean, that's a good call. We always do sports things here. But why I did that was because here on the prop floor, if you come over to here just quickly, if I punch out like I did there, I pay fees to punch out, right? But if I bid down here and it hits me, then I get a rebate. So sometimes I'll just go like, oh, it's at 30, I'll just put a quick bid at like 28. So I know that I'm sitting there so that if it hits me, that might be a fireable offense over there. What just happened over there?
She dropped the mic.
No, so if it hits you on the way down, then you'll be adding liquidity. So although we talk about how long it takes to graduate and all that, I was able to do it in less than a month, and we had 3 times. We had 3 times the target then that we do now, and nothing got carried forward, nothing like that. So it was very, very different situation back then than it was now. Although graduation rates still remain the same, different market, different times. But that's how I started, and that's when I hired Neil. That's what I got him on now, or back then, was to bid an offer. And I think that when you're bidding and offering, it does give you an opportunity to understand the game. I was lucky enough to understand it pretty quickly. And as some people say, the rest is history. But here comes Tesla breaking down through 180 right now. I'm just glad that everybody's here with us, man. I mean, this is Palantir time as well. Nice move back in for Palantir. We're bidding 12s and 14s. So a little bit of a break through the 50 period because we already took that. Let's break it. Let's go lower, 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 lower on this one. And ciao, Tesla. I'll see you on the flip side, my guy, as we continue to go to the downside right now with Tesla. Another big trade. We're going to be red on Apple, red on Palantir for now, and then we're going to see about that. So it'll be a positive movement here for Tesla, a nice move for Palantir, and a decent day. Could be better, but good day so far here. As we'll hold on to this.
Yeah,
and
Apple.
see what happens.
You know, I'm on the same thing. 24-way Apple for me, obviously. You know, Apple was Apple and it stunk. Same thing with Palantir. Rivian was okay because of the pre-market trade, but then after that, it wasn't any good. Square's new, but you join the pattern to the downside. Intel and then ARM reloaded 2 of the 3 and got a new one. So 31. We're back at VWAP, but I want to respect the fact that Intel. Look, it's up 1%, and it's still above the breakout price. So as much as that's a good short level, like it broke out here and then held there. So if it cannot break this to the downside and this market continues down and we start holding that, I don't know if I'd reload it a 3rd time. If it holds 75 and the market's still going lower and it gets up there again, then it's just a strong stock. And I would not want to be back into it. Square is literally the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's potentially about to break a fresh low. If it gets to $70, I'm taking it out at 70. Part of the reason for that is how big of a break 70 was. Like if you just think of how big this was at the 70 level post-market, screaming through, it was a nice consolidation after getting crushed a couple of days ago on that. What are we calling it? I don't even know. It was also kind of money laundering, I suppose. I know it was processing crypto transactions related to terrorists. So that's not good for Square, but they managed to throw that out. I just want to be out in front of that 70 level. But 3 shorts all working in the money here. You had to be able to flip into the other direction. ARM and Intel were just the first 2 we found, and we got to Square, even if it was late. As long as you're well dressed, you're going to be good to go. 1 minute to go. Where is that counter at? Because I want to see 4-5-0, Ramin.
Yeah, I'm excited for the counter, but I also like to see 17.9 break. Here we go right now into the gates of hell. Goes Tesla, now almost $2 in the money on that reload. We're dime pieces over here on Palantir, but let's just put a piece out at 16. Take that, Phil. Thank you, 14s. The cash register is ringing as we leave you guys. today. Good day trading. Even a better day about to happen. Sharif, let you. Yeah, it's okay. It's promotion for you, so it's all good. It's all good. What do we got today?
Multi-signal approach. Gap and go with technical.
Multi-signal approach. Enjoy gap and go with technicals. So shout out to Sharif and Adair if you're looking for gap and go strategies. We may have everything. They'll answer questions, talk about names that are moving around, trading as well. We talked about that yesterday. Sharif, one of 2 traders that were green yesterday. So shout out to Sharif from yesterday. And again, today's another day, and you're about to get it. Thank you for watching.
Just quickly
hit those
before we
likes,
go,
yeah, and subs.
There's this. Someone just asked about MNDR in the chat is halted. It's at 8.10. The halt open price is $13. So I would be exceedingly careful with this. Look at the gap. It's current tap is up here. The volume is 2 million shares, but this is probably going to fly around from halt to halt, which makes it extremely risky to trade because you're just trading from halt to halt. Unless you have a very specific strategy for that, there's no proper way to risk manage, in my humble opinion. So just be careful with that name, guys. Let's go on over to the midday. Go get them.
Kunas, what is up, beautiful people? My eyes are opened up like that because we are uber close. 18 members away, subs away from that 450,000 mark. That is big for us. Obviously, we are looking to even bigger. We want 500,000 as well. Shout out to everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Adara. Let's see if we already have the people that we're here for every day coming into the chat. Yes, we do. We got Big Bob Dub. Kyle doesn't like when I call the people big, but that's just the way it goes. We got Naps. We got Pillsbury. We got Andrew Chow, Mr. Longshorts, I see you, sir. We got Ronaldo, JF Trader, Charlie Taff, and the 420 Bud Monster, Saul G, AV, I see you, sir. TC, Caleb English, Joshua Walker there, gracing us with his presence, as well as Jason White. We got Sebastian Stockup, Derek B, and Fiddleback. I see you, Kevin Mendoza, and Estupido Bitcoin in the house as well. We got Dino Abedini, Insurance Mama. What's up? She's saying what's up to us, so what's up to her? We got Alex Tank in, Alex Enzo as well. So many different names. Laura Sanchez, I see you, ma'am. What is up with you? And what's up with you, Adara? I see triangles, baby.
Yeah, there's the one triangle. I like this level Sharif saw. I sit down. I'm like, hi, would you like water? Whatever, normal morning conversations. And then I'm like, I drew this line in the pre. I drew this line before I went up to La Big Desk. And I liked it because it was the top of that area. I wanted the breakout. The breakout happened, of course, right at the open, so I did miss that opportunity. But then I was like, if we bounce here, we're getting long. We did bounce. Now, though, I think it's a short off that level. So I'm trying to take whatever profit I can. If we break decisively below that 59, or the gate, now we're getting out because we did break below that area. Now we're bouncing back up. Come on. Make up your mind, TQs. I want to make up my mind. I'm just going to get out of this now. However, I will totally take this short. If we come back, we're going to put this in at 50.08. So basically where I got it in the long, we're going to get it in the short. We're going to risk it up into, yeah, there we go. We got involved. We're going to risk this up until like 25s. So we're going to risk about 17 pennies. I want all the smoke. I don't want a little bit of smoke. I want all the smoke. I want, Altria, the tobacco company, I want that level of smoke. So that's what we're getting involved here. Philip Morris, too. I want that, too. Yeah, okay, so this short works. So this sometimes you got to flip the style up. If they hate, let them hate. And watch the cents pile up. So trying to get racks here. So yeah, we're going to see, all jokes aside, I am so happy to be here, and I'm happy I was able to flip that mentality using a level that I liked in the pre. And I see you also had some triangles, some fist pumps, and some excitement.
Yes, we're going to get right to it right now. Let's talk about these trades before we start the lesson du jour. So the Katina man alerted me to that Tesla 180. I wasn't alive to that fact. And there it is. We went long, bang, bang, and bang. Idea, light bulb. Oh, I wanted the light bulb, Katina man. Okay. Oh, I thought. Love it. We'll get to the weed names in a second because I think Neil mentioned that they were doing things. So we'll cover those in a sec. But 180 long on TSLA, and we took a quick scalp into the $0.50 there. We also had a nice trade on META. This one was kind of the same idea as yesterday. Meta, for whatever reason, don't really care why, respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. It did it again today. We were able to scalp a nice 30, 40 penny winner there off that 451 bounce, which again was planned based upon the 10 exponential moving average. Those are the only trades that I've had today. I'm going to be looking at the dead one, Apple, as well. I like what Neil had to say with respect to that 185 level. I think if Apple takes 185 on a closing basis on the 5, I can definitely be persuaded to get into this monster. And maybe I don't know what the afternoon is going to bring. Maybe we can curl into 186, 187. We'll definitely keep eyes on AAPL and let you know what's happening there. Before I update you, what's going on? Tesla, $2 in the $2 in the money off that 180. Oh, sorry, I think it's a 181.5 short. Exactly. 181.5 short on the Katina Man. Shout out to him. He's also printing on Palantir. Keep your eyes on those two. Palantir getting the nod for who was it today that gave him the nod?
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Big Kyle's doing his thing early today. $9.99 super chat, Katina Man. Here's what Big Kyle would say. Hey, gang. More garden this morning, but hit that SPY short I mentioned this morning between 512 and 513. I've covered 90% on wicks down and holding some for the dream. Watch 507 and a quarter if we go downside. Shout out to Big Kyle. I showed you guys the garden he was working in today. We're going to miss you, Kyle. Keep us up to speed with what you're doing out there, man. But glad to be with you wherever you're listening to us. On your headphones or however you're doing that, Big Kyle. So shout out to you, my man. All right, Meta's on the way up again. So that 10 period, for whatever reason, again, respecting on the day. And yeah, Meta is big, up big today, 2.5%. Good look for Zuck and his crew over there. So let's get right to work, baby. We got the lesson du jour to get to. So as I mentioned, the last day today, for the gap and go strategy. Adara came up with next week's topic. We will be talking about IPOs, how to trade IPOs, how to trade SPACs, and how to trade direct listings, not like we've had direct listings in a long time. We're going to be talking about those 3 type of trades and all the variations thereof next week. So if you're into that kind of thing, join Adara and I again on Monday at 11 for the start of that lesson. Let's get right to it. So multi-signal approach today. The gap and go strategy is a popular way to capitalize on strong price movements in intraday trading. But relying solely on gaps can be a little risky. So this lesson explores how to integrate technical indicators with the gap and go strategy for a more comprehensive approach. So let's get right to the business. So beyond the gap. So while gaps offer valuable insights, no question about that, they can be misleading at times. That's just the nature of the beast. Technical indicators provide additional data points to help confirm the validity of the gap and go opportunity. Here's how to combine them. Let's get right to it. So first and foremost, we already talked about this, you're going to identify the gap. As usual, start by finding stocks that with significant gaps ups or down, if you're short inclined like Big Kyle, at the open, accompanied with high volume. How are you going to do that? You're going to weasel your way into a scanner. Now, you're probably going to have to pay for the good stuff, especially the stuff that's live. And I see we got 2 small cap gappers that are halted to the high side now, BENF and MI. Keep your eye on those, my small cap gapper traders. But I'm showing you the scanner for a reason. This column over here, the gap column, that's what you want to be able to get for your gap and go strategy. You want to get yourself a scanner that you can narrow down the parameters. Say if you want to trade large caps and you want to dismiss all the small caps, easy to do. You filter by market cap. You put anything above 50 billion, 100 billion, whatever. And then you're going to go to the gap column and you're going to say, I want only stocks that are gapping over 2%. And then Sean will say, no, 2% is not for me. 3%. And Dara say, 3%? I need 5, bro. Anyway, the point of this is get yourself a scanner so that you can manipulate and adjust the parameters to your liking, okay? I'm not telling you exactly what to insert, but you're looking for gappers. How big? That's going to be up to you. So you're going to start by identifying the gaps, and then you're going to select some indicators, right? So choose the technical indicators that complement the gap and go strategy. Here are some popular options. Trend indicators, right? Moving averages, like relative strength, trend indicators, moving averages, RSI can confirm the overall trend direction. Upward for bullish gap, downward for bearish gap. So RSI and moving averages. I personally use exponential moving averages because I feel that they're better for intraday trading, seeing as how they weight more recent price action more heavily than the historical price action, okay? Momentum indicators as well, very important. The MACD, moving average convergence divergence. Your stochastic oscillator as well can gauge the strength of the market behind the gap. That's another popular one. And then just support and resistance indicators like Bollinger Bands, pivot points, both of which I've got up on my chart. And I've shown you guys this chart a lot. Here we go. The upper teal line, trust the teal, shout out to Max. That's the upper part of the Bollinger. On my other, come in, Katina Man, what's going on? Oh my God.
Tanky, baby.
The market's tanking, the Katina Man's printing. So good news on this side of the screen. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves on that side of the screen. But here's what pivots look like, Ram. So I just showed you what Bollinger looked like. Pivots look like kind of like this. They are based upon the high, the low, and the closing print of the previous day, and then you base different levels off them. So you can use those as well. Let me just load up the screen over here. So your Bollinger Bands, your pivot points can help identify potential entry and exit points based on historical price levels. So you're selecting your indicators. So first you're identifying the gap, then you're going to select which indicators work best with your trading methodology, and then you're going to look to interpret the signals, right? Analyze the indicators alongside the gap. Ideally, indicators should support the direction implied by the gap. So are the moving averages pointing up? Is the 50 above the 200? Are you opening above the pivot points? Is the RSI in oversold or overbought territory? You're looking for your indicators to point in the same direction as what the gap is implying. So if you're gapping up, the implication is that you're going to trend upward. But what do the indicators say? So you're looking for that other check mark, right? The balance of the evidence. We always talk about this to see where everything is leaning to. So that's what I'm talking about there. And here are some good examples. So here's an example of a support resistance analysis with gaps. So you have a gap up here, nice move up, but you also have it as support. So that's very interesting. So the support and resistance levels also help direct you in the same direction as a gap. And here's an example of the RSI analysis with the gap. So you gap up here, but look where you are in the RSI. You're in overbought territory. So you end up reversing a little bit. You end up trending down and filling that gap. So the RSI here was telling you, we might be a little bit too rich for my blood. So keep your eye on that. So what are the benefits of combining technical indicators with the gap and go? So the first and foremost, obviously, is the reduction of false signals. Technical indicators can help filter out misleading gaps and identify stronger trend continuations, but they're also really good for confirmation. They help confirm the trend strength. So indicators can highlight the momentum behind a gap, giving you more confidence before entering a trade. So the confirmation aspect of it equally as important. And your improved entry and exit points, I mean, especially with pivots. Technical analysis can suggest potential entry and exit points based upon support and resistance levels, or if you're really good at using RSI, your overbought and your oversold conditions. All right, so here's a bit of an example, and I'm going to include these examples because I think it's good to have this in here. So imagine a stock called PQR. It gaps up $1 at the open, okay? It reaches $20 with high volume. So it was at 19, it gaps up $1, it goes to 20 bucks with good volume, all right? You see its 50-day moving average trending upwards, so the slope of the 50 period is pointing up along with its RSI at 55. So in kind of no man's land, not oversold and not overbought. So that indicates to you that there's further room for potential buying because you're not in the overbought territory. This confluence of signals alongside the gap suggests a potentially strong uptrend. So you have both things pointing in the same direction. You could use the 50-day moving average as a dynamic support level for your entry and consider RSI reaching the overbought zone around 20 as a potential exit. So that's a decent example there. And some final considerations that you should look at, Ram. Indicator selection. Choose indicators that suit your trading style and risk tolerance. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. And what do I mean by that? So if you've employed, to good success, moving averages, if you've employed relative strength index to good success, I don't know if it's a good idea for you to start exploring different indicators with real money when you haven't employed them with success outside of the gap and go strategy. So my suggestion to you is try to employ what you already know. Wow, 10. Guys, we are 10 subs away from hitting that 450,000. If you are watching us right now and you're not subscribed, Adira and I are kindly asking you, the Katina Man and the Sean and the Neil and everybody.
The Katina Man and the Sean?
And the Sean.
There's two. Sean confirms.
Thank you
Sean
for that.
confirms.
And the Neil we're asking you kindly, even Ram and the Chilean Nightmare are asking you kindly to hit that sub button, hit that like button, and share us if you can. We'll be forever grateful. Ram, if we can get back to the chart. Ram. So your indicator selection. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Use what you're used to, or at least learn something new in the sim when real money's not on the line before you employ it with the gap and go strategy. But there also can be instances of indicator overload. That's a real thing, right? Don't rely on too many indicators. Focus on a few that your gap and go strategy works well with. And now that's going to take some practice, obviously. Here we go, baby. And there it is. We have 450,000 members, baby. We're adding to it. Woo! I'm happy it happened on the midday.
Thank you so much, guys.
I'm smashing the
We're
thing.
so
I don't
happy
care.
to be
Apparently
here.
traders
I
don't
love
like
this
this, but I don't
community
care.
so much.
That's big. We're really happy for doing this, guys. You guys rock. Thank you so much. I'm so happy this happened on How to Trade, too. I feel good about it. No, someone unsubscribed. Someone's trolling us.
It's wonderful. It's really wonderful that we got to have this happen on How to Trade.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So, guys, indicator overload is a real thing. Focus on the few that complement your gap and go strategy. And your confirmation is not guaranteed here by any means. Even with the supportive indicators, gaps and trends can reverse. Always manage risk with stop losses. Guys, and also consider the context in which you're trading. Consider the different types of gaps. There's common gaps, continuation gaps, exhaustion gaps, runaway, breakaway gaps. We did an entire week on gaps, Adair and I, on How to Trade. If you weren't around for that, go to the YouTube homepage. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, too, if you're not subscribed. And use the search. And just type in gaps. And all the lessons that we did on gaps will come up, so you'll be apprised of all of them. So consider the different type of gaps when planning your strategy, because each gap has its own implications for the trend of the asset. Check out the previous How to Trade week on gaps for more details on each type. Thank you for that, Adair. And last takeaway here is combining technical indicators with the gap and go strategy can definitely enhance your ability to make high probability trades. This approach provides a more comprehensive view of the market, helping you confirm trends and potentially improve your entry and exit points. Who would not want that? Just make sure that you are managing risk and using stop losses so that you're around to hang out with us, because, you know, if you don't have any money in your account, you can't trade.
That's true. I mean, you can always hang out and watch, but
hang out and
you know, it's always really fun when you have everybody trading. It's such a great community to be a part of, and I am thank you guys so much for the support. We do love being here every single day. So I do have to shout out this comment from San Trom. I thought it was Cantina Man because he always tells us what's for lunch. Laugh
I
emoji.
like it.
I love that. Also, I pointed this out recently too. The amount of food-related Sean animations. There's the chicken one. There's the one where he's a chicken.
Very good point.
He's there's a hot dog. Thank you, Ramin. Hot dog cannon, which is Sean as a hot dog. Fruit salad. Hydration Nation, which is water, but the point remains. So yeah, kind of interesting theme there. I don't blame you for the Cantina Man thing there. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Also, I put this in the chat, but I was comfortable with the amount of smoke I took on the TQs. So I didn't have all the smoke, but I had an amount of smoke that I could stand. You know, you don't want to like get like, you know, set off the smoke detector or anything either, right? So I got involved here initially, like I said, long, flipped it short. Then I did something I haven't really done much of since I went live, and I fat fingered a little bit. I fat fingered out a little bit too early, but that's okay. I re-added. I added back in. I like this, and then I had a plan. I got out some here just below that 56 area because 56 was a pretty good sticking point. Then we got out the rest at 86s, and that I was pleased as punch about.
Nice.
Had some smoke. Back in shorts here. I am short both Intel. This is, I think, one of the first times I've been in two kind of spicier trades at the same time since going live. But I like this Intel short off that previous area of resistance. Shout out to Pitbull for pointing this one out to me. I think it was a bit more of a range earlier, but I think, you know, if I can play this off of that resistance, I like that we're kind of below the 90 MA. I'm trying to take about 7 pennies here into that previous base that was also pre-market support. If we break above that 90s area where we had a little bit of a, you know, chop and turn earlier, I am outie. I'm also about flat on my sock sell, so apparently I'm in a bit of a chips with the rip move. Instead of chips with a dip, we're trying to take these rip shorts off these little chips here. So here I liked that we had, this is kind of exact same play as I had with the Qs. Area that was initially holding up a support, flips to resistance, and I want. It's not all the smoke. I did steal that phrase from you, but it's a pretty fun one to use in these markets, especially because these markets get very spicy. And I don't like spice in my food, but I sure as heck love it in these trades. You were in Meta.
I just got stopped out. As you were talking, it dipped. So the idea here was to take a deeper retracement off the 20 period. So this one made its way down into the 10. We had successful trades with it off the 10. Alas, the 20 period, well, at least not holding strictly. I'm going to continue to watch to see if it does get a bounce off the 20 period. If it does, I'm going to get back in. Right now, it is defending that 450 area, and I put my stop at 449.82. So I did give it 18 pennies, but 18 pennies could literally be the spread on Meta. So I'm going to wait to see whether or not we do base out here. And the thing is about the VWAP and the 20 period are awfully close to one another too. So, you know, what may look like a 20 period hold may end up being a VWAP hold. So I don't want to, you know, mistakenly conflate the two. But anyway, we're dancing at the the $50 area right now. So I want to see if we hold up here. And if we do, I'm going to get back into Meta. Simple as that. Now, let's talk about some of these other large gappers because I haven't covered any of them quite yet. Softy is respecting VWAP today. So if we get another dip here into the soft one at VWAP, 404 2/3 is where VWAP is on Microsoft at the moment. I'll be looking to get in. We've had 1, 2, and now 3 defends on Microsoft at the volume weighted average price. So keeping my eyes on that one. Tesla, look. All right, let's load this up here for a sec. We do have some support here on Tesla. I mean, you know, I'm not going to put too much weight into a candle that printed at 4:50 a.m., but the fact of the matter is we're holding up right at that 178.50-ish area, which was the overnight low. And, you know, we did how many shares? 7,305 shares on that 1 5-minute candle at 4:50 a.m. So, yeah, negligible compared to the 513 we've done on this one, 513,000. So much, I don't know how many multiples higher, but for whatever reason, Tesla is finding support at that level. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. So it looks like Meta is holding up right now above that 20 period moving average. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Well, maybe I won't, but before getting in here on META, I think that this is the right move. I just got shaken out. I'm trying to pack my patience here, not trying to jump in too quick on META, and right back down into 450 it goes. So I get a great price here if I enter. So I'm going to give it to you for a second while I put my stops.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, StockSell is doing things here, as I sometimes say. Like I said, I want to see what we did around that VWAP area, which is around that 38.65. So we did have that rejection, which is what I want. I noticed we kind of stalled. Initially, I was gutting for 36s. Then I'm like, we weirdly stalled at 45. Then I'm like, hey, Dara, that's not that weird. Look at that earlier area of support. So we're getting out at 45. Should we get back there? Come on, Soxal. You know, we're going to have to see what happens. Intel, though, a little bit weaker here than the chips as a whole because I am still a couple pennies in the money on Intel. But Jack Burton was asking about if Lyft was up my alley. So let's find, and I like that too. It's kind of like a car pun because, you know, Lyft, is it up my alley?
I like it. I like it.
Oh, Lyft is on the NQ. I did not realize that because I know Uber's on the NY,
Yeah.
so I was confused.
Interesting.
Lyft on the NQ though here. Okay. Yes, Jack Burton, this is up my alley. I love this. Thank you so much for shouting this out. Sorry, I said that very aggressively, but I really like this stock, and I always appreciate when people point stuff out here in the chat. Eva, shout out to Pitchbull as well, again, for pointing out Intel for me, right? So this bounce off this VWAP is nice. The one thing that I do not love about Lyft is the fact that there's not really a lot of consistency. We had a slightly higher high here. Now we're having a lower high at VWAP, so I might think we might flat bottom break. So I won't have an entry point right this second. However, this is certainly something that would merit being added to the esteemed side chart. So I really like this look. Thank you very much, Jack Burton, for pointing this out. I love when stocks have defined levels I can bounce around and jump on here. Also, Ranhir Sharma saying, Adara sounds like the girl from the Domino's ad. I do not know this ad, but
Neither
now I'm
do
going
I.
to have to, I had no idea there was an ad with a Domino's ad with a girl, so that's pretty funny there. It's been a really fun day to trade so far. So my Unity was just acting up. It was like fully charged. I'm like, thank you, Unity, for telling me that. Please look at Apple, about to break down, says Paula Blackford. Let's see. Up right now, 639. Yeah, so this is, I don't know, we have a higher low here. We did have that rejection. To me, I think we need to make a lower low. We need to break below that, and to me, this is a key area as well because we had that 184 area resistance in the pre-market, then support. I think if we break below 184, that's where I would say things start getting a little bit spicy with Apple. Right now, Paula Blackford, I have to say, I don't have a read, especially with the fact that we kind of trade a peak above VWAP earlier.
All right, I want to mention Plug Power because Plug Power is going here. And what's going on with Plug Power Shares Friday? Here is our sponsor, Benzinga, with this. Plug Power inked a memorandum of understanding with Allied Green Ammonia, AGA, an Australian company focused on, yeah, you guessed it, green ammonia production. Under the deal, the company will supply up to 3 gigawatts of plug electrolyzer capacity. So it's an electrolyzer deal, so it's a hydrogen deal. So not a bad look there. Plug Power going here on the day, up 11 1/3. Respected VWAP quite well this morning. There you go. 10 o'clock was the first touch there, dip trade into VWAP. All the other dip trades have held up decent so far. I mean, it's not a bad look here on Plug. Whether or not we end up trading this, an entirely different story. The volume is still quite good. VWAP on my chart is at 269. So we'll see if it makes its way down into that area, and we could be persuaded to trade this. But the meta trade that I'm in at the moment, we're still about 10 pennies out of the money. Oh, right back into the money on this one. Looking for that 450 hold and to break above into that $0.33 area. That's where we're hanging out, and bang! Right up on Meta again, nicely in the money on this one. About 50 pennies in the money, super quick on this monster. And then here we go into that whole dollar area. If we can make it into 451, that'd be a buck winner, and I'll just flatten the trade around there. We're dancing around the $0.33. Let's see if we can pamp up here into 451 or thereabouts on META. It's a good day. It's been a couple of decent days here for Meta, and there it is, baby. Into the whole dollar we go. Pamped about that. But again, Meta, the deeper retracements, in my humble opinion, come into the 20. The more shallow retracements come into the 10. And this whole idea here was to take that defend on the 20. Alas, we did get cut up. You know, let's call a spade a spade. We did get cut up trying to get into this monster earlier with too tight of a stop. So second time around, I definitely gave it a little bit of room. And there it goes right into the high side. Here comes 451.5. That's $1.50 off that 450 level in a matter of minutes. Not even minutes, man. I think that was like 30 seconds ago. So good move up here for the monster. Shout out to Zuck and his gold chain and that beard that he's grown out too.
Yeah, he's a lucky Duckerberg. That is for sure. That's a nice look there.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, sorry. production, Ramin and Fabian, my Unity was having a moment, so it's not currently on, but I'm going to try to fix it in a little bit. I just think he needs to take a breather. But Lyft, right now, I am trying to get involved in that short because I was initially going to get involved in 56s, but let's try 55s because I think sometimes if you like a level, you got to do what you got to do. Comfortable with this position size, comfortable with what I'm trying to do here. Thank you to Jack Burton for pointing this out. Initially, I was like, I want to see what we do here, but that was like a Adara. Lower highs, look at that little waffle around VWAP. We are below the 90 MA. And now it looks like we're taking off to the downside without me, so that's a little bit sad, but I like this short.
I like that too.
If Lyft can let me in the door, you know, it's like, what's our ETA, Lyft? I want to get involved in this car. I want to take this ride to the downside.
Down.
So we're going to have to see if Lyft helps lift my P&L, but I have to get involved first. Also, SOX L was a bit of a SOX L here, but I want to talk about it because I'm happy with the management of it. So we got out, like I said, I was really trying to see what we did here, and I'm really proud of this exit. Around like 65s, we broke above 65s with that viciousness. I got out. SOX L, if you come back and bounce at this level once again, I have no problems getting involved to the upside. But right now, sometimes you just have to take a SOX L so you can go make more M's and take more W's.
like that.
Hopefully later. Right now, Intel's still waffling around. Nothing to report there. What else? Some people were mentioning that Google move earlier. What are you looking at?
I want to mention the small cap
Yes,
gappers
please.
for all my small cap traders out there. Here is the small cap chart, Ram, and beautiful look today on some of them. Only one of them has broken down now below VWAP. Upload. It's not called upload, but it looks like that. It's like Upland,
think it's
UPLD.
Upland.
Upland Software. Thank you, Adara. This one's the only one that's broken down through the volume weighted average price. All the other ones trading above VWAP. And look at ARDX. Great look for this one. Is this second day play? Is this one we were talking? Yes, it is. This one started running in the aftermarket yesterday. It looks like on earnings there at 405, and the continuation just keeps on coming. And look at this. The support level this morning on ARDX, excuse me, was the top end of the range at 4 p.m. yesterday. You just love when those two resistance become support and vice versa. I like that. It really helps give you clear levels off which to get in and get out. So I want to make that observation. 790 low for all intents and purposes. One time someone thought in the chat that I said intensive purposes. I was like, no, I know it's intents and purposes.
Your purposes are very intensive.
Yeah,
Sure.
right?
So it makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, intensive purposes. Yeah, no, it really though, this one, great look here. Watch out though, $9 could be a bit of a resistance level. Look at that top that we put in the pre, or what time was that? 6:20 or so when we really started pamping up here. And that came into around $9. Not much below that. 894, 895 or thereabouts. Technically now, we have broken that pre-market high, so that one does get the check mark next to it name that it had a definable pre-market high and it is trading above it. Alas, it must stay above there for us to get long. Otherwise, we'll look possibly to secure some shorts, maybe back down into the VWAP, 840 or so. So that's the first one. ARDX, EBS, this one having another good day. And I know there's more new ones that came up, guys. I see BENF halted at 950. I see AWN halted down at 391. These ones just came in way after I put these up. So EBS, a continuation play from looks like Wednesday afternoon there. Started moving in the aftermarket, continued yesterday, and is continuing today. Keep your eye out on this one though. An inside day on EBS right now. Definitely within the highs and the lows of yesterday's price action. VWAP on EBS, $3.65, so 3 2/3. Look for possible support off there if it does break the 20. So EBS, a good look. ELYM, look at this monster. It's at high a day. This printed 840 was the closing print on this guy yesterday. And now we're at high a day, 1096. We're knocking the door of 11. This thing's up 30%. Let me give you the deets. Where the hell is it on my chart? The heck, I mean. ELYM. All right, so it's a $306 million market cap, and the float is 20.7 million shares. Let's find out if the short float on it is important or not. ELYM, shout out to the NOS boss and his folks there at Trade IDs. 3.25% of the float is shorted, so something to keep in mind. This one's real good. This one's flying. This one may halt here, guys. It looks like it just pumped up into 11.19. This one could halt. Keep your eye on it. 11.20 now, HOD, this one's going. So ELYM got all the momentum behind it. It's not done though. SGBX, look at this monster. So this got to 9.30 after opening today at sub $3, 2.91. It's knocking the door 10. It's coming back a little bit right now though. Trying to dance with that $7 area. Seems to be an interesting area of support. You have multiple 5-minute candles wicking and then bouncing off that 7.5 to close above it. I'm going to look for a deeper retracement at the 6.25 level. That's where VWAP is headed. Let's see if this one can continue to pump up. I'm going to change upload now. We're going to put BENF because upload's below the volume weighted average price and BENF has everybody's attention. So we need to be able to cover this one. Let's put in the ticker real quick, BENF, and then I'll give you the deets on this one. So this one here. What is this company? Beneficient, okay, $34 million market cap, up almost 400% today, 397%. The float on this, minuscule, 1.2 million shares. So very, very small. And in case you're just joining us and wondering the significance of the float, well, the smaller the float, the more volatile the name, okay? This one, BENF, and it's about 3% of the float is shorted. So not, a big amount, but enough to keep your eye out for that. And then I mentioned ARDX. The last one here, ALHC. It's a big move up, but then it's a sideways move. So if you can play this range and you can play it successfully, have at it. It seems like the range is tightening up, though, on this. A bit of a pennant being put in, a compression pattern. This could resolve to the upside. 6.75 is the breakout area.
Yeah, I mean, I hear range and I take a look, but that's a pretty tight range, especially with a penny stock, right? You have to take a shareage that I am just deeply uncomfortable with.
Feel you.
But yeah, I think, speaking of ranges, I feel like I have not been playing ranges to the best of my ability, and maybe the issue is just how I'm looking at the charts, right? And that's just something I want to reflect on. So this Intel, I showed it to Pitchbull for pointing this one out to me. I think that this Intel initially was a range. By the time I saw it, I liked this rejection off of that previous area of support around 30.85, and initially it worked out. Now I'm thinking, Adara, this range, the real range still could have been intact. Maybe you should have been bit more patient, right? Same with Lyft, which I thought was going to get a bit of a move to the downside. Looks like it's actually lifting off here up a VWAP. So I have to say I'm feeling a little bit shortchanged by my shorts, but I'm also feeling pretty shortchanged by how I'm looking at the charts. You know what I mean? So I just want to reflect on that. It's like, Adara, you like ranges, and I feel like I sometimes trade to the best of my abilities off of ranges. So that TQs was off of a level I really liked. Took it, initially tried the long, didn't work out, took the short, and that ended up working for me. That being said, I did my whole pullback in the chair thing because I got excited. If we reject here off that 56.60s, where we had that rejection previously, someone is going to be excited, and someone will go short for that range, and that someone will be your girl. Monster, I want to look at Monster Energy as well. They reported, if we have that rejection off of VWAP, I see slightly lower highs and a flat bottom. I like this short. I like it as a VWAP rejection. I like it as a 90 MA rejection. I like it as a lower high type thing. I like that the fact that the spread is like 1 or 2 pennies. So I really do like that. Intel, though, I'm going to have to get out of because Intel is curling up beyond what I want. And, you can never Intel where something's going to go from there. So we're just going to have to get out of this trade. Bye-bye, Intel. Nice knowing you. You'll stay on my side chart if there's something I like. But yeah, sometimes you just have to manage a trade appropriately. Didn't lose too much on that. Monster, though, I think is a monster that I want to dance with here. I also want to look at Tesla because some people mentioning Tesla in the chat. Ollie said, can we please look at Tesla? People saying Tesla. Okay, Tesla. That 180 and 10, I like this.
Good luck.
I really like this.
Good luck.
This looks like a nice short, this Tesla. I think we're going to have to wait and see what it does here. We are above that 90 MA. We've had 1, 2, 3 green candles, especially with that nice little consolidation base at 170.80. So I think Tesla could go either way here. I think, of course, do your due diligence, look for whatever levels you're looking for. But for me, that 180 breakdown might have a little bit more swiftness and viciousness than that hold we had earlier.
Adira, again, GameStop's up again, and we don't know. It's 6%. I don't know what it moved yesterday. Let's see. From the low to the high, GameStonk moved almost 16% from the low to the high. Today, it's up another cool 6, 5.88 to be exact. So we're almost 6. We're kind of doing the rounded top, though. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. You know what the rounded top means? It's the exact opposite of what Big Kyle likes. right? So you can make those two deductions and figure that out. But anyway, 3 1/4, 3 1/3 is where VWAP is hanging out. A possible dip trade off there. You know, earlier it seemed as if the 10 period was going to feature here. You had a bit of a double bottom acting as support. Then the 20 started featuring. So I guess the next in line is VWAP. So maybe we'll set something up for the volume weighted average price. So much so, we're going to put it right there at the 1332 to activate. Let us know if the price makes its way down there. We'll look to get in VWAP. But I also want to mention AVGO. So Broadcom, shout out to Soup Soup. Soup Soup wanted me to mention AVGO. He said, great momentum, and I don't disagree. But as I told them in the chat, this one, hard to trade on a prop floor because the spread is insane, and the price is also very expensive. So, you know, levering up can be a bit of a tricky thing, especially when you're doing the show. I mean, you got to balancing so many things. So it's not the best idea to take big boy size. That is, unless you're the big kahunas. That's a different story. So AVGO, good look. High a day, 1280 printing right now. But you keep in mind that we were kind of sideways and we dropped a little bit over the past couple of days on AVGO. So make sure you are charting before you get into this monster. It will make you pay through the nose. It's very expensive, very spready. So you make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's before you get into something like that, so you can be around. All right. So I wanna also mention Dan the Man Emmons. I'm still long NQ 17,910 stop, 17,895 target, 18,000 target, 18,040 target, and 18,090 target. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. I like all of those levels. Obviously, 18,000 is a big boy level that we're all going to be looking at here. We gave that up pretty aggressively on that CPI print last time, Adara, where, you know, came in higher than expected, and we haven't been above 18,000 since. So
yeah, the CPI has been a killer when it comes to economic data moving these markets.
Yeah.
Let us tell you.
Oh yeah,
that has certainly been the case. So
NFP's, you know, kind of put a little bit of a fix on that lately. With now, you know, the Fed maybe not going to raise rates. I mean, we were talking about raising rates a couple of weeks ago, which was, to me, correct.
Ed Bowman talked about this morning.
I heard
She's
you say
like,
that.
oh yeah, like I still kind of want to raise. I'm like, girl,
Love how you
not the
imitated
time, not the place.
Shout out to Michelle Bowman there. All right, Adara, 18,000. We're dancing at that level right now. I was going to mention the future when I saw Dan's message there. We're dancing at a key area of resistance. Let's call a spade a spade. We topped out here last time for whatever reason, 17,990, 10 points into that 18,000 area. We did break 18,000 at 10 a.m. this morning when the market was pumping up. We got into that 50-point level, and then you saw what happened. It was a big boy reversal. But we did deal with a lot of VWAP here. There's a lot of intersection between the NQ and the volume weighted average price today. So does feel like that there may be some buying here, and I suspect maybe that's why Dan is long today. So shout out to him. Hope he prints. Also, I mentioned this at the top of the show, and it's still interested. I'm still interested in the same setup. The dead one today is back to being the dead one intraday because it's. I'm talking about Apple. It's a joke. It's a kind of a nickname that I give it. 185 right now, an obvious area of resistance. Okay, so GameStop, I have to interrupt because GameStop is at VWAP, so my alert did go off. Let's look where GameStop is at the moment, GME. And now we just dipped into the volume weighted average price, true to form, and we bounce right back up off there. So 1330 was where we triggered. We bounced right back into 1335. For whoever's interested in this trade, this is the area that you want to get in. Give it some room though, okay? If this one wicks, I'm talking about maybe 10 pennies or so. You're going to have to do your own assessment on what you can afford. But GameStop, interesting VWAP retracement. Sorry, I had to interrupt there because the alert went off. I'm looking at a 185 break and take on AAPL. We are putting in higher lows. So ever since we retraced that 187 touch and we touched 182 and 2/3, incrementally, the lows have been higher. And we could be setting up for a flat top break through 185. Maybe the better idea here is to get a dip trade in and around 184.50. Maybe the deeper retracement, 184 1/3. So that if there is a filled break at 185, you're not paying through the nose. I think that's a better trade for me. So I'm going to set up a dip possibly here at the $0.50 or thereabouts for maybe a 185 break and take at some point in the show, Adair.
Yeah, thank you for putting that one out there. Yeah, Apple, I said, when Sheree came in and I said, I bet you're so very pleased as punch about Apple. So you've been eyeing that name, and then Apple flew to the upside. Tim cooking up some good stuff there. So also I do love I saw this, I think it was like the Morning Brew, this really funny tweet of like all of these like ecstatic like Tim Cook faces after that earnings report.
What's her name again?
Macy Gilliam.
I think
She's a great Twitter follow.
Yeah.
If you want,
look,
like,
she's not associated with the show.
No, but if you want like funny financial stuff.
She's such a good actress.
She's awesome.
Okay, and she's hilarious. You know, she's a stand-up comic, eh?
You told me, that makes sense.
That's why she's got that looseness in front of camera. She's good to go. Yeah, they make hilarious videos. There was like a video that they made where she's texting back with Xi Jinping. She's like, like back and forth, and like she would text her.
My God, that's
she's
so
hilarious.
Funny. Yeah. So showed that out. But so Tim Cook, of course, very happy. Right now, I am meh about my trades. I'm still in Monster. This one, it's not been a monster trade for me, but I have that line drawn at that 54, 52-ish area where we had a little bit of that dip earlier. If we break above that, it's going to be a higher high, and I'm going to have to say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That being said, for the short, I am eyeing this 54.30 area. I do not have enough for beak waters. We're going to take everything there at that 54.30. Should we get to that level? Lift. What are you doing, Lift? I apparently was like a penny above. Okay, we're gonna move my out here by like a penny. So I'm, like I said, I think my biggest thing is just my timing and like trying to play these things in an appropriate direction. So I think if I'd ranged this a little bit better, if I'd actually like, maybe taken it from the bottom to the top while that range existed with more shares, this trade might have worked out better. If we stay below VWAP, I'm okay with staying in Lift, but if not, I might have to hop out of this car, see if I can find another driver in these markets, because there are a lot of trades to take, and I just do not think I have been looking at the right names maybe, or I think maybe just looking at the right direction. So ready to find some new opportunities here. Happy I didn't take that TQ short when we got to 18,000, because that's not really the vibe I want right now. Let's look at SOXL again, because that is an ETF I've enjoyed trading as of late. I don't have a read yet. This one's kind of been mimicking the TQs, which makes sense because we have a lot of chip representation in both. So I don't want to rush into anything till I see something I like. Intel having issues with VWAP, says Pitchbull. That is a nice look to me. I know, shout out to Pitchbull. I know you were range trading this one earlier. This is, if we reject that VWAP, this could actually be a decent range here into 30.76, but it's one, again, I want to wait for. I feel like I have not been approaching these ranges properly lately. I've been seeing the ranges and then playing everything except the ranges. So it's like you gotta get back to basics, get into a strategy that I like there.
Eric brought his kid. That's so cute. All right. I wanted to mention one quick thing here. Yeah, why Brothers United? Tesla and AMD bag holders are crying. They will cry for a few months. Look, it wouldn't be the first time Tesla shorts have been crying. I mean, look at what happened between 20 to 2022. It was a tough look for them. We'll keep eyes on both AMD and TSLA. AMD up 2.25%. With a 150 resistance level on the day. 149.96 is the HOD on INTC. It's at 149.5 right now. Not one that I trade often, right? You all know that. But if 150 features again and it rejects, I'll absolutely want to get into that. All right, let's look at these here markets. Again, coming into that 18,000 general area, Ram, and we were not able to take that level. So another couple of topping tail candles coming in for whatever reason south of 18. And you can't say that you didn't expect that. I mean, 18,000 is a level that requires a certain level of respect when you get to it, either as support or resistance. So the fact that we're not breaking it with swiftness is not surprising to me. I don't know. I think this double bottom could be telling. We could possibly take it later, or this could be a sideways range with 17.9 as support and 18 as resistance. If that's the case, if we make it down into 17.9, I'm going to take a long on 17.9. Right? But then you could say to me, okay, Sharif, if you're convinced that we're going to trend down, why are you not shorting into 17.9? That's a good question. Because I think it's because we're up 1.86% on the day, and I don't want to get run over. That's the thing. So I'm just thinking out loud here, guys, and you guys are going to share some of my thoughts. All right, Meta back into 450 again, right back into the 20 period. However, I am a little bit suspicious of this trade now because we're putting in higher lows. So we were talking about the 20 period being that deeper area for the retracements, the 10 being the more shallow. Well, that's predicated upon the trend continuing in that direction. And right now, that higher low is not making me feel all that good, even though you have the lower highs. The lower high is not making me feel that good. The higher low is making me feel pretty decent about it. So keep an eye on that. Bhavin Patel. Is there any news on Ben F? It's up 300%, my man. We covered it. Oh, you want the news? Here it is. Beneficient shares are trading higher after the company announced it regained compliance with the NASDAQ. That typically, brother, is a reverse split. So once their stock goes under $1, they're technically in violation of the NASDAQ listing rules. After so long of a period of being under $1, they get a letter from the NASDAQ, and Adina, what's her name? Adina something or another. She's the president of the NASDAQ, right? Or is she the NYSE president?
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, we'll look at it after. But you heard Adina something or another. Anyway, so they'll get a letter for them, and you'll have to get above $1. So one way to do that is to reverse split, so you can artificially increase your share price, and sometimes that has the effect of getting a lot of eyes on it. So that's really why it's up there. So we'll keep eyes on that. 450 is holding right here on Meta, and it did bounce off the 20 again. So seems like it's a rinse and repeat level.
Yeah, speaking of rinsing and repeating, I think the ranges have finally started to work out a little bit for me here again. So please just punch, because those are really my favorite types of trades to take. And I also think that the trades that I kind of feel the most comfortable in and that I think I sometimes have the most success in. Right now, Monster, you know, I'd like it to be a little bit more of a monster. Right now, it's kind of like the equivalent of, like the Monster right now for me is a monster trade the way that Shrek is like scary. Like, I'm like, I need this to be like an actual monster. I need like some horror movie level stuff happening in this trade for me. I want a nice monster trade. That analogy got lost about 10 times along the way, but it's all good. I like this short still. We got, initially, I almost panic sold here as we got into 54.50, but then I looked at my level and I said, Adara, that's not the level you drew. Breathe, keep calm, carry on, stay involved. So if we get to that base here, 54.30, I am outie, but I also was proud of what I did with lift here. Got out some of this initially here, 17.50. We broke a little bit lower, then we bounced with a viciousness on that nice volume candle on no news, and I said, Adara, you got to skedaddle. So I hopped out of that card, I tipped my driver, and I left the lift trade. Please just punch with what I did with this one. Might get back involved if there's another short here off the 9 EMA or VWAP. But right now, I enjoyed the ride, but now we're going to be getting out of the car. If there anyone else seeing any other trades to keep an eye on here, let us know. Yeah, Sebastian, what happened to my short on lift is I got out because I did not like that massive move back into 17.55 with outsized volume and no news. So that's not something I like. Lyft reporting next week along with its competitor Uber. So that could be let's look at Uber today, actually. Uber's not one I look at very much. And
Yeah, Neve,
I want to
same,
look at it.
actually.
Uber, what are you doing? Uber! Speaking of
Love
range.
when you do that.
Okay. Uber.
It's her thing, bro.
VWAP bounce. Hello. Okay, Uber, you know what? You're replacing your competitor Lyft on the side chart because right now, Lyft is just in a little bit of a free fall, and I'm not really sure the direction that car is going in. But Uber, I see something I like. So if we bounce off the VWAP, I think I'm going to get involved. Shout out again to Jack Burton in the chat here for telling me about that Lyft trade and that Lyft move. And shout out to everybody for sharing your thoughts. This is such a fun community to be a part of. Ahmed Amwala, thank you so much for the $17.99 AED super chat. Just long coin, no reason for the drop. Yeah, Coinbase, those earnings were pretty good numbers-wise. I remember yesterday there were a lot of people in the chat on the market recap when we got those numbers like, what is happening? This is trend-wise, though. This one kind of on a continued downward move. That being said, we did get a nice little move back up here, resting on 12.19, kind of a random level here for us to dance around. So nice look here for coin. I want to look at ConL because that is the 1.5 long Coinbase shares. I do like this. I actually, you know what I realized? It's not even that we're resting. I'm going to go back to Coinbase. It's not even that we're resting on 219. It's that we're rejecting off that previous support at 222. So 222 for Coinbase could actually be, oddly enough, a bit of a level. We had the rejection at 222. Now we're coming in, support at 222. Now we're rejecting at 222. Pre-market support, Confluence. I think this could be a level to watch out for on Coinbase. What we do at 222, and I might get my Con L out because this might be a trade I want. How are you doing?
Just a second. I lost my window, so I have no idea where my window is, and I don't know where the hell it went.
I can keep talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Yeah, Monster. Nothing is happening on Monster. I wish I had something to report. I do not. What were these other? Oh, yeah, we had DraftKings. Let's take a look at DraftKings. Let's see what we're doing. Okay. Oh. Sorry for the noise there. This DraftKings could get spicy if we bounce here off that 42 area, which it looks like we might. Kind of came down there. I like previous levels, so if this holds up, this could be nice. However, though, we are overwhelmingly to the downside. We had that rejection off that pre-market level here at 44 or thereabouts, so that could get a little bit interesting. I want to kind of wait and see what DraftKings does. SQ had a range earlier that I completely missed out on. I'm going to switch to the 3-minute because I think it's clear in the 3-minute. This 3-minute range. And then rejection off VWAP. I saw this at the big desk and I was like, but yeah, continuing to the downside now, basically just kind of, I guess, continued moves down. This is not really a trade that I have anything in, but that Uber's looking spicy. That Con L might be something with that 222 on coin. And of course, I will still be having my eyes on the king, Mr. Donkey Kong, DKNG. What else are people looking at here?
Sorry, Adair. I'm just waiting for this thing to load
No
because it shut down on me and I can't see any of my charts. So.
Yeah, charts are where the heart is here.
Well, I'm a chart trader, right?
Yeah,
so.
especially on a trading show, right? So yeah, got to get those charts going. Amazon long, says Adam DeLuz. Let's take a look at this. I haven't really traded a lot of my old mega cap pals since going live. Oh, this is nice. This space at 185.80. Okay, thank you, Adam DeLuz, for pointing this out. I think this is a really nice base here off that 185.80 area. Not one that I think I would trade unless I had a ton of comfort and confidence and levels I was like super obsessed with in terms of risks. The thing is here, this base, the way that it is, I think if we free fall, I don't really know where my stop loss would be. So I have to consider this a little bit more, especially since going live. But thank you very, very much, Adam DeLuz, for the recommendation here with Amazon. I think that could express deliver a nice winner here.
Right, I'm
overnight delivery on the A to the M to the Z to the N. Carvana, some people ask. CVNA on the NY. Let's see. Carvana. Okay, now we're good to go, but that Carvana VWAP bounce is gorgeous, and I can't believe we're talking Carvana 122. What are you talking?
I'm talking SGBX long already at 74s, wet my beak nicely at the top 80s. Now I'm waiting for a 7 break. Small cap gapper, idea is super simple. With this one, it was a VWAP retracement, and that is the entire reason for the move here, for the entry. Sorry, not the move. The move is because it's a reverse split. We already talked about that. Here we go. We're going to get into my last little entry. I'm waiting. Bang, there it is in the high 90s. Happy about this. I'm going to show you on the chart a little bit better, and there you go. Rejects right off 7 expected. So sorry, all my charts have reset because I had to reload yesterday's layout. So you'll have to just bear with me for a second. Here is the chart on SGBX, and I put my alert at the volume weighted average price. Thankfully here, VWAP was horizontal, not diagonal to the high side. If that had been the case, then I'd likely would have not been triggered into this because I wouldn't be shadowing VWAP with my alert, right? Because VWAP's moving up, but it was horizontal, so I didn't have that problem. Got the notification that it dipped into VWAP. I was really late to the party. Got into the high 60s. The VWAP dip here is below 50. It came into 42 or 43. So, you know, really, with these small gap gappers, 5 seconds can cost you 20 pennies, even more, okay? On a $6 name, which is a lot. So anyway, got in, and then we bounced up into 7, so that was the end of the trade right there. Now, I could have held a piece for the dream, and if we start curling up, maybe test 8, you have a triple top at 8 after getting to 9 1/3. 8 is definitely acting as an area of resistance. If this comes back in the VWAP, I don't know if second or third time is going to be a charm, but I'll be watching it. I'll be watching it.
Every move it makes. Way too high for me.
Every day we sing, and every day someone roasts us in the chat, and we don't care.
We like
just
singing.
keep coming back and singing again, right?
And we don't sing just on the show. We sang this morning the Wham classic, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go.
Yes. Oh my
So,
God.
and then we realized we both had it in our heads after because we were both humming it.
I feel bad for Neil, too. Like, he has to put up with this.
He's
The
just
thing
bopping.
is, it's me, Adara, and Neil for almost 45 minutes in the morning. We're
Yes.
like the first people that come in. And no, not even. Brendo comes in like 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
Brendo's super quiet. What happened?
Oh, because Ramin cut to Neil there for a second.
Oh, and he was eating. Get him again. Ram's like, it was an accident. It was an accident. Uh-oh. Neil's getting up. Neil's
he's
getting
going
up.
over there.
Uh-oh.
Beef.
Ram could be in trouble here.
You know what's for lunch? It's not chicken, it's beef. That's what's for lunch today.
Good times. Oh my God, man. It is a Friday. You can feel every minute of a Friday.
Every
today.
energy in this room is spelling Friday.
Oh yeah.
Every,
100%.
every molecule.
Oh, yeah.
And we love it.
So yeah, that's why I got into SGBX, guys. Keep your eyes on VWAP, on that name. I've lost all my small cap capper chart. I'm gonna have to remake them again, so I have nothing to really report about right now. Let's flip back and look at some of these large cappers quick. Nothing has changed. No Apple, still below 185. Amazon, sorry, not Amazon. Goggles, okay. So here's a possible short trade here. Now, Goggles looks a little weak, especially as relative to the market. It's the only Mag 7 name on the day that's red. Google, okay? Now, we know what's been happening with Google. It's been kind of looking to fill that gap into 160 ever since printing big boy off earnings. But the fact of the matter is, it's down and to the right today. And now it's coming back up and it's finding a key area of resistance. That area happens to be that red solid line, not the dotted line, the solid line. That's the 50-period exponential moving average. And you've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 rejections on the 5 at the 50. They didn't make it right into the 50, but generally that area. So I'm going to be looking to see whether we can get short on Goggles here. Now, the range is tightening up a little bit. It's been kind of a 165, 75 top within this range, and at the best, it's going to give you 165. So 75 pennies at the best, but for the most part, it's about 50 pennies here, with the $0.25 being that bottom end of the range. So Google looking weak. I'm definitely interested to take this monster short if it shows its hand and rejects off the 50 period again. All right, we made another attempt, Adara, at 18,000 here. We did break it. We got into 18,005, but we're down now. Now, we're down below it now. But however, we are putting in incrementally higher lows. So the momentum could be changing here a little bit. I'm gonna need to see more though, personally, to see, to be confident that it's gonna be an 18,000 break and take. So we'll continue to watch that. So I'll send it to you now, as I got to put up all my charts again because this thing sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a quick shout out. I'm always shutting up viewers here because we have such a great community. Manuel Palma called this 35 VWAP hold and push up here on IBIT. I missed that, but hopefully you got a bit of profit here in IBIT, Manuel Palma, because it's a nice look. But that reminded me, I'm like, what about these miners? What kind of marathon are we running here on Mara, which reports next week after the close? Mara, Bitcoin's up, and Mara's like, what are you talking about? Because Mara is in its own world. What was that voice? Mara is dazed and confused. Mara is heading to the downside, and I'm getting short.
We don't have BPI
here.
to give us.
Yeah, we don't have the Mara indicator, but I think I'm going to be my own R. Oh, I can't short Mara. Okay.
To pay for shorts, eh?
Yeah, well, it
Do you
hasn't
want
always
shorts?
been, but.
Do you want me to find? Neil can get them for you. Yeah, well, maybe you should find out how much they cost.
Yeah,
first.
I'm gonna have to figure it out if I want shorts here on Mara. But I am not at all opposed to the idea of going short Mara here. I like this look. Intel, though, apparently, let's look at, Intel, I should have taken that VWAP short here because I think that was the range. If we have another bounce here, shout out to Pitchbull taking this range trade. If we have another bounce here off 30.77s, I'll get out. But really, I was proud of myself for just getting out where I did here. Risked a couple pennies, not a big loser here. But Uber falling. I should have taken the top of that range short here, but I was like, well, I don't know. We broke above that 70.26 with a lot of viciousness. Now we're falling to the downside here. If we bounce, I like this look.
He got you shorts.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So I think we're gonna try to take. Thank you very much to Neil there. I don't like this little not topping tail candle. I don't like I want to see what we do here again at 55s, but I do like the idea of going short Mara here. So thank you very much, Neil, for the shorts. I appreciate that.
Neil.
Gonna pull on the denim shorts for this nice weather and probably take Mara to the downside.
And it's short weather outside, I can promise you that.
It is,
Oh, it's
yeah.
big boy short weather outside. And Ram is very happy about that. Yes, as am I, because the weather is really holding up outside, guys, and the breeze is just fantastic. So anybody who is in the greater Toronto area, get outside and smell that beautiful air. And yeah, whatever. All right, Ram, let's look at the future over here as we're doing the dance again at 18,000. Eek. The thing is, though, again, we've been talking a lot about this. Look at the overlap between NVIDIA's chart and the NQ. They both have support at the 50. They both have very similar peaks and troughs. You know, it's unbelievable how much overlap there is between the two charts as of late. You know, whether or not you take that to your advantage is a different story. So, okay, decisions. I don't have any trades on at the moment. I got to tell you the truth. I don't have my small cap gapper chart because of the reset over here. But yeah, I don't have any trades. What are you guys looking at? Who's trading BENF? Neil is ready? Okay. So we will talk more about that when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day, don't bet against the Toronto Maple Leafs when their back is against the wall, because they represent, that's what they do. Go Leafs, go. That said, that's absolutely not the lesson of the day. No, I wanted to talk about something which came up today in the morning show, and the notion of, hey, when you're wrong, or maybe we talk about like a tough market, or the opportunities you're looking for aren't there, and everything creeps into the same morning or the same day, and you just don't have a lot of great opportunities or a lot of great reads, what kind of a day do you have? Now, there's some traders out there where the notion of a flat day, and when I say a flat day, I mean a day that maybe you're up a tiny amount, like 1/10 of a normal, of a regular good day, or 25%, or up or down a fraction of what you would normally consider a decent day. Those are those flat days. And then there's days for a prop trader we call like shut down. Now, if you're trading at home in retail, maybe you have like an individual loss limit that you set for yourself. If you're on a trading floor, you're going to have a loss limit that's set by the firm. So there's shutdown days, but if you're going to have a day that's not necessarily good, it could be a bad day or just a day that you have a bad read, you want some of them to be flat days. And I'm going to tell you from watching traders year after year for the last 20 years, there's a lot of individual trading issues, like constantly averaging in or averaging down into losing trades, or putting too much risk into strategies that are unproven. Like those types of things are commonalities in terms of why a trader will fail. Now, non-strategy related, the inability to have flat days is also a problem. In 20 years, I have seen one trader, and one trader alone, who had the issue of when they lose almost everything. So like 70 to 80% of his red days were shutdown days. And this trader actually managed to survive for actually over 10 years, and he had over a decade career, which was great, but eventually it caught up with him. Sometimes it's about how well you can limit the loss in a trade, and look for the reasons and strategies that can help you limit the loss when you might be wrong. So the first one I want to get to is something that looked like it was setting up for a bit of a disaster. Ended up being okay, but it's part of the reason I wanted to talk about it. If you like a stock in a trade at a certain level, buying support, selling resistance, one of the things that can help you in terms of not turning it into a disaster is if it's trending against you. And it's a simple thing. You know, like here on Intel, and obviously it ended up going down, but at the time it was showing some signs of being a problem. So I liked it off 31. You can see it, Powell and all that good stuff, holding the market up there, and then it dumped a couple of days ago on the Fed number. And then today it rejected in the pre-market on an economic number, it rejected 31 off of the open. So I'm shorting back underneath 31. It's making another attempt at the high, and I'm shorting it again. Now what it did next is why you did not see me take this short here. Like it broke 31. After I got some out, it touched VWAP, and came back, looked like it was going to give me another opportunity, and here got a couple of profit takes, and then it tagged 31 again. Now the problem at that point is you were making higher lows, and relative to the market at the time and the other chip names, it was a little bit strong. So in terms of if it's going to turn out wrong, do I want to be constantly loading up into it when I'm still holding half the position? My answer was no, and it's about mitigating the risk in that situation. Yeah, the level is good, and every time it wicks it, I'm taking the short back underneath 31, and it's working out. But this time, it's putting in the higher lows a little bit stronger than its cohorts, so I don't need that reload in there. Why? Because then I've only taken a little bit out, and then I'm going back into a full position. Suddenly, if it breaks the top, I've turned what was a good area into a losing trade, and I did so against the trend. It's one thing if you're shorting a flat top and it's giving you the same range over and over again. It can be another thing if it's giving you successive lower highs. Or, higher lows, I should say, in this particular case. Lower highs if it's the other way around. And I'll give you another example of this on ARM. One which, obviously Intel then went to the bottom, came back, showed me the same weakness. Now all of a sudden I like it because you kind of retested that low, showed me that you had some sellers underneath VWAP and continued all the way through. Then I don't mind reloading that up at the top because it looked a little bit better. I'll give you another example, but this case is let's get out at VWAP. Looking for a home run trade on the short wick of ARM, and the second time through, this just holds VWAP, bucking all of the trend. And now this is a strong stock, and it's a very similar thing. Like I was shorting it off an old resistance level. When it turned right around here, was a big pivot spot on the last of the month in April. It came right through, gave me the wick top, but suddenly you have the same sort of pattern. Yeah, is it a good short? Sure, it's a good short. It gives you right back into VWAP, but it makes higher low holding VWAP. So if it comes back up there again, I got two approaches. One would be I have to allow it to get up, fail back under, and take less shares, or just don't short it at all, because it's giving me signs that the trend is going in the other direction. It is so much easier that once a trend is established, to just try to join it and not fight it, right? Like this is an example, Square, something trending down. And obviously, you're gonna see situations where, like on ARM, you might have this short, it breaks down and completely falls apart, and you're like, that's great. You get it like the third and fourth time up here, and eventually it breaks down. But in the back of your mind, you gotta remember it's trending in the other direction. And if you constantly work against that trend, you have to be more and more disciplined as you do. And taking profits so that eventually if it goes, you're not in a losing trade or you're just losing a small portion of what you've already won. That's part of the game. That's how you can turn something which was a good but not perfect read into a still positive trade, or at worst, a small losing trade. We always say adhere to your stops. Of course, that's another point of discipline. If you have a stop level, just adhere to it. You're going to lose on trades. It happens. Just get out when that's wrong. But the other thing you can do for yourself is when the market or the stock is telling you something a little bit different from what your thought is, or what your preference is, or what your strategy is, or what your bias is, that you do a better job of listening to it on those days. Because you're not always going to be perfect. Sometimes you're half right. Sometimes you're a quarter right. Like here at ARM, got the level right, had the direction right of what to do with that price. But overall, it's not a bearish stock. So I'm right about where to short it, and I'm right about when to short it. But it's still a bullish pattern on the morning. And when that's the case, that's not the thing you want to go to the grave with. It doesn't make any sense, because that's not the A+ at that point to keep going back to that well over and over. It's a simple way to make sure that you bank profits when you're only 70% right or 60% right, and that you don't turn it into a losing trade when you're 30 or 40% right. You want to reward yourself for your best decisions, but you also want to be sure that when you have a decent decision, you don't just completely blow it up. You get a little something out of it. There is nothing wrong with a flat day. If I have a day where my read wasn't good and I'm not up or down anything, that's a good day, because the market probably taught me something. And at the end of the day, I could have been down in that situation. Do not let one trade blow you up. Do not let one down day be the end of your week or the end of your month. Heed the trend. Have subtle adjustments that you can make so that you don't find yourself in a spot where the market gave you enough signs that you could have tempered risk and you did not do so. There's nothing wrong with a flat day and a small loss. You didn't waste your time just because you didn't swing for the fences. Sometimes you've got to be able to limit the damage because that's the best you can do. So that's your lesson of the day. Have a flat day every now and then. Not every bad day has to be a disastrous day. And that's one thing I know that's kept me around for 20 years trading, and hopefully it can for you guys as well. Take care.
The Chilean Nightmare, I was just showing him some stuff. I'm also long now. I'm long Apple apparently. Okay. So that's why I was worried about this whole thing, about not being able to see my blotter. All right, let's see exactly what this Apple trade is doing. All right, so my trade on Apple here was for a 50-period dip. That was the entire point of this trade. I'm long 38s. It's now at a quarter. I don't think this is the right trade. I'm going to put in my stop for the break. I'm going to have to get out here. Yeah, this is not the right trade that I wanted. So that's it. So we take the L there on Apple. Again, the whole idea was for the 50-period trade, but it looks like it's a 184 level that is holding up. So let's go ahead here. I'm going to put in an order for 184.05 to defend that level. We'll see what we get. ARDX, this one is a small cap gapper, and it came into the volume weighted average price. That's what precipitated me to get into this. So you have some bottoming tail candles here, showing that there is a bit of tug of war between sellers, and we know we had intersection at this price all morning. Initially from topping tails and rejecting, then we took it with viciousness. So we're right back up at 8.5. I want to see if we curl back up. I've already put my beak wetter and my stop. So for this trigger is below the $8.50 level. That's going to be the end of the trade there. So take a little bit of an unplanned trade there on AAPL. It was planned, but I wasn't alive to it. And yeah, that cost me. That cost me a little bit of money there. So I'm going to look to defend 184 on AAPL. I like that level a little bit better than the 50-period moving average there.
Yeah, I mean, I have to thank you to Neil for getting me those shorts there on Mara. Once again, I am so happy with this trade. I took it short. I had the shorts, and then I was like, hey, well, maybe it's going back up. And I was talking to Sharif there. Sharif's like, well, watch what it does at VWAP, right? And so we didn't even get to VWAP. We made this decisively lower high. I like this area, so I took it short. What I am watching is, I say for whatever reason, but actually there is a reason. This 1740 is weirdly holding as support, but it's not that weird. When you look at earlier, we did have some support at 1740. So if we don't break above the 1740, or if we keep bouncing here, I'm gonna have to get out here. But I'm risking about 10 pennies into that 1760. I guess 9 pennies. Either way, the point remains, I'm trying to make more here than I am risking, and I haven't actually had to risk much yet because we never really got above that area. I was lucky enough that I was able to just get in, and it continued to fall to the downside here. So hopefully we continue our downhill marathon, and I like that we just broke below 40s. Nice. Like I said, that was the area I wanted to see. So I am pleased as punch, may I say. Also, I was talking about, speaking of punch, this Monster Energy. I was saying to Sharif, there was no energy in this stock. No caffeine. This is like caffeine-free Diet Coke. I don't know. I did not enjoy this trade. And I liked this too because we had lower highs and a flat bottom. I was like, oh, I'm just going to take this range. I'll be in and out in a lickety split. I want to get out at that 54. Why am I talking like I'm from the 50s?
All good.
I want to get out at that 54.30. And Monster is like, what are you talking about? We didn't get to 54.30. I realized we're having these slightly higher lows. So I said, I set this area. I keep watching what we do here at 54.38. I said it. I go to the bathroom. I come back. It gets filled. I'm like, perfect. I don't have to look at the stock again. But I wanted to address this because I haven't really talked about this trade much, and it's because it did a whole lot of nothing. Like Sharif was like, I didn't even know you were in Monster Energy.
No.
And I said, that is very understandable because it did nothing, so I didn't really chat about it. But Mara doing something back above 40s, though, so I might, we're going to have to wait and see what we do here at 40s. So people were asking about AMD short. I apologize. I was a little bit late to the party in this. This came before the Neil's lesson of the day, which shout out to Neil for always having the great lessons. I know everyone in the chat really enjoys them, and I learn from them as well. But yeah, this AMD 147.60, 147.75 level is the level here for AMD, continuing to push to the upside, now bouncing off that 9 EMA. And this actually was really bamboozling because it could have shaped up like a flat bottom break because we had these lower highs, but it didn't. AMD was like, We had the little VWAP waffling around. Then it decided, I'm not a waffle, I'm a pancake. Made a decisive move to the upside. That was a really mixed analogy. It is a Friday, and I do need some more caffeine.
It's all good. I
Right
liked
now, in Mara, and looking for some other opportunities, that DraftKings curl could be interesting. And Mara, if you want to decisively break that 1740 and stay below 1740, you've got a friend in me. Shout out to Toy Story for some reason. How are you doing?
Good. I fat fingered my entire position at an ARDX. So profitable trade, but I made a boo-boo. And well, I'm really disappointed about that because I had a fantastic entry, bottom wick at that 55 penny area, and now it's at 66s. So I made a mistake, but that's on me. And we'll try to do better, but I had the right idea here. Now, back to AAPL, because I was kind of like kicking myself. I'm like, Sharif, you got out bottom wick, right? And then it popped back up, but it's right back out where I got down. Now, my plan doesn't change on Apple. If the 50 period is not working here, I'm looking to defend 184. I put my order already out for that 184. I put an alert on the side chart here to let me know when it comes close to that level so that I'm alive to the fact of when I get in. Because look, if you're not looking at your blotter using this software, you're not aware of whether you're in a position or not. So that's a problem that I've had while I'm on the show because I have so many different windows. I can't seem to find room for my blotter. So that's why we're using these alerts. But I think it's going to help a little bit. Anyway, I think we're really having a whole bunch of trouble right now with the future. I mean, how long are we going to accumulate at 18,000 for? And now we're kind of putting in, not by a long shot here, but we're incrementally putting in lower lows. So it looks like we're doing that rounded top right now at the future. I mean, I don't want to stand in front of this thing. It's up 1.9% to take it short, to think that I know better than the market, and I definitely don't. But something, you know, there's accumulation here, it looks like. We'll see how this one ends up working out. But I'll look to take AAPL, and again, it's distorted the chart. Oh, goodness gracious, this chart. The wicks are going to be the death of me on this thing. So where are we, the low over here? We are at 184.18. So I can change that over here. There we go, 184.18, and that should, there we go, now it's not distorted. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour. Last day, we're talking today about the gap and go strategy. Specifically, we're going to talk about technicals, how to use technicals for the gap and go strategy, and to add some confluence to your trading. So the gap and go strategy is a popular way to capitalize on strong price movements in intraday trading, but relying solely on gaps can be a bit risky. So this lesson explores how to integrate technical indicators with the gap and go strategy for a more comprehensive approach. So let's get right into that. So beyond the gap, right? While gaps offer valuable insights, they can be misleading at times. Technical indicators look to provide additional data points to help confirm the validity of the gap and go opportunity. So here's how to combine them. First and foremost, you're going to look for stocks that are gapping up. You're going to identify the gap. As usual, start by finding stocks with significant gaps up or gaps down, whether you're looking long or short, that are happening at the open, accompanied by high volume. Whether you're going long or short, you should be looking for high volume to accompany the gap. And as I've done in the past, I'll do it again. Get yourself a scanner over here and enter the parameters of the scanner to your liking. If you want to trade large caps for the gaps, filter by 100 billion upwards. If you want to trade those mid caps, do that as well. But make sure that your gaps or your scanner has a gap column over here so that you can identify how much or if something is gapping up or down. Okay. Once you do that, you're going to select your indicators. And so what I talked about last time around is to select indicators that you're already familiar with. You don't want to start learning anew here to try to fit it into the gap and go strategy. If you're going to do that, if you're going to learn new indicators, you need to kind of figure it out in the sim first. Paper trade, make sure that you have a firm understanding of the indicators. So choose your technical indicators that complement the gap and go strategy. Here are some popular options. Moving averages, relative strength index. These can confirm the overall direction. Like for example, an upward for bullish gaps, downward for bearish gaps. Those aren't the only ones. There's momentum indicators, things like moving average, convergence, divergence, MACD. For short, your stochastic oscillators as well also help determine momentum and gauge the strength of the trend behind the gap. But there's also support and resistance indicators, things like Bollinger Bands, pivot points. These can all help identify potential entry and exit points based on historical price levels. So I'll show you quickly here what they look like. Bollinger Bands are these kind of, zigzag. They're not zigzaggy. They're kind of squiggly lines that ensconce the price action from above and below. And then they have a 20-period exponential moving average in the middle. That is their midpoint. So oftentimes, if something's trading above the 20, you're looking more long money. If it's trading below, you're looking more short. That's a very, rudimentary explanation. After you select your indicators, you're going to interpret the signals. So what you're doing here is you're analyzing. Let me see where Apple is. Oh, it's at that 50 penny level. You're analyzing indicators alongside the gap. Ideally, indicators should support the direction implied by the gap. For example, a bullish gap should be accompanied by rising moving averages or an upward sloping RSI. So what I mean to say here is, if you're looking at a gap up, say on Tesla, Tesla's gapping up, 3%, but you're looking at all the indicators on multiple time frames, the moving averages, and they're not pointing up that much. Maybe they're horizontal, they're pointing down. The RSI is still in overbought territory, or you're below the 20 EMA on the stochastics, whatever it is, look for confluence between the gap and what the technical indicators are looking for you. For pivot points, are you opening above or below pivots? Are you above resistance level 1? So you want to make sure that there is confluence between them. And here is a great example of the support and resistance analysis with your gaps. You have a big gap up there. You have support at the initiation of the gap, and you come right back into that level, and guess what? You hold it. So keep your eye on these support and resistance indicators as well. And here's a great example of an RSI indicator with gaps. So you gap up, and then the RSI, as a result of the gap, goes into overbought territory. And what ends up happening is you end up reversing. So keep your eye on that. So the benefits of combining some of these indicators with the gap and go are several. So you reduce your false signals. Technical indicators can help filter out misleading gaps and identify stronger trend continuations. So that's really important as well. Oh, I'm short ARDX. What the hell is going on here?
I can take over.
Let me just see what's going on. Where is my ARDX? Okay, why the hell was I short there? Why was there an order to go short? I stop, yeah, that's probably, I didn't think that they could flip. Anyway, I'm only like 2 pennies out of the money, so I'll just flatten it here. That's okay, no big deal. Let me just make sure all my orders are out. All right, so I'm gonna have to cancel my Apple order, but I'm alive to the Apple order. I just want to make sure, there's no other orders here. 1 second.
No worries.
All right, yeah, I'm good to go. We're good to go.
Perfect.
All right, so right back to the lesson. So the benefits of combining reduced false signals. Technical indicators can help filter out misleading gaps and identify stronger trend continuations, but they can also help confirm the trend. So indicators can highlight the momentum behind a gap, giving you more confidence for entering the trade. And it also helps you improve your entry and exit points, whether you're using pivots or otherwise. Technical analysis can suggest potential entry and exit points based on support and resistance levels, or even overbought or oversold on the RSI, or moving average convergence divergence. And some key considerations to keep in mind: your indicator selection. Choose indicators that suit your trading style and a risk tolerance. There's no one size fits all, as I mentioned at the top. Either practice the newer indicators that you want to employ in the sim, or use ones that you're already familiar with and know how to employ. And your indicator overload is a real thing. Don't rely too much on indicators. Focus on the few that complement your gap and go strategy. I would suggest using something with overbought, oversold to complement that. And confirmation is not a guarantee. Even with the support of the indicators, gaps and trends can and do reverse. Always, manage risk with your stop loss orders. And the context in which you're trading, equally as important. Consider different types of gaps. That week on that week that we did on gaps, go back to the YouTube homepage, type in gaps on our Trader TV YouTube homepage, and all the lessons that Adair and I did on gaps will show up. There's things like common gaps, continuation gaps, exhaustion gaps, breakaway, runaway gaps. There's all these different types of gaps. You have to understand them all and the context in which they appear so you know how to trade them a bit better, right? So that is the lesson for now. I hope that helps. And now let's get back to your regular scheduled programming of trading, baby. Apple right back into that 184.5. I did not get triggered on my 184.05 dip. It dipped into 184.13. It didn't trigger my 05, so I'm going to go unfilled for now on Apple and keeping one eye on whatever Mag 7 name I'm trading and one eye on the future because we're still accumulating right now at 18,000.
Yeah, I did a thing here at 18,000. I don't know if I did a good thing at 18,000, but I did a thing, and it is a planned 10 penny short scalp. Now, you might be like, Adara, that is a lot of excitement for 10 whole pennies, dime club. But no, I do like the fact that we are resting, sitting pretty at this level. This was the top earlier, then it was a little bit of resistance, now it's support. I will take my 10 pennies and I will run for the hills like a gleeful child, ready to buy candy because that's all you could buy for like 10 pennies. I'll go to Bulk Barn, whatever, but analogy getting away from me. The point remains, I like the TQs. I like this short. Also, I got out Amara. I was happy with this, and I'm happy I got it where I did as well. And this is, I talk a lot about scalpulation. What I mean when I say scalpulation is it's like basically just having a level, but also being ready to run if I'm not seeing things I like on the taper in the book. So, par example, got involved here at this short. Thanks again to Neil for getting me the locates for that. Then I got out part of this at that 1740 because we kept struggling with that area. Then when we pushed back above that 1740, I was like, Adara, take your profits and go home. So we took the profits and went home here at that 1745. So that's really with scalpulation, it's having an idea, having a plan, and building your risk to reward ratio off of that plan, but also being ready to adapt. So, you know, like being an improv comedian or whatever, like ready to go on stage and move things as you have to. So happy with what I did with that Mara. Not one I have any more reads on right now. Mostly just trying to extricate myself from my TQs, which it looks like we're a couple pennies away from. So we're not going to just stare at this as it goes to the down. So let's see how Monster Energy is doing. I'm looking for stuff. I assume it will be as uninteresting as it was earlier. Yeah, okay, so I think I was accidentally on the 3-minute chart today. I think that's what was happening. But Monster Energy right now trying to bounce here off of VWAP, but more or less in the same range I was trading it earlier, so I don't have a lot of reads on this. My chart went, like, you know, when it accidentally closed when triggered go to the daily and then came back, so I'm still getting accustomed to all of my, you know, my time frames and such on my charts. But right now, yeah, don't have a read on much except for my TQs and ready to see what the market is going to do.
All right, I'm short goggles at the 50 period. We'll see what we get here come what may. But this was a level that I talked about earlier. We were talking about goggles, finding a bit of resistance at that 165.75 or the 50 period. It wasn't immediately clear exactly what was rejecting off. I've already put in my stop. It looks like it's going to go against me here. It's in the 70s, so I'm not, well, I think that this is valid until it breaks 87. So I think I may have to adjust my stop because that's where the pivot point is. We'll see. We'll see exactly what we'll get. If I get stopped out, I don't mind getting right back in. So I don't have to adjust for that at the moment. But that's the trade I'm in right now. We'll see if we get that rejection off the 50 period on Google. But as I look at my scanner, SGBX, that trade that we were in, is just hugging VWAP. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. 6 1/3 is the low, coming off that 6 1/2 right now, going into 6 2/3. This one's got a lot of range, guys. I mean, like, we opened up below 3. We touched almost 9 1/3 on the day. So this has been a very kind of really wide ranging stock, though it is kind of putting in lower highs right now, which kind of makes you feel like this might flat bottom break, but the way that it just keeps bouncing off VWAP, you kind of feel that there's a buyer on the other side of that. So we'll keep watching that. These are the small cappers that I'm watching. ARDX took that bath through, and that's why we got triggered on that. And that was probably a mistake on ARDX because it ended up tanking off that level. So where is it? Well, that was this was not a planned short. Sorry, that was because I had a script order to get stopped out for this order over here. So that's why that happened. Yeah, you got to clean up your orders, otherwise you'll find yourself like me in trouble. So Yeah, it looks like Goggles is, not pumping up at the time. So right back into my entry goes Goggles. And I'll be looking for my first beak wetters at that $0.50. So if we make it into the $0.50, or what my beak on that. The incredible Mr. Lib. Carvana for the win, bro. Okay. Second day play. I like it. Vana obviously reported a couple of days ago, and they did awfully well. Let's load up the chart on Vana and have a look at what Mr. Lib has been doing there on his side of things. CVNA, see what Carvana has been up to on the day. So it's continuing. Beautiful. Third day continuation. I guess May 1st, May 2nd, then today, May 3rd. Let's look at the 5-minute look here on the Vana. Are we above yesterday's high? Yes, we are. So yesterday's high happened right over here at the, this is the aftermarket. That's not the, this is yesterday's high. That's Wednesday's high.
Wednesday night.
Yeah, thank you. So Wednesday high, that 122 1/3, so we're well above that now. We got into 123 and almost a half. This is the 1-minute look right now on Vana. Great look for you, Mr. Lib. To the high side goes Vana. Looks like it's breaking into that $0.75 124. Let's see where you're going to find resistance here on the daily. Let's zoom out a little bit. I can't believe Carvana's at $123. I just can't believe it.
Same when I was looking at it earlier, I was like, pardon?
Anyway, yeah, kind of hard to chart anything here on Vana. Keep your eye on 125 if you continue to head up on that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Elon, hi Sharif. Did you trade SGBX? I hesitated a bit at 520 this morning and never looked back. I did trade SGBX. It was a successful trade off VWAP. We scalped off that 6 2/3 into 7. It looks like it's curling right back into 7 now. So good look here for SGBX. I don't think this one is done, Elon, to be honest. You know my rules for these small cap gappers. I got to be above VWAP, and VWAP on this chart, 6 1/3, Adair.
Ooh, yeah, it's that SGBX does not want to quit. That reminds me, someone was asking about Starbucks earlier, which I did not take a look at. Oh. And I will pull up Starbucks. I've been trading caffeine names today, traded Monster Energy, which is the new dead one. Move aside, Apple. Yeah, Starbucks. That was a nice short at that 73.75. But the thing is, too, there's not a lot of confluence that you would have had to take it at that level. Right? It's not like it was a previous level beyond. We did have that little wick there, I guess, and then that curl heading into it was very nice. We had that bearish candle, but nice move to the downside. We're going to have to see what we do here at 73.30 because we are nearing that area pretty soon, and that was the previous low of the day. That being said, we could try to bounce back up here. Starbucks right now seeming like it's having some time trying to decide what it wants to order. And it's like the barista's like, hurry up, you gotta get a move on. There's a whole line of people behind you. So Starbucks, you wanna be a long or short at these levels, only time will tell. Also, yeah, so people were saying like, oh, Adair does not need more caffeine. I want to clarify again, I am not as caffeinated as I think it is most people would assume I am. So yeah, we did have a little bit more sips of that caffeine there, ready to keep going. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would trade this at these levels, but I like the Monster Energy earlier, so I like those caffeine related plays, especially both of them post earnings as well. So I am definitely okay with caffeine stocks. But you know what else I'm okay with? I have been waxing poetic, well, like once earlier, about that Coinbase 222. Look what bounced. Coinbase 222. I'm putting this off my Con-L. If my Con-L comes back to that level, which I think is like 49 on Con-L, I drew a line. It's 49.38. If we come back, if we bounce, somebody's going long.
Like it.
I am going long. We're going to take a con long on Con-L.
All right.
What do you, how is the Google short was great, by the way.
We're still like 4 pennies out of the money at the moment, so trying to pack my patience on it. We'll see what it does. I think Google's definitely the weaker one on the day, so if I'm going to short one of these, it'll be either Tesla or Google. Come what may, baby. The orders are in, and we're going to keep an eye on that. What do I think of the soft one, says JMO947. I like the way you put that. Look, I like it today. Any dips into the 10 period here look to be getting bought up. I don't have my 20 period because it doesn't show up on this chart for whatever reason. I've tried to get it to show up multiple times. But the dips into the 10 period, mostly that 406 level, seems to be getting bought up. But, you know, it looks like we're topping out here. 406 2/3. We've been very sideways for a while. I mean, we have had dips into VWAP. The deeper retracements have broken through the 10 and come into the volume weighted average price. But yeah, it's a good look. You're up over 2%. The fact of the matter is, though, we really haven't been that much higher than we were at 10 a.m. this morning when we got into that 406.5. So it's going to have to show me something here. We'll we'll continue to watch to see if it does end up showing me something or not. But this 18,000 is the thing that I'm keeping my eye on, because this could absolutely get me in trouble with goggles, right? So this area on goggles here, we keep curling up, and this might spell trouble for me if we break through 18,000. I don't want to try to, you know, guess what's going to happen, but I need to make contingency plans. And if 18,000, we really blow through that level, I think Google definitely pops up, breaks the 166 level, and that will for sure stop me out. The other thing that I'm watching here is there seems to be some love shown by the 50 period to the Amazon today. Now look, Amazon's a little consolidative. It's had these two outlying events, one in the pre, one here at 1040, 1045, where it broke into these highs. But for the most part, we've really been kind of hugging 185 3/4 to 186 or 187 3/4. 186 3/4, 187-ish area. So about $1.25 worth of range on Amazon. It's gotten a couple of nice pumps. Oh, so I did get stopped out off. Yeah, I did get stopped out on goggles. Goggles is headed to the high side here. So I did get stopped out there. So now, am I negative on the day now? Yes, I am down by $3. Okay, we'll keep eyes on that. But Amazon has a good area of support, it looks like, at the 50 period here. So keep your eye out on this 186.75, 187 area. Could be a rinse and repeat range there.
Yeah, I mean, I love rinse and repeat ranges. Do not get me started. I could wax boat. Literally, yesterday, I think I said I'm deranged, and Ramin thought I said I like that range. So that shows how much I talk about ranges for Ramin to think I said that. Okay. So I thought that was really funny. I'm always waxing poetic about ranges. I just got a kick out of that. But yeah, so anyways, I'm in this Palantir short. I don't know if I'm in the Palan clear on this, but I want to talk about why I got involved. Lower highs, lower lows, below the 90 MA. Getting near that previous area of pre-market support. If we break above this 23, 12, or 11, I'm going to have to say bye-bye. I'm going to have to say out of here, Palantir. But right now I don't, because I'm still in the trade. I like, also, the thing is too, so no, Sharif always says, and I agree, you can't get involved in a trade in one candle. But what if you have two bearish-looking candles and an overall downtrend, and you're below the 90 MA? I see some stuff here in Palantir, but like I said, I really don't think I'm in the Palan clear. I don't want to steer clear of it either. I want to see how we do, but I think it was one of those things where I liked what I saw and I wanted to take it, because we have had such a stall for whatever reason around this $23 level. We have earnings for Palantir on Monday, so definitely stay tuned for those. Alex Karp and his hair and his thoughts. You'll get that on Monday after the close with Sean and I on Low Market Recap. Always check that out. Right now, Palantir doing nothing. Also, I realized I never checked back up on my TQQ short to tell you guys what happened there. So because I was happy with this. I scalped out, and I really like where I scalped out too, because I got out here. I wanted 55s, ended up getting 58s, and I'm happy I got it where I did, because we bounced a little bit higher here. So, and I've been saying this as well. I set really tight stop losses. Like, I do not want to risk sometimes more than 5 or 6 pennies. That doesn't always work out, but I find it helps me minimize my losses so that I can help maximize my gains, especially because I take smaller shares. So it's like, if you're going to take less shares, you're going to be winning a little bit less too, right? But that means you want to lose as little as possible. So that's really what happened here on the TQs. I see you are short the TQs.
Yeah.
So you are pleased as punch, I'm sure, right now.
Well, we're looking for an 18 rejection or rinse and repeat. It's not going to be as forthcoming, I think, as we accumulate into that. So I'm just going to send it to you, because I still haven't put my stop or anything yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, just give me a second on this side.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I don't have much else I'm looking at right now. Let's look at NVDL though. Well, and I'll look at our big sister. I'll look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA though, I actually like as a potential bounce here off that 3810 and that 3810 in the 90 MA. On NVIDIA, that is 886. So if you put $1 on NVDA to get to my level, if we get to that level, somebody might be taking NVDL to the upside and hoping for an NVDW, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
It'll be an NVDW.
Oh, I like that. Positive manifestation. But yes, that's what I'm looking for here on NVDA. What's everybody else trading? I love seeing what everybody's up to, and great community to talk about here, and so many traders. Do you use ATR or only use a few pennies? Yeah, Bryce, I'll use I'll use like previous levels of resistance and support, but usually I'll use like the tightest one I can find. So that's kind of how my stops are. How are you doing there?
Doing decent, not bad at the moment, but look at this, guys. Now it looks NVIDIA is really making a move for it here. And any dips into the 10 or even the 20 are getting bought up. And I think this is why I think we actually break 18,000 here. If NVIDIA starts really pumping up, we could see 900 today, I think, on NVIDIA if this one really starts getting going. So that could be an absolutely good look. Look at all the buy-ups on NVIDIA. I mean, like, you cannot not look at this. Higher lows all day long. Sure, we're not above resistance level 2 on the pivots, but definitely higher highs, higher lows. The dips are being bought up. We're printing at 887 right now. So I think, you know, this could absolutely head to the high side. The other trade that I'm looking at is this Tesla top. Why is the top at 180.75? A completely random area, but it is, you know, again, there's been a lot made about the institutional prints at 8 a.m. and what they may or may not mean, but here it is, guys. The fact that the top end of this institutional print is literally 180.75, and we've had, for the better part of a couple hours now, a range at 180.75. Come, say whatever you want about those institutional prints at 8 a.m. I know there was a trader around these parts a while ago that had his own theories about them, and he was ridiculed a little bit for it. Yeah, well, you know. When you think outside the box, sometimes you subject yourself to ridicule. But anyway, 180.75, great area there for a short on Tesla. That is unless we get a flat bottom break. The other thing that I'm going to start looking at now are NVIDIA longs off the 10 EMA. So you're going to have to, you know, obviously be alive to where the 10 EMA is printing at any one time because it's very dynamic. And your orders may have to change constantly to keep up with where the 10 EMA is. But that's what I'm looking up for now. Dip trades on NVIDIA into the 10 EMA. The deeper retracements seem to come in to the 20. We shall see what happens there. Let's see what else is popping off. I just finished singing Amazon's praise, saying that it has support off the 50. I still happen to agree with that. So another trade that I could be persuaded to get into here is another dip long off the 50 on Amazon. 186.30, 186.25. That's where it seems to have a bit of area support. Right now it's at the mid 50s. So we're gonna have to pack our patience, otherwise no go there. And let's look at AAPL as well, because this has been stuck in a range. So I haven't traded Apple all that well today, which is fine, even though there is a bit of an established range. I don't know how I screwed this up. I have my order, my alert at 184.05. It hasn't even gone off because we haven't made it back down to 184. But the lower end area, I mean, maybe I'm being too frugal here. 184, I should be waiting 20 rather than 05s, for example. But this is very similar to Tesla. 185 top on Apple, 184 low. It's a dollar range. If you can weasel your way into it, all the better. I'll keep my eyes on both of those possible trades, Adara.
Yeah, that NVIDIA, oh, wow, tired. The NVIDIA bounce off the 9 EMA is a nice look for me as well that I would play through NVDL. Right now, though, ironically, I am short. I know I'm like, oh, I like long NVIDIA. I'm shorting the SOXL, though. The reason I'm shorting the SOXL is look at this little roundy top. And look at that resistance. I say I could squeeze this guy for a couple pennies and leave. So that's what we're trying to do here. Also, Palantir is like, I have nothing to report. Palantir is still trucking along, basically flat. I think it might have to take Apple's title for the dead one, because at least Apple has a rate. Ooh. Right now, Palantir has a series of doji candles doing a whole lot of nothing. But SOXL, if we break above this 39.10, I'm going to have to get out. Really, really, really small position. I'm just trying to get into the habit, if I see stuff I like, getting involved. I think, and the thing is, too, is I knew it was kind of a riskier position, so I will definitely not want to overstay my welcome in the SOXL. But yeah, I thought I'd try that short just based on the fact that we did have a little bit of a curl down, especially interesting given that pop-up that we have had in NVDL and AMD, which has been pretty strong as well here. I'm just going to hop out of this SOXL for now so I can take my eye off it and look at some other trades. Yeah, Palantir doing a heck of a lot of nothing. What else is popping here? Let's look at AMD. Let's look at AMD. Speaking of these chip names, because we looked at AMD a little bit earlier, but it's not one I've looked at in many moons. So let's take a look at AMD. Shout out to anybody who took this high of day break earlier because that was a nice look. AMD and NVIDIA both sitting pretty here at their 90 EMAs, poised for a move to the upside. I think now that I'm out of that SOX L short, I want to definitely try to find a way to finagle, weasel, what have you, myself into that NVDL long because that's a trade I really want. And it's like, Dara, why are you trying to take this little tiny fish on SOX L when you could have had like a big, prize-winning fish with the trade you really, really wanted on NVIDIA? It reminds me as well, I was like, Sean was talking this morning at the coffee machine. I think he was mostly talking to Obi, but I happened to be there, so I learned this lesson as well. And he was saying, he's like, one of the biggest things that I've kind of notice is like, don't try not to trade some of these like these smaller moves because it's like you'll get chopped up trying to get these 30 to 45 pennies when it's like if you have like a big home run try to go for that maybe instead of like the singles. You know what I mean, to use a baseball analogy. So I'm really paraphrasing, but I learned a lot from mostly just overhearing that conversation with Sean and Obi this morning because I think one of the benefits too of being on this forum, being part of this community is there's so many other traders you can always learn from. SOX L, now you decide to work? It's all good. It's all good. Always looking for some opportunities there. If we come back to 39, I might short a little bit of a pop again. But honestly, I wasn't 100% confident in that trade in the first place, so I can't be too hard on myself for getting out because I didn't feel super confident. That's the name of the game sometimes, baby. Let's see if we bounce off that 38.10.
Wow.
Palantir, if you want to do anything, let me know.
All right, we wet our beak on some profits there on the TQQQ short, but simultaneously took an L on Meta. So tried to get into the 10 period on META. I guess my stop is a little too tight here because, well, I don't know if it's a little too tight. I think I may have made a boo-boo on this one. Anyway, profit on one, loss on the other. That's just the way this one goes, so we'll keep an eye on both of them. I still can be persuaded to get into both. But another one is starting to feature now, and it goes by the name of Apple, back into 185. We were talking about 185 resistance on AAPL 184 short, and that is back in play right here. 184.92 on AAPL. The highs all morning have been south. I mean, obviously this doesn't count, but basically from 950 onwards, it has been a 185 top. It actually hasn't broken 185. So this will be an outlying event if we do get that break and take on the 185 right now on AAPL. So we're gonna have to get rid of this one. What just happened? Why am I out of my position? I didn't actually put that out there.
I was confused too because I was confused why you were out.
I don't understand why I'm out. Okay.
It's like it's a range, but I know you wouldn't have played it like a range. So
that's not what I want to do. Trust me. All right, so I'm gonna have to fix this chart on Apple again because, well, you know how the wicks are. 184.63. I have to fix this quickly here. There we go. 184.63. So now we can see the chart a bit better. Here comes 185. I'm gonna take this short. I'll give it a little bit of room. If it breaks 185 to the top side by like 10 cents or so, then we'll be looking to get stopped out. But, this is a rinse and repeat level on Apple, and I'm going to try it. So, obviously, I don't want Apple to tank for the long term because I am in Apple bigly in the long-term account. It's my biggest holding by a long shot. So we'll continue to watch that. It was rivaling Caterpillar, but Caterpillar, as you know, is now all over with. It's done as a trade for me. So I'm looking for a 185 general area rejection here on the dead one, AAPL. It's been a 185, 184 range on Apple all day. I mean, we mentioned it, from 950 onwards, it's been a range. Now, the future is coming off a little bit here, so which makes me feel Apple probably will start going up because they kind of move in opposite directions. So we didn't get that 18,000 break and take on the future quite yet. We're back into the mid 80s or there. Neil, boo, Caterpillar quitter. It was a trade, Neil. It wasn't a long-term hold. Neil. Quitter pillar, I like it. Neil is holding Caterpillar in the long term. I think you're going to be in that for. When he's retiring, he'll sell that. So he's not selling it yet. You do adjust. You're an active manager of the portfolio. If something gets too big, you do trim it. Yeah. Yeah. I remember he did that with Lily when he was in the money heavily on Lily. It got too big. You had to trim that down. I'm sure he'll do the same on Cat. Shout out to Neil. There it goes, baby. Apple to the downside. We take that already. Now let's see if we can get a nice move, maybe into that $0.0025 general area. Let's go down, Apple. and let's go down future. Apple bull flag, says Huckleberry. Yes, if you're looking on the bigger time frame, absolutely agree with you. If you're looking at the 15-minute, I can absolutely see what you mean by that bull flag because we had that monster move in the aftermarket yesterday, Ram. And this was the big move up. So you're not wrong. If you're looking at it on the hourly, you probably look like a bull flag as well. Yeah, for sure. And look at that. You're getting dips off the 10 period. This is what the beautiful thing is about multi-time frame analysis. You never know where these moving averages or what indicator is going to feature on what time frame. That's why I always start, when I chart every night, I start from the weekly and I go down all the way to about 5 minutes. And incrementally looking for RSI, price action divergence on all time frames, indicator support and resistance on all time frames to see, what it's respecting. You never know what these algos are trading off. You don't know what they've been programmed on. That's why, kind of behooves you to do that. So we'll see. We'll see there.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? On Palantir's behalf, I'm a little bit offended that you called Apple the dead one today. Because Palantir's like, I haven't done anything for like 6 5-minute candles, Sharif. That's kind of offensive.
Oh, no.
1, 2, okay, actually, let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are we doing, Palantir? Why am I Palantir?
Why am I Palantir?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to leave, but I do not like that we have done nothing in this time. And it's not like, because I think one of my biggest things is I have a really bad habit, and I've gotten slightly better about it, but just leaving a trade because I'm bored and then it works out. I don't want to do that. I do like this trade. It's not like we're like out of the money. Like I said, I'm giving this into 23.12, so I'm okay with what we're doing in Palantir right now. But it's just, it's really funny when a stock moves with whatever the opposite of a viciousness or a swiftness is. It's very languid. But you know what's not languid is this future. I'm so happy with this. We broke decisively below that previous. I'm sorry.
You're so lucky. Why?
Well, because I know
feel bad about that.
You got that figured out.
You did a really good job. You shouldn't feel bad for me. Don't worry about me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good job.
But also, you have your Apple short now too. So you're Tim Cook. We're both Tim Cook to the downside.
You want to know the truth though?
Please.
Apple's moving the opposite direction of all the names right now. So that's why I was jokingly saying the future's tanking. Apple's gonna pop.
You weren't wrong. That's weird that they did do that.
It's finding support. It doesn't seem to be moving with the future at all, to be honest with you. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, honestly, so I took out profit there. I was really proud of myself because initially I wanted to get out the second we got near that 50s area because that was the previous resistance and then support that I was playing earlier in that range. But then I was like, Adara, you know what? Be a little bit more patient. So I gave it another 5 pennies. Is Apple at that level where you owe me ice cream? Says, I'm going to go take a wild guess and say it's Ramin?
Yeah,
it is Ramin.
of course.
But yeah, so Ramin wants her ice cream. And this goes
Do you remember?
Yeah, this is in October
exactly.
earnings. Sharif's like, if Apple's up by the end of the day, I will get... No,
First
he said, if Apple's up, in the morning, I'll get everybody Starbucks. But then it was down like 2%. And
it was down big.
Like, but if we're up by the end of the day, I'll get everybody ice cream or Starbucks.
I didn't say no such thing this time around, though.
You did it. Because
I did it.
You knew they were going to surprise. And I said this on the market recap, and I want to echo this. For me, I think the biggest thing with this earnings report and why people were so excited, China. You and Brendan were mentioning this morning as well. Positivity in China in terms of beat and also year-over-year growth, because China was the biggest thing, in my opinion, and analyst opinions as well, that sent this guy to the downside. But Apple did have a little bit of weakness in iPads. As Sharif astutely pointed out, though, it might have to do with the fact that we have that let loose event, which is possibly iPad related, and people who want to buy iPads are waiting to see what gets unveiled there. So I think that was a take that completely slipped my mind. So I think that's a really good take there from Sharif. Right now, Palantir, if you want to take any level, pick a level, just let me know. I am here. I am waiting. Neil and Bears vs. Bulls both lobbying for ice cream for Ramin, by the way. In the
okay.
Chat, just so you know.
Whoa.
Their team ice cream.
All right. Well, I don't mind going right now, but someone's going to have to cover on the show. No, I'm kidding, right? We're absolutely printing bigly. Oh, do you want to cover for real? I'll go get ice cream. Yeah. Are we allowed to do that? No, we're not. I think we're allowed to do that. Yeah. We're literally not allowed. Yeah, I think that's one of the things on the exam.
It is.
Yeah,
As
right.
someone who recently took the exam.
All right, so I'm gonna end my trade here on the dead one, Apple, because I'm now in a nice long, at least I believe it's a nice long. I'm out of the money. I'm out of the money about 30 pennies right now on Meta. I'm looking for a VWAP hold on Meta. and a 450 hold as well. It's not just a VWAP hold. It's going against me though. So this is trouble because the market is coming down. And so it looks like Meta is going to come down off these levels. I'm going to send it to you to put my stop.
Yeah, I have nothing to talk about. I'm waiting to find some more trades here. But this SOXL VWAP bounce, hello. I don't want to take it long though. If we reject off that 38.90, which is where I should have exited my short, patience, Adira, then I'll be getting involved probably back in the short here. SOXL goes on the side chart. Also, yeah, there's this one thing I saw. I've seen Bears versus Bulls put it in the chat. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, by the way. Great moderator, greatest moderator. So happy to have you here. And but also, Bears versus Bulls has said patient sometimes with a Y. It's like it pays to be patient.
I love it.
And that's something that I think would have happened. I got out of this for a couple pennies, mostly because I was like, oh, I just want to see other charts. And I'm like, maybe, you know, I didn't feel that confident in the first place. But it's like a Dara. Get involved in that trade because you like it. And I did have reasons to be confident. We had that rounded top. We had that area of previous resistance. I just was not feeling what I should have been feeling in the trade. And, you know, we talked about this before. I think one of the things about, you know, trading your own book is because you're not going to really want to be involved in the trade. You're not going to have the impetus to do well in the trade if it's not your trade. And I've gotten out of trades before
100%.
because I've gotten involved. I've seen stuff like people in the chart being like, oh, this is a good level. Or sorry, people in the chat being like, this is a nice level. And I'll agree that it's a nice level and I'll take the trade and then I'm in it and I'm like, well, I don't really know if that's, if I got in it for my reasons. You know what I mean? I think you have to have your reasons. That's why I love Sean sticking out because he will have his stocks that he likes for his specific reasons at his specific levels. And I think having your own reason for taking trades, whatever those reasons may be, is really important. So that's my my monologue there, my Shakespearean sonnet. But yeah, I think, like, honestly, I do think having confidence in your own trades and your own style is really important.
All right, well, you know, we're back break even now on Meta. I put my stop. Come with me now. If it breaks VWAP, if it's a break and dump, then it's a losing trade. End of the story. Stop is in. If we get filled here at the 60 penny level, I'll be happier. I got to tell you the truth, but keeping an eye on the future because I think the future is really going to dictate whether I get stopped out of META at the moment because it is at VWAP, but you know it could easily break volume weighted average price. That's not like a metal fence or anything like that.
I like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Barbed wire.
Yeah, it's not barbed wire. Shout out to the Katia man. How was the walk and talk? Was there a talk?
No, we're doing podcasts.
Oh, he was doing podcast.
On the download.
Okay. All right. Well, I kind of said it a little bit loud there.
Sean was doing super secret activities is what was happening there.
Yeah, okay, well, he's going to show the food because the food today, let me tell you, man, look at that, guys. I mean, there's a plethora of colors, bro. Beautiful,
Veggies,
beautiful, beautiful.
cucumbers.
Did you put?
There's the citrus.
That's the other. So you get the salad.
Poached.
Oh, is it, eh? Is it spicy or is it good?
No, it's not spicy. It's more of
Good.
like a tang.
Okay.
There's a tang to it.
Good.
Shout
Well,
out
as long
to
as
Tang.
it's tolerable,
Yeah.
right? You're good to go there.
Sharif, shout out to Sharif, though, for always being very sensitive to my very low spice tolerance. Like, we make jokes and we laugh, but he is always, like, very nice and is like, is it too spicy? So I appreciate it.
All good, all good. All right, so the future, we're at 17,970. We're still above that 50-point area, but I think it's going to be trouble for my Meta long. The short on Apple was absolutely a banger. We took a lot on that one. Where is that one? There it is. I was very happy with this short over here, but I'm not going to likely be happy with this long on META unless something fundamentally changes here. The Piper, can't see what you're doing, Sharif. It's tiny. I'm sorry, brother. What do you need to be bigger? Do you want the level 2 bigger or the charts bigger? Exactly what is it that you're having trouble seeing? Tag me again, and you know, I have no problem making those adjustments for you. Here comes the stop on META though. If it breaks at $0.50, we're gonzino. It's at the 2/3 of a dollar now. It's either going to bounce up or you know we're going to be in some trouble here on META. Could have flattened out break even. As you can see, it went up into the 40s, but that wasn't the trade. And so I'd rather take the L than get out prematurely and then watch it go in my direction. That's just infuriating. Those barbed wire tats, baby. Oh yeah, sounds good. What do you got over there?
I have my SOXL short. I have a SOXL short that I like. To be fair, I did like the initial one, but I do think I was really lollygagging with that. I was like,
lollygagging.
I'll get in. Then I was like, I'll get out. But here, I like it. I like that we are below the 90 EMA. I like that we had that rejection at that previous area of
On
support.
this one?
If we break above, we're going to give this about like 8 pennies into that, or I guess like 7 pennies, whatever. Either way, we're giving it into like that 38.96 area because that was that other little top here. If we break above, or sorry, that other support area, if we break above that, I want none of the smoke, but I do want all the smoke here heading into VWAP. Why else do I like VWAP here, if you may ask? I don't know if you did, but here you go. A, the bottom of this little top and turn we had earlier. B, it is the bottom of that pre-market, or sorry, it's the top of that pre-market little area we had before we broke out. So there's a couple reasons that I do like this area. We're going to plan and out here just above that VWAP. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. Palantir is deciding to break to the upside a little bit, but not to a degree that makes me worried and/or that means I need to leave because I do have plans here. Let me show my Palantir. Yes, like I said, for Palantir, I'm gonna be concerned if we break above that previous area here of that 23.11. Right now, finally getting moved on to the upside here. And I said, when I got involved in this short, I said I liked it because it's lower lows, but I know Palantir is a strong name. So we're going to have to find out what happens here. I'm always very willing to consider that the trade goes against you. But I think one of the biggest things, and Sean has said this, and I really learned from this, a scared trader is an efficient trader. So if I see something I like, I do want to get involved. This is what happened here. I have to shout out Diggle Boy. Soxal likes Adara. Love it for short. I think if anything, we might have like an unrequited relationship, but I like Soxal too much. But either way, I did get a kick out of that comment. How's Tesla looking today, says Jeff the Pain. Let's take a look at, hopefully you're bringing some pain to this market, taking those trades. Tesla, what are you, Tesla, a little bit, okay. I got a little bit distracted by the Tesla chart there. This 180.60 top, bottom-ish of one. The point I'm trying to make is there's some kind of range here, but the only reason I'm a little bit, I say some kind and not confidently there is a range, is for a couple reasons. A, this looks a little bit sloped to the downside here at that 180.60, but then we get these very bullish candles here at the bottom at this 179.80. Right now, I think Tesla needs to decide what it wants to be when it grows up before I can have any kind of read and decisively say, I like this, I am not down. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens. JF Trader making a pun here as well for Jeff the Pain, saying, Jeff, Tesla is a pain, as always. Yeah, I mean, we call it Tesla for a reason, but I think there were lots of opportunities for longs and shorts here. I know, Sean, you went both directions on Tesla today, right? So yeah, exactly. So you can take, you have to have plans. You have to be ready to flip it and reverse it. Sean took Tesla both long and short today as Tesla was moving around there. So I do think there were options in both. I think right now, though, Tesla needs to figure out exactly what it wants to be in between this 179.80 to 180.60 area. If it does make a decision and it wants to range, hey, by all means, Tesla, invite me. I'll hop in the Cybertruck. But until it has that decisive range, I have really no reason to get involved. Right now, I'm still in my 2 trades. Could you please look at Carvana, says Chevalier Tate. Sharif yesterday recommended go short at 116. I'm still trapped in that short. Should I be getting out?
Whoa.
So, I mean, we don't make recommendations, right? We just look at levels. And also that 116 level as a short yesterday, intraday, was a really good look. I want to clarify as well.
Okay.
Because I remember we both like that level. But also, intraday, and we don't recommend recommendations. We just look at opinions on the chart, right? Right now, for me, I have to tell you, on the intraday, this is a nice look.
116 was the long yesterday.
Oh, 116 was the long?
Yeah, look.
Oh, yeah, it was the long. Okay.
So we were kind of ranging with the long right there.
Right.
So if you're long, Shefali, you're in the money nicely.
But I think it's the short, though.
No, I would never say to short off 116.
Also,
the range
I think
yesterday
Carvana short can be scary, too.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
No question about that. All right, I'm out of meta, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, I just wanted, it's just always opinions, no advice, just our takes on charts. Right now, their Carvana, I would say, does look strong. We did have that bounce off that. I think for me, too, that 119.15 area, or 119.50, if we hold this up to me, it does look pretty strong here for Carvana. That previous resistance area here coming back into support on that VWAP. So yeah, I think I have to say this is a pretty strong look on Carvana right now. Soxal, we're about 5 pennies in the money. Soxal just keeps bouncing off those 80s, so I might have to get out of that. I'm going to get out of that in general soon as well because we do have the lesson du jour coming up. So we're not Neil's lesson of the day because that is a whole other thing, and Neil's dropping hotlines at the Use of Sharifism and his advice and his takes, and they're always really good stuff. Like Neil and Sharif and I are always saying we learn a lot listening to him as well. So, and I know people in the chat love that. So check out Neil around the noon hour, more or less every single day for those lessons of the day. But Scott Thompson asking about ARMs. Let's take a look at ARM quickly before we pass it off here and see what's going on. ARM, okay, what are you saying here? Any thoughts on where ARM may bottom out? I mean, again, not advice, but just opinions here. Look at this 101-ish area. I know Neil earlier was mentioning 101 on ARM. For me, I see ARM, we had a little bit of flattish top here at 103.20, then we start to see lower highs. The reason I say 101 maybe is because A, it looks like that could be the next kind of progression to the downside, and B, we had that base here earlier. So I think if we do have a bottom, that could be where it is. But again, just my take on the chart, and I want to look at the daily to get a better sense of where ARM might lose its armor. ARM also reports next week.
Oh.
So ARM's something to keep an eye on here. This is interesting with ARM. ARM looks like it's actually trying to break up on the daily chart, because we do have these higher lows in this flat top. So ARM could be getting spicy here. Also spicy is Palantir. We're gonna have to probably steer clear, get out of the way of Palantir here. I said way too many ear sounds there. But yeah, right now SOXL continues rejecting, so probably gonna get out of that. This ARM though is an interesting little look. And I think, yeah, basically, Scott, I want to see, it'd be interesting to see what we do at 101, but again, not advice, just based on previous levels and the general trajectory. How are you doing?
Good. Back in meta. I'm cruising for a bruising, but we'll let that one go. I like the look at VWAP on META. I just feel like I got pushed out of that one too quickly. Back goes the future into, curling up into 17,990 again. It looked, I don't know, man. Do we take 18? Like, it did actually bounce off resistance level 2 on pivots. So did a little bit of a move down off 18,000. Here comes 18 again. But I feel like this is more NVIDIA driven than Mag 7 driven. Look at the chart, like confluence between NVIDIA, like the bars even, they look the same. So maybe we should be trading NVIDIA if we've got an eye on the future. Anyway, there was a beautiful 20-period hold on NVDA. The other one that's kind of changing its tune a little bit is this 166 level on Google. Google had been a 166 reject all morning. Initially, we had been rejecting that $0.75 area, and now we're breaking through the whole dollar area. To go green on Google, though, we got to break through that 2/3. 166.60 is the closing print on GOOGL. So we'll have to keep eyes on that for any possible trend change. But I'm going to keep my eyes definitely on 18,000, because that I believe taking that will absolutely have a big effect here on some of these Mag 7 names. Mr. Longshorts, that famous line from my dad growing up. Which one are you talking about? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Let me know. What else have we got over here? Yeah, not much. Just this meta trade that I'm in at VWAP and keeping my eye on 185 on Apple. That's really been the kind of the whole thing today. What else we got over here? Okay. Oops, 1 sec. There we go. Let's see if we can get a little bit there. Yeah, I've got nothing else, but we can probably start the lesson, no?
Yeah, I'm just going to get out of my socks. L for a small
take
L.
over.
No, it's okay. I think we're basically, if it just lets me get, there we go, we're extricated. Also, I would like, before we get to the lesson, I want to take a brief moment to say, Palantir, you're not my pal, Palantir. Pardon me, I said I wanted to see what we do at 23.11. We break up with a viciousness into 23.11, okay? So I get out. Meanwhile, guess who decides to go back to my point of entry? Palantir.
Oh, wow.
I'm just going to stick my tongue out aggressively at Palantir. If we keep bouncing at 9 EMA, Palantir, I'm not going to steer too clear. It's going to stay on my side chart. If we keep bouncing, we keep bouncing. SOXL could have scalped it a little bit earlier, but yeah, I'm still up on the day, and my spirits are always up. I am always bullish, positivity, and new opportunities. So there we go.
Tina Man, you got to be careful with the negative talk on Palantir, because Tina Man got upset.
Oh,
that's a joke.
Okay.
I want to dare to guess the price I'm short now.
Can I? Oh, I tried, but I didn't do very well on it. For myself, are you short? Okay, I have two guesses. 23.27.
Whoa, are you kidding, bro? Wow,
so
that was
I guess
really good.
23.27. Sean is short 23.28, and you can check it out on More Trader TV Live. So you can see what Sean and Neil are doing. I do love playing the game. Pardon?
Neil's like, you get ice cream for that. Look, I made the deal with Ram last time around about Starbucks. I didn't say anything about it. Bang! On my meta trade as we move back into 450, now looking for that bigger move up. Where are we long here on META? This more Trader TV thing's blocking. We're long 60, so we're 40 pennies in the money now on META. Let's see if we can get $1 to move up into 450.50. I'd be pleased as dang punch on this trade, trying to avenge this bad push out earlier. Look, I still believe in the VWAP hold on META. We'll see what we get here, Dare, as it moves right back up.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like this comment here from UL Reina in the chat. Just in time for the lesson. You are. It's time
got it.
for our lesson.
Got it.
Multi-signal approach, combining technical indicators with the gap and go strategy. So let's gap and go over here and talk about this lesson. We've been talking about the strategy all week as ways to capitalize on intraday movements, but you don't always necessarily want to rely solely on the gaps because it can be risky. And we're going to just explore some other ways to look at things with confluence and technical indicators. So here's going beyond the gap, because gaps give you insight, but they only go so far. So what are you going to do when you see a gap you like? First, you're going to identify the gap. Not a gap in the mall, mind you, not the store, but the gap in your chart. As usual, you want to start by finding stocks with significant gaps up or down at the open, combined with volume.
Volatility?
So now you want to select your indicators. Choose technical indicators that go with the gap and go strategy. And here are some popular indicators to think about. These could be trend indicators like moving averages, RSI, confirming the overall trend, so upward for bullish gap and downward for bearish gaps. You could also use a momentum indicator like the MACD, the stochastic oscillator, which can gauge the strength of the trend behind the gap, because you want a strong trend, or otherwise you might get caught in a fake out breakout, which are no fun. Those are not fun.
They're not.
And we do not like them here on How to Trade, or as traders in general, just not a fan. Also, support and resistance indicators can be really key. Bollinger Bands, pivot points. We know Sharif loves the pivot points there, and they're actually really interesting too, because sometimes I'll like a level and Sharif will be like, oh, that's the pivot. So it's good to be aware of these levels, you know? I think that's really key as well. And now that you've got arrows. Now that you have the indicators you like, now you have to find a way to interpret those signals. So analyze the indicators alongside the gap. You generally would like indicators supporting the direction implied by the gap. So a bullish gap could be accompanied, for example, by rising moving averages in an upward sloping RSI. So here's one example here of support resistance analysis with the gap. You have the gap acting as support. We pop up, and then we rest here as support again. So I think that's a nice look. Here's an example of RSI analysis with the gap. So you have that overbought signal happening, and that's when you get your exhaustion gap heading and the reversal heading to the downside. So using RSI and these other indicators in tandem with gaps. Now, what are some of the benefits of combining indicators? Because there are a few. Reduced false signals. If you have a technical indicator beefing up, amping up, providing some protein to your gap strategy, it can help filter out misleading gaps and identify stronger trend continuations. You also have to think about the confirmation of trend steering. Confirmation is what we're all about here, and because indicators can highlight the momentum behind the gap, which can give you a little bit more confidence before you get involved in that trade. It can also help you improve your entry and exit points, because tech analysis can suggest potential entry and exit points based on support and resistance levels or overbought, oversold conditions, instead of just getting in all willy-nilly on a gap. Now here's an example. We can show you some examples too as well, actually, in the markets. I know someone earlier, I believe Paul, was saying, can we look at some actual examples today? So yeah, I'll pull up we can look at some charts after. But let's talk as well about considerations here to keep in mind. So you have to keep in mind your indicator selection. You want to choose indicators that suit your trading style and risk tolerance, because there's no one-size-fits-all approach. You also want to look at indicator overload, because I've done this before. You have too many things in the chart, and then you're like, oh, shiny. Dart every which way. You're not planning your trades properly. You want to focus on a few indicators that complement your strategy and specifically your gap and go approach, if that's what you so choose. But confirmation is never a guarantee, right? Even with stop loss indicators, even with supportive indicators, gaps and trends can reverse, so you always want to manage with stop loss orders and have your plan ahead of time. Context is also really key here as well. There are different types of gaps: common, continuation, exhaustion, and runaway breakaway. And we actually have a whole lesson on this. You can look up on the channel under How to Trade. You can find our lesson on different gap types, because knowing what type of gap it is, and I want to go back to this example we had here, this RSI example, knowing that it's an exhaustion gap can help you realize, hey, this gap to the downside could be the sign, or this gap to the upside could be the sign of the end of the trend, especially in confluence with that RSI move, right? So that's kind of the lesson of the day here. Combining indicators in any case, but here in this example, combining them with the gap and go strategy can enhance your ability to find these higher probability trades and give you a more comprehensive view of the market. And let's try to find some examples of gap and goes in the wild here. Because I know some people were saying we have so many gaps today. Let's look at Coin and see if Coin gave us anything here. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. A lot of these examples today, I don't know if today is like the best day to find these gap and go strategies. And the reason I say that is because a lot of the moves that we had earlier were kind of given up. So Square was really strong initially, given up. Coin, weak, then strong, now given up. So I think today was a little bit of an interesting day. But I mean, one example with Coin here where we ended up kind of gapping into is, look, so we kind of have this move up initially, coming back down, and resting near that previous support here around that 225 area. So not a perfect example, mind you, but a quick one on the fly here in these markets. I think today was interesting. I think the NFP undid or edited a lot of the initial gaps we saw. How is Meta going?
Great. Popped up
Yay.
without me.
Oh.
I knew that would happen.
Oh, you were sarcastic at first, and you were such a good sarcastic actor.
No, it popped without me. Like, that's my exit right here.
Oh, no.
Right? So we took the whole, like, I just got tired of waiting. And then the bid was not going above 450, and I said, okay, someone's pushing this down, and we're not getting above 18,000 on the future. So I'm like, okay, I'll just take it out here because it keeps going down to test the $0.50. So that is a perfect example of what not to do with patience. If you like the level, pack your dang patience, look at something else, put in your stop so that you're not staring at it like I just did. So I just want to kind of use my mess up as an example for what not to do for all the traders out there. Pack your patience. I really mean that. I like this level, and it ended up paying nicely. I just didn't participate in it the way that I should have. But this trade is still intact. This 185 level on Apple, I can't believe how long we've been into this trade. I do have a suspicion, though, that we will break this. And this goes to the fact that that's based upon, I should say, the fact that we are putting in really incrementally higher lows here. The buyers are overwhelming sellers incrementally on these lows, but they're not overwhelming them enough to get that flat top break through 185. So I want to see, number one, if we break above 18,000, does Apple really like start getting going? Do we close the gap into 187, maybe 186 and a half, whatever? That's likely going to happen on the Big Kahuna show because, well, that's the more liquid time of the day. And so if we get a big, nice market pump, I think it probably comes, that power hour 2:30. Until then, though, we'll be looking to short again right at these levels. But the range, the amount of money it's giving you to the downside is getting a lot tighter. So initially you were getting $1 because it was like, nah, you even got more than $1. You got $1.50 initially, even $1.75 at times. 185 to the high side. Initially over here, it's 183 and a quarter. And then we tighten up into 184. And then it becomes 184 and a quarter. And now it's 184 and a half, all these lows. So 185, I think flat top maybe on Apple here if we can break 18,000. But 18,000 break is not coming that easily. And you can see here all morning, saving except for this one 5-minute candle right at 10 o'clock, we've been below 18,000. So, we'll see what we do next week, if not this afternoon on that big move up. Another trade that could be had here, the soft one, coming down into 405 area here. 405 area could be interesting. That's VWAP. It's held VWAP 3 times so far. Does 4th time act as a charm. I like this 405 defend on Microsoft. Let's go over to the softy chart and enter an order here on the soft one for a 405 dip trade. Should it make its way down there, we definitely want to take that trade. So let's go have a look here. We're going to sit at 405. Oops. Did I put it out there? I didn't mean to. Okay. 405.10. We'll sit at, I'll sit at 405.10. 405, and then we'll sit at 11s. Why not? What's life without MC? So we'll see exactly what we get if there is a curl back down. Now, what's changed fundamentally from the earlier trade is this 165. Hold on. Wow, Google got into 166 and a quarter? I know, we were talking about a 166 rejection, 165 and 3/4 rejection. Now Google's reclaimed 166 and a third. Do we use now 166 as a level of support? This candle would have you thinking yes, because look at that, dip down into 166.03 and then you got bounced right back up into the 1/5 of a dollar. Google trying to go green. To go green, it's going to have to break that half dollar, 166.60 area, excuse me, not the half dollar, to go green on the day. DJ Marshall, $15 super chat. Bought a 5-7, what does that mean? May 7 SPY call strike. $509 yesterday for $1.73. So 504.67 SPY price. Close call at 3:30 with a 5:10.40 SPY price at open. You're getting the thumbs up from the Katina, man. I can see from the corner of my eye. Thank you, Apple and economic numbers. Much love for the Lessons Trader TV, Tampa, Florida trader. We're spinning the money for you, DJ Marshall. Shout out to you. That is one hell of an options trade there. Very happy with the fact that you're able to print, and even happier that you're able to join us on Trader TV for the lessons and the live trading. So let's keep an eye on that. Adira, I'm very interested to take a 185 again short here on Apple. The spoofy man is back? The spoofy man is on Apple at 185, says the Obe, the one, the Canoe. It's supposed to be Jerome Powell.
What?
Yeah, the spoofy man. Who's the spoofy man? Nobody knows. Whoa,
I was gonna, because I meant to ask, Obi, I meant to ask you
Obi's
about
yelling at me. Sean is telling me not to worry about it. I feel like I can't be asking questions around here anymore. My goodness.
Obi who the spoofy man was.
Better you don't know.
Yes. Sorry. Correct. I stand corrected. The reversion man is Papa Powell.
That's true.
The spoofy man, well, he's a figure of your imagination. He may or may not exist, right? The Katina man says it's better you do not know who the spoofy man is. Alas, you could find yourself knowing things you shouldn't know. Guys, 185, as we manifested it. We kept talking about the spoofiness at 185.
Yeah.
Have a look at Apple. It's done. That 185 level is coming down now.
Obi scared the spoofy man.
Obi manifested it into reality. I mean, like that's
Obi spooked the spoofy man.
And now the spoofy.
Oh my God, he did.
Apple's on the way up. Let's go. It's
Obi
a flat
has powers.
Yeah, Obi does have powers. Remember?
He's
the
one.
Obe, the one.
He's got the force.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's funny.
Katina
As
says chosen
the
one.
spoofy man gives up his control over Apple, whoever he may be, Sox L gets that nice little move to the downside. Also, what's interesting, these chips, I know you were saying the future in Apple moving opposites.
Yeah.
The chips in Apple are moving in an opposite way, which I just
Really?
noticed. So we had a nice push to the downside on Sox L as Apple pulls up. Then Apple pulls back a little bit. Sox L is like, no, I want to go back up, thanks. We are seeing higher, I took this short, seeing a slightly higher low. I wanted back at that VWAP. I don't think we're going to be getting all the way back to VWAP. I did take out 2/3 of the position here. I was really proud of this at 85s. I don't know if we're going to get any lower than this. I'm going to take out some here at 87s. Pleased as dang punch with the Sox L. Earlier, I think it was Diggle Boy in the chat saying that the Sox L loves me. I was like, I think I have an unrequited love affair with the Sox L because I keep trying to have these movements and the timing is just not there. We're still down in the Sox L, but I'm really happy with this trade. I am up on the day, and I am proud I stuck with it. Palantir has been Sean's pal, that's clear, but it has not been my pal. Because I had to steer clear of Palantir. That being said, I noticed we kept getting to this area. Oh, that is still Sox L. I noticed we kept getting to that area here, that 23.10 and rejecting. So I said, I'll even take this, not a ton of shares, but enough shares I can live with. I'll take this range here, 23.10 to 23.05. And then Palantir decides to officially dip to the downside. I will admit my price in the short was not very good. It wasn't Sean's 23.28. That was the price of the day there. So shout out here. Pardon? Sean just got some more out at 03.
Bang.
So shout out there. I'll take that range going down to 03.02 if Palantir lets me back in here. But right now, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing, Palantir. We're gonna have to wait and see. How was your, that
Good,
Apple?
good. We're on the way on it. Let's see if we can move up and close some of the gap here on Apple. I mean, you have a $2 gap between that 187 and that 185 not flat bottom, but essentially, resistance level. So we'll see what we can get. Tesla's moving up. I want to mention Tesla as well. Tesla's at VWAP for anybody who's interested. Look at Apple go, baby. Shout out to the one that shout out to the Katina man. He's printed on that as well. 180.20? 185.20, excuse me. Shout out to the Katina man. Well, you're 2 pennies better than me, bro. I mean, like that's, yeah, exactly. Fantastic look there for the Katina man. Look, I mean, Apple on the 5-minute looks like a rounded bottom, like it's curling up. So this is a good look here for AAPL. We know that it's strong, and there it goes. It's breaking tops, baby. Shout out. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Someone's printed on that side of the desk, and his name is Shah Katina, so he's getting excited back there, and we're pumped for him. There goes Apple. Here comes the $0.50. But if you are interested in some sort of short play, the Cybertruck, I'm getting all flustered here. 181.25. Tesla just made it back into the volume weighted average price. We had trouble with this level earlier at around 10:45. We got into 181 1/3, and we rejected bigly. We got down into that 178.42, so it was a big boy rejection. Things could be different. Shout out to the Katina man. Look at Apple go, baby. Here comes the $0.50. Spin that money, baby. The $0.50 on Apple is forthcoming. And we could even see, I don't know, I think we could see a $2 gap close by 4 o'clock. More, okay, I'll take that, bro. I'll take it. Let's see 190. I hope 200. I know. I'm being a little bit conservative. I should get a little bit more pumped up. Don't forget, if you are swinging this, make sure that you know exactly what's going down on May 7th. Because what is it called again?
Let loose.
The Let Loose event, widely known or widely speculated to be the launch of the new, augmented, changed, improved iPad. It's been a while since they've changed anything around with that product. I'm assuming there's going to be some talk as well about AI. I don't think we're going to have to wait all the way for the earnings call, or not the earnings call, the June 10th WWDC for the AI headline there. So keep your eye out on that. And that down goes Apple into the 185.25. Volatility is real. It's fast and furious, baby. It's 130. He's reloaded. Somebody's reloaded. It's flushing again, right back up. DVDR 43 says, let's Tim Cook. A page out of Adair's book, but you could not be more appropriate. We're Tim Cooking to the high side here.
A page out of my cookbook.
Oh.
But yeah, no, I mean, I love when people make puns here, so definitely, share the puns. I took a very tiny SOXL short where it looks like we're going to be, a long, it looks like we're going to be take a SOXL on that. I really just kind of wanted to see what we did here because we kept kind of bouncing at that level. Lost, we're still, SOXL still slightly down and still up on the day. If we bounce again off VWAP, we'll have to see, but I think I was a little bit too ambitious and too rambunctious trying to take that trade, but I did take it with a smaller position. Still up on the day. Always bullish positivity. Always bullish positivity. So that really intensely. Yoel Reyna mentioning Robinhood, which reports next week. So let's see what's good in the hood over here. Robinhood here. Yeah, Robinhood is not doing too much, I have to say, continuing to duck below that 9 EMA here. But I have to say, yeah, I do see what you mean, Yoel. There's not a heck of a lot happening right now in Robinhood. Let's look at the daily chart ahead of earnings. Because Robinhood, we had that gold credit card news. I know their Bitcoin production, or not Bitcoin production, I know their Bitcoin interactions were pretty good there. There was a lot of excitement for that. They were like, oh, lots of people trading Bitcoin. So I think that could be an interesting one. Oh, sorry, Yoel Reyna saying it's not the stock, it's the app that's moving slowly. Yeah, no worries. I mean, Robinhood is reporting next week, so I do want to look at this. And I think it's interesting that we had that 1650 area, rejection, then a hold. So what we do on the earnings, if there's any kind of interaction with that 1650, things could get interesting for things get interesting for Robinhood at that 1650. I think it'll be really interesting to see what we do. Palantir cracking a little bit lower. I was not able to get involved. I did steer clear of Palantir, but shout out to Sean for still being in that trade. Stock sell, happy I got it where I did. We're breaking a little bit lower on that. Let's take a look at Monster, because like I said, there was no energy in Monster Energy earlier today. I took my 7 pennies and I said, yeah, buy. Ooh. It is not showing my chart here for some reason on Monster, but Monster is at that 54.51, which was basically my stop loss for this earlier. So point I'm trying to make is not a lot of motion in the ocean here on Monster Energy. Square got blocked today, LOL, says the boring man. Snaps to you. Also, yeah, for some reason, I'm having some issues with my chart because it kind of crashed a little bit here. But that Square short off that VWAP rejection, not a bad look at all. You're right, it did get blocked at VWAP. We had some attempts to break above it on a wicking basis, and Square was like, I'm not really feeling VWAP today. I want to stay below. GME, people are saying, is there any news on GME, or is it just overall excitement? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Apparently some options stuff I'm seeing on Benzinga here. Shout out to our sponsor at Benzinga. Yet GME does not want a GameStop. The games do not stop here at GME. I really actually like this 13.7 area. This is not a stock I necessarily trade, but I have no qualms about trading it if it comes into a level I like. If we bounce off that 13.7, things could get a skosh spicy. I'm going to have to switch up my side charts though, because stock sell fallen very out of range. Shout out to Yoel Reina. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Coffee on me today for the 2 best people. I mean, we've got a whole community here. And thank you so much for supporting this fantastic community. We're so happy to be with you here.
We really are.
Every lunchtime. Thank you so much for the super chat. And GME is not going to give me that area I want, but maybe for the best, because I don't know if that's a game that I want to be playing in my GME.
I like it.
But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm in nothing right now, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to find an opportunity I like. Somebody's still chomping on the bit at that Apple launch.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually wrong, by the way. Yeah, because I'm not in a position.
Oh, it does that sometimes.
Yeah. That's all good. Got out of that. But what I'm now focusing on is this Tesla VWAP retracement, Ram. Because what I see here is a nice move in, and then I don't see an 18,000 break and take. Yet Tesla is still showing some good, I guess, support at around this level. Now I could be persuaded to get short here, 180-150 top, but their bamboozlement is real on this. This is the level that I was talking about that is causing me some consternation here, and because, this is it's not a rinse and repeat level or anything, but it is one to keep your eye on for intraday. But it keeps moving up against the market. So if that's going to be the case, I mean, I don't want the short. It's just not. It's not the right. Yeah, it's still going. So I'm not going to jump into this short. The real play here is look at this Nvidia 20.
I'm trying to get involved.
Nvidia.
It won't let me.
It's just, why not? Why isn't it?
Well,
it's a spread?
Yeah, it's the spread.
I see. And Adara's trying to get long NVIDIA. It just had a 220 period dip and rip. 4 is. You can tell it's Friday, guys. 886.50 is where the 20 period is on the 5. And look at that move. $2 in seconds. And look at that candle. Now it closed as a hammer candle, hammer-ish. You could make a case for the bottoming tail aspect of it. So maybe we'll get involved in that one too, Adara. I think that's not a bad idea. Let's have a look at our NVDA. Nice, Adara. Adara's long now.
NVDL.
On NVDL. And I think that I'll probably...
no.
Yeah, let it simmer.
True.
Let it simmer.
Let it simmer.
Yeah. So that's what I'll be looking at. I'm looking at a possible Tesla short. I'm not going to jump into it too quickly. I'm looking at a possible NVIDIA, continuation here, but I'll have to get a lot better of a price. I think Adara has a much better price than I could bamboozle at the moment. There's also this over here, Amazon. Look, this one had a love-hate relationship with the 50 on the 5 today, and it looks like it's coming right back into the lower end of that range. It's kind of been dancing a little bit above, a little bit below 186. It's coming back down into 186 now. Let's look at some other time frames and see if this is respecting anything from the lower end. Let's go to the 3-minute too. Let's see. Yeah, interesting. I'm not really liking any of the confluence with Amazon and the 50, or any moving averages for that matter. Well, the 30-minute seems to have some good support here at the 10, but I'm really reluctant to trade micro off the 30-minute. Okay, so I'm gonna steer clear of this trade. I want to look for a Tesla short at these levels, or an NVIDIA long continuation, Adair?
Yeah, this NVIDIA long, I don't, we had that viciousness. Now we're kind of peeling back a little bit. So people in the chat saying NVIDIA looks a little reversey. I 100%, I was already thinking that I saw that. Confirmation bias kicked in. I'm like, NVIDIA, are you reversing? Should we be out VIDIA, or I guess out VDL because I'm in NVDL? I want to give this until minimum like 38.20s. That will be kind of where I want to see where things happen. I've noticed we get really spicy for whatever reason around 38.25. That's when things start to push up. Now we are rejecting a little bit. I like that bullish candle. I like the viciousness with which we had that candle.
Boom.
But now I think NVDL is getting a little bit dicey. But you know what? I don't want to. I had a good trading day, right? I don't want to give it up. But I remember the thing is, scared money doesn't make money.
Bang.
And if you see something you could lose, but you could also do well. It is a trade I liked. So as long until we kind of start giving up into that 38 teens area, I want to stay involved. I do like the level. Bang. I don't hate my entry price, but someone is definitely not hating that Tesla is the Cybertruck taking you to the downside.
Down, let's go. I want a 181 break, Adair. If we can get that, that would just be aces. And there it is, baby. We called that one at VWAP on TSLA. It is a VWAP rejection on the Cybertruck on the day, and we just wet our beak there on. I had a crappy price too. I would have liked to have gotten short in the mid 30s or 40s. Alas, I did have the 20s there, but that's neither here nor there. We're going to look for the executions and hope that brings more fruitful. I don't know. Adair, it's Friday.
It's a Friday.
It's Friday, Adair. I can't do this. The words are not coming out the way that they used to.
Same.
Yeah.
Feel that.
Hey, I like that. I like. You guys should hear like her exhaust. She's like, same. I feel that. I'm happy that I'm not the only one. We have about 18 minutes left on the show. Let's slow it down a little bit. 22. Excuse. Yeah.
I like math. That's the only reason. I'm just
Literally,
a math nerd.
it shows you my current intellectual capacity. What do you have going on this weekend?
Oh, what do I have going on? That's how you go. Oh, I'm going to listen to that Euphoria diss track by Kendrick Lamar like 25 more times, I think, already.
Adair's been talking about this all day.
Oh, my God, I've been obsessed. I was talking to Fabian about it. I was talking to Ramin about it. I was talking to Sharif about it. Shout out to CJ, the trader. I think one of the people telling me about this in the chat. A couple other people talking about it as well. It came up in my daily Washington Post news event quiz, and I was like, I have to listen to this song. It slaps. It hits. It is amazing. It is everything I need in a Kendrick song. I will be listening to that and repeat while I write.
I like that. Hold on, you listen to rap music while you write? I cannot listen to any music with words when I study.
So I think for me, it depends on like with screenplays too. It's like you kind of want to get in the vibe. So it depends on what I'm writing. If I'm writing like a lot of party scenes, if I'm writing, people who would be listening to rap, that's where I like to. It really for me, I think sometimes it depends on what type of thing I'm writing. But I'll listen to generally like sometimes I'll listen to like jazz, like Bill Evans, like jazz piano. But it kind of. That's more when I like really just need to tune stuff out.
That's cool.
But yeah, thank you. What are your plans for the weekend?
What do I have? So it's my Good Friday today because I'm Orthodox.
All right.
So it is Easter for me
Happy
on
Easter.
Sunday. Thank you. I'm going to church after I get out of here. I'm going to run up there to Markham. I'm going to go all the way up to Markham and do some church things. And we got a lot of obviously family stuff. There's going to be a lot of food. There's going to be what do they call that thing? Turkey. There's going to be turkey. There's going to be all this Middle Eastern delicacy, so I'm kind of pumped about that. So yeah, that's my weekend. I'm going to Paris, Texas tomorrow, so I'm kind of pumped about that. I told you about that.
Oh
on
yeah,
Monday.
the club.
I
For a
have
second, I thought you were
reservations.
actually going to Paris, Texas.
No. So that I'm really pumped about that. I went there last week, couldn't get in because it was reservations only, so I got myself some reservations this week.
Nice.
Yeah, so pumped about that as well. Adam, I see you, sir. I see you. How things been? Just got back from holiday. Adam was in Santorini, and let me tell you the pictures. Let me tell you the views about what he had there. Shout out to Adam. Love that place, man. Haven't been there since 2010. It is one of my favorite places. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for the happy Easter, by the way. Yeah, and Adam was there with his girlfriend. Looked fantastic. So shout out to big Adam Deleuze, #1 Arsenal fan in the chat. I know you, Benson. Benson's an Arsenal fan too. I see you. I see you. Big games this weekend as well. Arsenal plays 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Then City plays later on. And I like that. I want to play first to secure, if we secure the points. That way, I put the ball in your court. You got to secure the points now.
Oh.
So I took my 3 points. Now it's incumbent upon you to get 3 points. So I like, having that first game so that the pressure's on you.
Okay.
So that you secure 3 points and I got to secure 3 points. I feel a bit more under pressure. I don't know. That's just kind of the way I look at it. So big games coming out this weekend in the Prem.
Best of luck there to Arsenal. Hopefully they have some, an arsenal of tricks up their sleeves, arsenal of players ready to play. But also happy Easter.
Thank you
Enjoy.
very much. Appreciate it.
Ramin is politely asking for leftovers in the chat.
Ram, you want leftovers for real? Like, do you actually want leftovers? Because you know what there is? There's leftover of the treats that I made you still in the fridge. Yeah. So you seem to like leftovers, Ram, so much so that even the food that isn't leftovers somehow finds its way to being leftovers.
Kendrick Lamar, step aside. We have a new diss track in the house.
I'm just joking around with Ram.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
All fun, all love, all games over here.
Of course, it always is, right? Like best team in the business, baby. All right, we're still below 18,000 Adara, as we really definitely have that area, as a level of resistance on the future, and it doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming. At least on our show, we got 8. Now we have 18 minutes left on the show. I can count, trust me. With these higher lows, but I got to tell you the truth. I'm not going to be trading one way or another until this, the futures that is, until this gets resolved either above or below. But right now it's awfully consolidative. And if you want to take those consolidative ranges, have at it. Let's look at the small cap gappers, because we haven't looked at those in a while. So a lot of them have now broken down. SGBX, in my book, no longer tradable as a long. It broke the volume weighted average price at 6 1/3, and now it's using VWAP as a level of resistance. Keep your eye on SGBX. It was a big boy mover earlier in the day, as was EBS. And EBS is a third-day play, ran in the aftermarket on Wednesday. It ran bigly yesterday during regular market hours, and it is running decently again today, but an inside day ensconced with yesterday's price action. Trying to hold up here at the volume weighted average price at 370. Look at these bottoming tail candles. They show you that there could be some buyer exuberance here trying to push this above the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye on EBS as a possible continuation play. ARDX has not given up the ghost at the volume weighted average price. This one could really go in the more liquid afternoon, more liquid time of day. That $9 level was definitely a technical resistance level in the pre. We did break that. We got to 913. And we've held VWAP. We broke the pre-market high, not by much, and held VWAP all afternoon. This one could be what I call a VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially what that is, it's a big mover that retraces off the highs, comes into the volume weighted average price, trades near, a little bit above, a little bit below, the volume weighted average price for a good portion of the day, and then come that more liquid time slot to 33, you get another curl up and a day, test of high a day. So keep your eye on ARDX. It could manifest into one of those. BENF and PBI no longer tradable, at least on my system for small cap gappers. We're getting a little bit of a move down within the range. Again, on the future here, the future has been stuck within this range for quite a bit of time. The low end is taking you down into 17.9 2/3. The high end here takes you to a smidge above 18,005. So it's been about, a 33 point, 40 point-ish range for the better part of the morning Adara since 11:30 onwards. So we'll continue to watch the future and see if anything is forthcoming. But very rangy now is the market, save and except for this NVIDIA trade, which is back at the 20 period and yet again holding the 20 period. Oh my God, how many times is it going to do this and I don't trade it? NVIDIA is holding the 20 period on the 5. Whether or not it breaks that high a day at 91.10, an entirely different story. But if it does, it'll present you with at least $4 worth of range there on the pop-up. This level here, which is very interesting to me, 889 2/3, kind of a random level, except that it's the dotted dark blue line on my chart, which is resistance level 2 on pivots. It's also the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. We popped into that level at around 10 a.m. and we've had trouble breaking through it. I mean, you can see we only spent 2 5-minute candles above it before we retraced. But this NVDA 20-period retracement bounce has been an interesting possible trade all morning, Adair.
Yeah, I'm going to try to take some things. I think I am a little bit too punchy. I can always tell I'm tired because I get a little too punchy and it needs to chill. Like I was literally talking yesterday, I had a stock sell trade I punched in and out of at basically the same level, like so many times in 1 5-minute candle. I was saying this to Sharif yesterday. It was like, I can't even tell you why. It was just when I get tired, I'm like, this has to be a thing, and it's not a thing. So that being said, though, this Palantir I did really like the setup of. A lot of people saying this was a longs won on this, unless you're Sean who got short like right at the beginning there. But basically, I like the short because look at that rejection of VWAP with that candle. I was like, that's a nice little look.
Yeah.
Tried to take my short, ended up taking my slaps on the wrist there. Gave us a couple pennies.
Short, bro.
Pardon?
That's a good looking
Thank
short
you.
right there.
Sometimes you have to try things, right? Like I didn't want to rest on my laurels just because, I am still up in the day, and I'm proud to say that the TQs are, I think, my best names today. But it's interesting too because I was trying to play that range we were talking about on the TQs. My entry wasn't great. Risked about 5 pennies, lost about 5 pennies. Really small position, not going to complain. Just trying to get in and out of things and practice taking things when I'm comfortable taking them. That being said, as much as I said I'm trying to be less punchy, this range is still valid. So if we keep failing this 56.60, somebody's going to get into a short in the last 12 minutes of how to trade. What else are people's great risk management, says Adam DeLuz. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think one of the biggest things, I was talking to Sean about this yesterday or one of those days in the coffee room, and also I was talking about it earlier today as well. My biggest thing since going live is I've been trying to minimize my losses. I'll risk like a couple pennies, especially because I'm scalpy. I don't want to make that much, right? So why am I trying to risk so much? So that's why you have to be very cognizant, have to have that tight risk management, and make sure that you are not getting too much skin off your back in these trades here. Yeah, I think we're going to take this TQQ short heading in. Hopefully we'll have pew, pew, pew for the win with these TQs because I do like what's happening here. If we break above into 65s, that's going to have to be dicey. But I do think that the short... Is there a pew, pew, pew button? Yes. Oh, my God, I had no idea. So there might be a pew, pew, pew button, which I was not aware of.
Get it later.
Elon saying, I believe Palantir is making smiley face, at least until earnings release. Good luck. Yeah, good luck to you as well. I think Palantir is a nice look. Yeah, I just wanted to take those shorts. Didn't work out, got out. C'est la vie, not something I am going to lose sleep over. Also, just remember, one name that's had me on pins and needles this week has been Pinterest. I was Pinterested in this one earlier, had a couple trades, and someone mentioned earlier this one was curling up. You were right. I completely missed this, forgot to look, so shout out to you, whoever that person was, but we are rejecting a little bit at that 40-60 level. Right now, TQ is about flat, excited to get that one to the downside, at least until that, to the what level? The 56.50s, that's kind of the level I like on my TQs for that range play. That's really all we're going for. Also, I have to say, I'm very happy I finally got the answer to the question, who's the spoofy man? Because I kept meaning to ask Obi when he was filling in for you when you were hanging out with lions and tigers and bears, on your safari, and I always forgot to ask. So now we know who the spoofy man is, and the spoofy man was having quite the time with Apple.
Slow clap. And those aren't even the good ones, because I put molasses in those.
The molasses ones were good.
Did you like those ones?
I love the molasses.
Have you tried the ones without molasses?
No, yeah, I have.
Do you like the ones with molasses better or the ones with maple syrup? Really? Yeah, that's why I didn't like them. Do you like bitter? Okay.
So do I.
Okay. Sorry. All right. I'm short Palantir, and that could be a problem here.
Oh, you took the Palantir?
I did, because I like that view. I'm sorry, Katina, man. I like the view. The Katina man short Palantir at the moment right now. It's coming up into 23.19. I'm short 14s. If it continues past the VWAP by, I've got another 3 pennies worth of range here. That's going to be the end of the trade for me on PLTR. This looked to me like it was going to reject the volume weighted average price, owing to the fact that we've been dancing below VWAP all day. So like I said, look, you're really close to it. You're not going to risk. You're going to risk about 6 or 7 pennies here on that pop-up. Give it a try. If it tanks, it tanks. Doesn't, you end up losing about 6 or 7 pennies on the short. we'll see what we get. I'm going to hold this trade until I get stopped out. I'm not going to take it out early. So keeping an eye on that. Someone was asking about these meme stonks that were moving. GME, yet another day of good moves. 10.5% Katina Man. GameStop went up, and it's at the high of day as we speak. $14.15 is GameStop. What a move up. I still don't have any reason why this is moving. As you can see, nothing has come in on my blotter to justify this move up. Let me just double check my blotter real quick here on this name. GameStop, Nothing has come in on my blotter. Do you have anything on GameStop?
I have nothing. I still have my GameStop open.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Really, this looks like more of a technical break to the high side here and some unexplained buying. The volume is decent. The volume cannot be disrespected on the day. Almost 9 2/3 million shares traded today. Definitely a little bit lower than what we had yesterday. But you'll see there at the close, we printed about a million shares on that last 5-minute candle there on GME. A good breakup, but again, really not all that sure why it's moving. Now, this is the daily chart on GME. We've now taken the 50 on a closing basis, and if we close here, it'll be 2 days we close above the 50. Then we'll be staring at the 200 on the daily. Where is that at, you ask? 15.50. So it's about $1 and change, about $1.35 from where we're currently trading right now. And if history, bless you, Ram.
Bless you.
Whoa.
Bless
Wrinkles, bro. Take it easy back there, brother. And if history is any guide, guys, we did reject off the 200 period last time around, and that was in about maybe mid-December. Yeah, mid to late December, we got into the 200 period and rejected. So, you know, this is a very interesting area. Keep your eye on the 200 period on the daily if you want to trade GME, possibly to the short side. We shall keep our eyes. Kevin Mendoza, is it meme stonks season? We shall find out. Let the meme stonks tell us if it's meme stonk season. We won't tell them. They'll politely tell us. What's going on there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long 185 on AAPL, using it as a level of support. Shout out to him. Hope he prints.
Yeah, shout out to Sean there. Also shout out, to you, Palantir. Hopefully it's not an oh dear type of move unless it's nice profits. Yeah, I had to steer clear of Palantir. It wasn't my time for it here. But who knows?
Whoa.
Next week we might be endeared to Palantir. Sean and I will be giving you that one on the market recap show on the big desk. We'll be. Oh, Sean, confident says.
Yes.
Confident.
Very
confident. He is confident that there will be an EPS beat. Sean likes confident, so that's good to hear. He says EPS beat for Palantir. Right now, SPCE doing something interesting, and much like the TQs, which I've noticed sometimes do kind of trade in tandem. I got out on my TQs, risked a couple pennies, but look at this. Earlier today, this level, rejection. Now, we'll support or rejection. Now we're kind of pushing above. I'm like, okay, SPCE. Okay.
You think 21?
Happy I didn't hop into a short there. Pardon?
Do you think 21?
Yeah, do your thing, 21. I mean, can you do something for me? Apparently not at these levels. But these TQs, like I said, still up on the day, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed because I was a little bit more up on the day, but there are no trades that I took that I'm upset that I took.
Nice.
Do you know what I mean? I'm happy with, actually one exception is I probably didn't need to take these two Q trades, but I did like them. You know what I mean? I saw something on them that I liked. So I can't be too upset about it. Do you know what I mean? There's no trades that I was like, that was an egregious mistake, right? And if we keep rejecting here at the TQs, hey, somebody might scalp a couple pennies here. I wonder who that could be. We're gonna have to wait and see. I don't want to rush into any trades. I'm proud of the trading I did today. Happy I'm up on the day. Still down in the week because yesterday was a little bit rough. It was my worst day since going live. But you know what? As 21 Savage says, taking less L's, making more M's. And you learn a lot from the loss. I learned a lot from yesterday. One, don't trade while tired. Don't mindlessly keep punching into SPCE at the same level in the same 5-minute candle. Find opportunities you like and try to stick with it. So
nice, Adara.
that's my story.
These
and
are invaluable lessons. You realize that, right? Like
yeah, no,
the actual lessons that you get in real life. Like getting punched in the face in boxing is entirely different than getting punched in a real match and getting punched while training. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think, taking something theoretically and taking something in real life when the real emotions online is
So different.
entirely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We used to, we're restarting that again, my friends and I. We used
Oh,
to,
really?
Yeah, starting again tomorrow. So I'm kind of pumped
Enjoy.
about that.
That's awesome.
Yes, we're going to go down to the beach. We're doing training.
What
Boxing,
vibe?
we train outside. Yeah. Alfred teaches us. Yeah. You believe
Alfred's a
that?
boxer?
Yes.
No.
Yes, for like 15 years. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, not kickboxing, like actual, just
I would
like
not have
conventional
guessed
boxing.
that
Believe it or not.
three-piece suit wearing.
I know, right?
Arthur Daniels Midland loving.
I swear to you.
Alfred.
Arthur Daniels, love it. And Darren's just dropping hot lies after another. I absolutely love it, bro. Yeah, well, I don't think he'd take offense to
I'm
that.
not
She didn't say
offended.
anything bad about it.
He
but,
just
like,
seems very straight-laced, is what I
Yeah,
mean
he
by
is,
that.
but he's
Yeah.
absolutely, he loves boxing. He likes boxing as a fan to watch, and he actually boxes himself
That's very
for
cool.
many, many years. Yeah,
Not judge a book by its three-piece
right?
suit. That's what I learned from that.
Shout out to you. We have 3 minutes left on the show. Do you have any
Ow.
final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thoughts are, like I said, learned a lot. Like I said, a little sad I gave up some of the gains from earlier today, but I'm not sad that I took chances on stuff I liked. You know what I mean? Because the same way that those trades went against me, they could have gone for me. I'm still up on the day. And I feel like I'm also up on knowledge. As much as that might sound really cheesy. And you know what? I'm excited to do the whole thing again back next week, maybe a little bit more awake, ready to go, raring for some brand new trade opportunities. And now I know what the spoofy man is, so we all learned something this week, that is for sure.
Bang. All right, come down, Palantir. I'm just going to go to Market Chameleon because I want to see what we have on tap for next week.
Oh, there's
with respect
Airbnb,
to earnings.
Lyft, Uber.
All
There's some
right,
goodies.
amazing. So let's have a look at that and we'll see what the implied volatility for those monsters are. Here's May 6th. All right, so this is the morning. We got Palantir, as Adira mentioned, coming up there in the aftermarket. We'll also have, what else we got there on Monday? Not the biggest batch on Monday. We have Lowe's. I'll be looking for that to see how the consumer's doing. So Monday, not the biggest day there. Let's check the 7th. We got Disney, baby, on Tuesday. So that's going to be an interesting one. Ferrari also coming in there on Tuesday. Occidental, that's going to be a one. Shout out to what's his name? Warren Buffett and his crew over there. By the way, Berkshire Hathaway, guys. Berkshire Hathaway tomorrow, 9 a.m. If you're interested in that, Warren Buffett's going to get on the mic with Becky Quick, and they're going to do that bright and early tomorrow. 9 a.m. is the Berkshire Hathaway conference, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. May 8th on Wednesday, we get Uber. Uber, a big one. What's
Your
up?
Palantir's in the money. Or I think you're, yeah.
I'm
it's going down.
1 penny in
Oh,
the money.
sorry.
It's nothing. Yeah.
I just saw it.
We have Uber on Wednesday, and we have Airbnb. We'll also get Shopify as well, Trade Desk on there as well, Adira. So some great earnings next week. We cover all of those here. Make sure to catch that with Adair and I and the Katina Man and the Neil, and obviously Brendo at the big desk. We'll be covering all of that for you. 1 minute left, Adair.
Yeah, we'll give you trade desk earnings from our trade desk. We'll have to see if there's any longs or shorts we can live in an Airbnb for the weekend. Taking rides in both Uber and Lyft, visiting the House of Mouth with Disney, the earnings possibilities, and apparently the pun possibilities are also endless. But we have about 15 minutes left. I had so much fun today, guys. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did with these crazy markets. Palantir being the bamboozler king of the day, but not for Sean, and it looks like not for Sharif either. But right now, we're going to have to say au revoir, sayonara, adios, happy Easter to Sharif and anyone else who's celebrating. But for now, we're going to have to see you next week, same bad time, same bad channel, and visit Brendan at the big desk.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. A couple hours left on a Friday afternoon here. Happy Friday afternoon. Happy weekend to come here as we get going back to the upside once again for not only the market, but individual tech names specifically. It's been about some of the biggest of the big, including Apple coming off earnings. But all starts with the jobs report this morning. We'll touch on that coming up a little bit. Better than expected as far as the market is concerned. Finally seeing a bit of a downtick as far as job creation, which is exactly what Jerome Powell and the Fed wants to see. A little bit more proof that the fight on inflation could be going in the right direction. That's $1 right now. That's a daily chart. So we are seeing a bit of a rebound for the DXY, but it's been, about Big tech specifically, 7% right down to the upside for Apple. Nvidia not far behind at the highs anyways, 3.5% now. AVGO and AMD, among others, including Microsoft, Meta, Netflix, Adobe, all nicely higher. Google, yeah, just kind of hanging out today, not really doing a heck of a lot. Eli Lilly, J&J downside, some of the energy names downside as well, as we see oil down 0.8% to wrap up the week here. Yeah, huge move for Apple, 7% to the upside. We'll get into some of the details here coming up, but it hasn't been much to do. I mean, there was an initial move higher, test lower, then sideways for the rest of the day here so far for Apple. There's Rivian, 1.6%. There's Rivian, 1.6%, still in positive territory. It was much higher than that. Back-to-back days with positive catalysts here for RIVN. Just seeing GME popping up in front of me once again on a volume scanner. That was the overall market, but yeah, there's GameStop. A couple days in a row here, huge moves, 10.5% on top of what happened yesterday for GME. The NASDAQ about to at least test the highs up here, maybe even take out those highs. Yeah, if you missed it this morning, nowhere near what was expected. I'll zoom in a little bit here. 175 was the actual number it came out as versus 315. They also revised the prior month downside. If you remember last month, it was like 330, I think it was. They revised it down, not a lot. It was about 20,000, I think, on the negative end of the scale for the revision. So that's also helping with the sentiment for the overall market here this afternoon. But yeah, let's talk about Apple. That was top of the watch list when we got going in the pre-market this morning. Monstrous earnings report. The key, China. No, not only was it not a problem. Yeah, okay, so what? They're third now in the Chinese market. Doesn't mean they're not topping expectations on the sales side and revenue side, guys, for the Chinese market. Even forecast was great across the board here for Apple.
I think they like the buyback. You know what I mean? Like
The buyback is very key.
a record buyback of ever?
Yep,
Yeah,
110
ever.
billion, a record.
110.
Record
Like there's
buyback.
nobody's ever done announced buybacks as big. So Apple once again winning. And at the end of the day, you know, this is the stock.
Let's
Wait a
go.
minute, just one thing. Rivian popped back above 10. I am short literally at $10. My stop is at 10.05. I was long this at this price earlier, and now I'm shorted. And it's now up 1.9%. It was just 1.6 a couple seconds ago. You go, yeah, get into Apple.
Yeah, we're hot dog con. Let's go. We're long Apple right now, just taking out all these levels. So this is what we did, man. So it broke, we won. It came back, we tried to defend again. Went back to the upside 35 cents. We were about 10, 15 cents in the money. Breaks 185, we get out, takes 185 again. We're back in it. So it's a roller coaster ride on Apple, but the long, I don't think is going to be wrong. We're breaking above. We're at 18,000. What if this breaks 18,000 on the NASDAQ? That's such a key level. I mean, this is why we talked about it over and over and over again. This is why we talked about it yesterday, how key 18,000 was every day. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just another level at the end of the day, but we know what kind of a percentage Apple is in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. I think it's like 8% now. It used to be 12%, came back in. Anyways, Apple continues to go upside. I think this is the hold that we want. We hit this real short the other day off of Fed, and then yesterday was yesterday, and now today you're getting a nice bump up. 38 pennies in the money and on a decent amount of shares here. So let's wait to see what happens with Apple. Hopefully we continue to climb up. I mean, trying to get something out at the top where we were before, I don't think is anything wrong with doing that. So that's what we'll do, and then we'll see what happens. But right now, Apple, upside. We went out. I mean, I'll tell like it is. We had talked about that. We were in the room there working on podcasts. I put a stop in there. It did break. Shouldn't trade without stops, but that's a good example of not being at your desk. It doesn't matter. I should probably have more outs up here. That's still a clean break. Nice move back up to the upside. I just sat down right now with Sharif. You guys saw it on the midday show. I sat back in and told him I was long Apple, and we just punched long. So this is a trade anybody could have, long 185. We just took another piece out there at 35. Still in about a quarter of this position, hoping for a big time move. No more outs until we break below 185.
All right, we'll go on to some crypto stuff here. I was just reading through this Wedbush note on Coinbase this morning. Another one with earnings. It was kind of back and forth, though. We had this nice run up into the open this morning, but just comes right back and then really hasn't done much all day long here for Coin.
Look, Brendo, they beat on the top and bottom line, and then for whatever reason they ended up selling off, maybe up too much already. They reported 1.18 billion in revenue. They lost about $78.9 million last year. There also seems to be a lot of institutional interest coming in to some of the ETFs there after approval for the spot ETF by the SEC.
Any ideas or opportunities here, guys, today for Coinbase?
I did like a short on Coinbase, but it was not anywhere near where it was. Like at 8:30, Coinbase ran $17 on the number, which was pretty intense. I thought, okay, you could break out this top and we'll short the 240 level. Coinbase dumped right at the open and pretty much just didn't recover at all. Lower highs all the way through. Bitcoin held. I mean, Bitcoin's barely even moving, and it's definitely holding those highs like 61.8, and obviously Coinbase, they didn't receive it very well, even if the numbers were pretty solid. I actually think that most of the numbers were pretty good, but it doesn't make a difference. There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. It's just earnings and what the market says after the fact. So on the daily chart, this is the trend line that it recently broke. It's failing underneath that again. The top is 225. 225 is about VWAP, so that would be the place I'd be interested this afternoon in trading. If we pop into there and we're not really breaking out on BTC, I think you could fade VWAP. You can see this really isn't even moving all that much now in Coinbase. So it's a little bit quiet. I felt as if Dara had it possibly correct. I think she was looking shorts on Mara at VWAP, and I would go like that. Coinbase at VWAP look interesting. As long as Bitcoin's not doing anything, I think you're okay, because both these were trending down most of the day.
I have to admit it. Props up to everybody that's with me here on Apple. I did fib. I forgot that I did have a small piece to get out, and I said we were going to get a piece out at the high if we got back up there, so I did have that offer in there. So now I was holding a quarter, now I'm holding like 22% of the position. So let's see what happens now up to the upside or so. Just because I took out a piece there, I don't actually know what the math is. Let's just wait to see now if we go back upside here, trying to break higher. This is a new, is it the new high of the day? I mean, new high of, yeah, I was just looking at this. We know we already went to 187. Just looking right here. Yeah, so 185 and change. So remember, this little bump up here, this happened like on a ridiculous, like, remember we said we would mark that level down? 183.50. Look how good that was. Sure, we broke below it, so you couldn't have respected it the whole way. But if you hit it once, it came back numerous times. So that's not a dark pool wick, by the way, just so everybody understands that.
It was real.
That was real. I was sitting here watching it, and then immediately we actually talked about it, and I was like, whoa, what happened to Apple? And I was like, something's happened. And then silly me, it was the imbalances. And then someone just counteracted that imbalance. I guess maybe even turned it positive. I didn't see. And then it went all the way to the upside again. So you have a $4 range in 5 minutes there on Apple. It hasn't had a $5 range all day. And it had it in 5 minutes there on a technical. Wow, now Apple's really mooning here, guys. Nice move up to 166. Our net right now is doing a little climbing action, so we're happy with that. The one trade I want to show you, because it's not on the board and I don't have anything to say about Coinbase, it's Tesla, baby. And I don't want people to think that, okay, this guy's holding this against them. We already took this move. So that was 181.30. There's an out at 181, that's 30 cents. There's another out at 180.86, that's 50 cents. So the fact that this is going slightly against me here when I have a stop up here is no worry. So we're going to wait to see if that does hit. But we are definitely excited about this Apple move. And here we go again, guys. In being honest and talk, I just put an offer there and it went down. There we go. We just got out 64. So there's another out for us at 64. It's a good one there. It's Apple. And in my opinion, the trade of the day through this 185 because it was a tricky one. In, out, take the L, take the dub. So a little bit of a difficult one there. Pretty happy with the tolerance. Tesla, a positive name, obviously, but we just got taken out of the last third of that trade. Basically washing this out right there, washing that, and then remaining there. So again, in what could have been a bigger trade, you throw back 2/3 of it, right? Because you had it. So we'll make bank on that one. All right, over to the desk now with Block, says Dikembe.
Put in quite the reversal this morning as well, off the highs from after the close yesterday. Again, another earnings beat, but didn't last long here for SQ today. Quick right-hand turn.
What I took away from, sadly, what I took away from this was revenue popped up 19% year over year on the quarter, and transaction-based revenue specifically rose 6%. To the headwind side, they are being investigated for not really fully vetting a lot of individuals for anti-money laundering. So we'll keep an eye on that headwind right now.
Day highs here, never mind, for both the S&P and I was just seeing GME and the NASDAQ here. GME just popping up in front of me. Continues to pop up in front of me on volume scanner, guys.
GameStop's ridiculous. Block gave everything back. Absolutely every single penny. The initial idea for me was 76.5. Like, where does that price come from? Why did it die at the open? It was resistance going into earnings at 76.5. You had the wick above, but that's just aftermarket. And you have no volume on those moves relative to what you're going to see like intraday. So obviously you want to see it hold that price. It was above on the jobs numbers, so I thought this had a chance to hold at the open. Immediately dumped back down, didn't get that short, got the short at the low of the day. When the market started ramping, I trailed out of Square thinking, yeah, it should catch a bid here, and it didn't. So I ended up taking like a buck on the trade, and then the market just kept going higher, and Square just kept dropping. Admittedly, part of that is because I came in looking for a long on Square. So I was kind of thinking there'd be a bottom where there wasn't. I am genuinely disappointed in Square. I actually own some of this in my long-term account still from a while back. Not the reaction you'd look like, because you can't even sit there and say they had a bad quarter. Like, the numbers were mostly good. But the reaction is nasty. Can't hold a 50 period. It's still inside of the range, so you might be range bound, let this one settle down for a couple of days. But we should have held a short. It was a long bias that probably had me get out of it too early. I don't see much of a trade on it this afternoon. Unless you're looking for a long, it looks like it wants to break back out. If it can start to hold 70 and this market takes new highs, I could see a relief rally into 71, 72. But I don't want to touch it as long as it's underneath the $70 level. Yuck, Square, yuck. Worse than Coinbase.
Oh man, Square. Yeah, I mean, I know I own that, but like you, I have to go double check, see how much I'm down on it, or up. We'll see. I remember buying that name at $35, but I definitely bought some more in the higher side as well. All right, just real quickly here, our crack staff of statisticians has given me the following information. So I asked what was the largest day for Apple? Because I'm sitting here thinking, all right, we're up 7% right now. How much more can this go? Because the market cap alone is huge today, how much it's gained. Can it continue to go higher? Yes, because the market is a living and breathing thing. It can just continue to rally all day as long as people keep buying it. But at some point, I just wonder, is 7% too much? Its largest move. I have it already.
Oh, you have it already?
Since 2020. Because, I want like new era Apple. I don't want like, it moved 33% in in August 6th of 1997. It moved 33% in one day. But in its iPhone era, just like we're all in our Taylor Swift era, our Jordan Love era, for those of you in Wisconsin. Its biggest move was 9.3% back on March of 2020. And I'm not sure if we're caught up in world events.
March of 2020.
And whatnot of what possibly could have been happening. This is a little...
Nothing comes to mind.
No, this is a little higher level talk here, Neil. But in March of 2020, there were some global crises happening where we had potentially the shutting down of every single thing, of which... I meant to ask you this, because you were a season seed holder back then, of course, I think.
That sucked.
Remember? Oh, yeah, no. I know, obviously. But do you remember when they were putting cardboard cutouts in stands?
Yes.
Wasn't that season seat people? Did you ever get a chance to do that? I don't know how they did it.
They 100%. They offered that you could take a picture of yourself, and then they would put that nonsense cardboard thing.
Right.
And we're like, well, I'm not doing that. Like, that is ridiculous. If I watch the game and see a cardboard cutout of myself, that's not going to make me feel good. It's going to make me pissed off over the fact that I'm not actually at the game watching the team.
Well, I was just thinking about it because I was listening to something the other day, and they're just talking about like just ridiculous things. And one of those were, because I remember watching, and I was like, why the hell are there like cardboard people in the audience? And it's only like 2 rows.
I think you had to pay for it anyway.
No, but it's like, if I'm a player, like how does that make me feel like, oh, this feels much more like a regular game, you know?
It was so dumb.
Although, if you are a Chicago White Sox fan, you may want to go back to those days. You may have had more fans in the stadium with cardboard than you currently have. I saw a video the other day, Neil.
They can set the record.
I swear to God, there was like 1,000 fans. Honestly,
It's really bad in the South
it was
Side.
bad weather in the South Side. I'm not. Baseball's actually doing. I think
It was
it's
a
doing
cold
quite
day.
well. I don't know. Aren't the salaries going?
Salaries are going up.
Higher, right?
Look,
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani is, and the Dodgers are everything right now. Let's be real. Shohei, the guy.
More
is-
than Apple, or
Well, it's just
it's like
he's
Shohei's like Apple.
Shohei is the Apple
Okay.
of
now it makes more sense.
of baseball right now. He's a star that they actually market and that can be at like the global level. He's not LeBron James, but like they don't market their guys at all. Like they're trash at doing that. Like nobody knows who Mike Trout is, and the guy is a generational talent. Shohei Ohtani is an absolute Don.
I think we could probably go to Brendan, but something's happened with Paramount right now. Paramount
nasty.
dropping, gapping lower here. We'll go back over to the desk, but we'll find out what's going on with Paramount.
You had it there.
Well, I see the action. I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out, guys. There's obviously some news coming through, but we'll continue along in the meantime. Let's touch on DraftKings here, coming off their earnings report as well. Just hearing a couple of things on Paramount now as well. I'll bring that up when we get it. But any trades or ideas here today for DKNG?
I didn't take any trades on DKNG, Brendo, but I was really impressed with their 31% year-over-year growth on revenue, as well as newer users was big as well. What I did worry about a little bit was some of their costs. So you remember that they were doing a lot of these promotional type, I don't want to call them trades, but essentially lines on there for gambling. And a lot of them was costing them a lot of money. It looks like they're doing a lot more of that. Good news for them, though, is they're expanding into 7 new jurisdictions in the States, so potentially more revenue.
So basically with Paramount, there was 2 offers floating around, if everyone recalls correctly, reports suggesting that neither of them will come to fruition here for PARA.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, I kind of misinterpreted that news. Because I punched in short, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. If one deal is
short, no?
but I was like, if one deal is gone, there's still another one. And so I was like, oh, get out, read the actual story. And then if it's both could be off the table, that's a much different story. So previous, that's not good. Oh, the share, there was, oh my goodness, he had a cash offer they could have taken. Unbelievable. Anyways, 1360, that's this bottom. I was like, oh, it's through that, let's just take it. Back to 1360, I'd short it, and if it breaks that, you short like $14. Oh, that sucks. You mean no one wants to see that
I
happen?
thought you were just short para.
I was.
Oh, you're out.
And then I got out of it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
I
going
scalped
back up.
out of it, but it's going back in. Maybe we'll get this again off that 1360 level. Yeah, that can't be fun for shareholders. Like no one ever wants this stuff to happen. Down 2.5%. They could have had so many. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
I just want to.
Deal
So
with that.
yesterday, just because that was a great trade. I mean, obviously you want to hit it fast. The reason why this is a much different trade than what we did on TD Bank yesterday, and by the way, TD is continuously getting absolutely destroyed off of that story, and I just want to thank Benzinga Pro for that, because yesterday this turned out to be, despite the day, one of the best moves for me all day. And I think it was, I'm thinking it was my number 1 P&L stock, but yesterday was just so crazy, I'm not sure. Anyways, there was that story, of course, about the wealth management group hitting to the down. Was that yesterday? Yeah, because that's the Fed, though. No, yesterday was, no. Yeah, so that is the move there. Yeah, so it's right here. That was Fed. This is the move. I was 2 days over. You see the increased volume, and then again continued today. The reason why I bring this up is because A, great trading if you're on that today, and B, just like, oops, that's the wrong para. Just like what Neil said there, there's going to be more interest in this, right? TD Bank was like a specific story about, basically the company as a whole. This para, we know there's tons of buyouts opportunities there. So I just think the best thing to do would be to do what Neil did there, is to scalp in and out whenever you see potential other headlines or something like that. Because you see this move up, 60s down to 30s, back up, back. Like it's done that move now twice. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. I would say play the ranges. And maybe don't do as I do, because like right now I see as Apple continues to go higher and higher and higher, and we had on like a way, this is not a word, huger position. And now we have minuscule-esque position compared to the huger one. I'm just doubling up on the wrong words.
Huger.
Huger word, share size. So I have another offer right here at 185.89. I'm not going to put it there. Like in my mind, I go, why not? Just take this out. 7 cents doesn't mean anything. But let's just wait to see if we can get going here. Apple doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Market also took 18,000. So we are now only in, unfortunately, 20% of this Apple trade.
All right, Palantir to wrap things up here. If you're with us in the pre-market, we were touching on this. Jeffrey's note this morning, positive for Palantir. There's actually 2 or 3 on the analyst side that were positive, but this is another one. A lot of these charts that we were showing this afternoon looking very similar, just essentially gapping up and then fading that all morning.
Yeah, I tried to trade this one. Rejection off VWAP. It ended up being like a 1 penny winner. Look, these guys report after the bell on Monday, and in the last 12 months, this stock is up 197%, mostly on the back of AI news. Analysts are expecting a beat on both the top and bottom line. They're looking for revenue about $617 million and about 8 cents per share. Today, Jeffrey's giving them the nod, bumping up the price target from 22 to 24.
You and I were talking earlier. One of the co-founders of this company, Joe Lonsdale, I was listening to a great podcast last weekend with that guy. Super, super smart guy, and very, very interesting if you can find it. Shout out to My First Millions.
Yeah, good shout out. At the end of the day, like, there has to be like second, third, fourth best podcasts. I've said that before. Like, number 2 for me, Club Shay Shay, and I kind of feel
I don't
like
watch that club.
Joe Rogan is a good number 3.
Yeah,
and of course
Joe Rogan's calling us for some advice.
The market's number 1. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot to message.
You did watch which episode of Shannon Sharps?
I didn't. That's what I'm
you
saying.
didn't?
I know the show.
He's
like
funny.
I see it. Like I see the sports highlights. I know
Yeah,
he's all dapper and he has good. Yeah, and didn't he have Cat Williams?
That's where the cat went.
Right. Yeah.
That's like what everyone was interested. A lot of people were interested. But Palantir, Jeffries likes him. I don't.
Like the butler or
just
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey the butler. Wonder what that guy's up to. Talk about like,
Probably not much.
probably
I mean,
one
the
of
Fresh
the
Prince of Bel-Air was.
to be that epic, but then really that's pretty much it, which is fine because that's like one career. It's probably an entire career having a role in that show. But most other people on that show did at least something else. I feel as if. But anyways, I have no idea what happened to him. I know what happened to me on Palantir.
Samesies.
I made the bottom wick. on Palantir.
Now it's
and you know what's crazy? So I said, okay, if it can hold VWAP and consolidated VWAP, I'd look for a long later. Just didn't happen here. Like it broke, but there's no consolidation. Well, looky what's happening now on Palantir. So if we're supposed to be following our rules, which you are,
Never.
Spoiler alert, you are.
What?
This holding 23.20 and starting to break out, I should be going long in here and giving it down underneath that local bottom at 23.10. So I usually start by putting my stop order in. We get the stop order in, then we'll snag the dip buy in here. As long as we're doing that dipsy-do underneath above 18,000 as well. No, I want a little tighter to up here. That's where we want it. Yeah, as long as we're above 18,000, I should like some longs, and it's pretty much above the level we like. Odyssey Fights, I have not seen the new Fresh Prince series, so I cannot tell you whether I like it or not. Yeah, you know what? A few people have told me it's pretty good, but I just never got into it, never really watched it. There's so many shows that are on my list of things to do, but I just don't have the time for them. And when the summer comes, there's even less time. And winter is when I have a little bit more time for TV.
I heard the new Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is a slapstick comedy.
It is not. It is a serious drama.
Why would I want to watch?
Oh, I didn't mean about that. I meant because the slap,
Oh, sorry.
the Will Smith.
That's a good pun. I missed that.
Not very good pun. Okay,
That's what I thought you were saying, and then all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was all right. It's never good when you have to explain it and everything. All right, so anyways. I went the other way. We had that same trade, broke through 23, didn't like it. Even though I wrote down hold to 22.75. We shorted it when it came back up, and then boom, right back in. I mean, the short was what was good. We're almost out of it all. I was just holding it back to see. I still think I don't mind the short up here, but with the market really rallying, and now boom goes the dynamite with Apple back up to the upside here. This name probably continues to go. I'm in a really small piece, but I still am in it, looking for the top to break. So I still want to go short, but I think I want to go short up and around here, 23.40, waiting for a 23.50 or so break. So that's where my next offer is in the 30s actually. And then I have a bigger one in and around here, 44.45 against that 50. So let's see Palantir continue to run. We got hit early, made it back, and now we're just kind of cruising, watching out for this one. By the way, I did get a little anxious there with Apple. It did not break. Remember I said I was at 89? Well, I got out there at 84. It's right back to where it was. It just wasn't breaking. I took another piece out, so now we're slowly starting to get out of more and more of these shares as we speak. So it's Apple. It's been fantastic. We're short Palantir, long Apple.
So just an update, I am short arm off of VWAP. We're going to get to the super chat in a second. And Rivian was just about to break out. Like it really looked like it was going to break back out here toward VWAP. It didn't, so we don't get stopped out. Like, look at Rivian. I get into the short, and then I sort of add to it through 10 to get an average price of 10. It goes 4 cents in the money. It goes 3 cents out of the money. Now it's still at 10. I've been in this stock in the afternoon before where it doesn't do anything, but if it breaks a low, I'll start getting out. If it takes out 05, I'll get out of the trade. And if you never hear me talk about it again, it's because it's at $10 for the entire afternoon, which is possible. This kind of thing has happened before. And I am still short Intel from VWAP. It got all the way down to 30.70. We've had a couple of shorts on this one. Like this morning, we're shorting 31s. Now we're shorting VWAP. If it gets back to VWAP, we'll do it again. But shout out to you, Jarhead Trader. What up? Been a while. Been a hot minute, Jarhead. Appreciate you. I feel like it has been a hot minute since we talked to you. Look at GME. Money, money, money. I don't know why. I said it 3 days in a row. I don't know why GME is up. But you know what? GME is doing amazing things if you're long the stock. I really don't know the explanation. I feel like we checked every single day. It could just be some kind of it could be like social media squeeze. I really don't know. But $15, $15.50 is resistance. Maybe we should just be looking for a dip buy in GameStop, allegedly. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you with this one. I have no long trades on this. I had a dip buy at one point yesterday that never came in, and now it's probably going to get to 15. I'd expect that resistance has some kind of sellers going into a Friday.
Yeah.
Wow.
See you, dude. All right. So yeah, Michelle Hebert as well. Shout out, man. We had, excuse me, Mike Crahan. Is it Crahan or Crehan? I say both. I think I was saying Crehan this morning. Was 35 months. Shout out to Michelle as well, right here. 22 months. Thank you so much. There it is right now. Could GameStop? So you guys tell me why? Why did you guys get into GameStop? I mean, it still's going and it's a fantastic trade. I'm just thinking like I want to. Come on, man. I'm sharing my strategies. You know what I'm saying?
I have no.
Let me know why you got into there. I mean, for me as a day trade, I mean, breaking a 50-period moving average, fine. You know, but I mean, this is a nice move with GameStop. And again, I think the answer is just going to be social media. But and then wasn't there also something at the Trump rallies? Someone was saying that. Again, I'm just saying what we've heard on the chat before, not what I've heard.
I think the theory, it was something along the lines of.
Anyways, long story short,
Trump saying stuff about coming after naked short selling, and
right.
And
so I don't know.
I mean, that kind of would loosely apply to any squeeze name where that's come up before. But why just GameStop? I mean, AMC can't rally off that anymore. Nobody has any love for the apes anymore. That's what's up.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people. That's why I think it might be too. Is like there's a lot of love now for this move again. You know, trying to get maybe some of this to go. You know, it's presidential election year. We're going to have stuff moving around, like including that DJT. You know, and then now that we get apparently more talks about like you just mentioned there, education on naked shorts and how sort of traders can come in and fight some of those shorts that get put on names that maybe are well loved by many. And GameStop is probably one of those names again. I just had it up. I don't know why I didn't look at what the short float was. So it's 22. I feel like that's elevated again. There's actually, you can go and find out the rate of change of the short float. So I'm going to go try to find that to see how much it's increased over the last. Maybe it's gotten hit. I thought it was in the teens. I thought it had come off
gone down. It had gone
a
down.
little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, something could be there.
No, I think
yeah,
we
Apple
got
back
there,
to
by the
highs
way.
again. By the way, go ahead.
According to, I mean, Yannick just
31
said,
months, Yannick.
Congrats, Yannick. 31
Geez, someone else is there.
months?
26. What I missed.
Congrats
Here,
on
do both these guys.
500,000. Congrats on 500,000 subs. I don't know if we got there yet, but shout out to you, Nathan Wilder. We love you too, brother. 26 months. That's over 2 years.
That's
So
what
we
we're talking
love
about.
you guys and the family. Much appreciation. Where is the actual counter at? If we can for a split second, as GME is now at $15. Like it's not wasting any time. If this does any kind of a like dip, maybe like a 40, 50 cent dip, maybe there's rubber band action we can play off of on GME. Oh yeah, Paramount did kind of make a bit of a base here. Looks like it's trying to get back up to 1360. You know what, this looks at least remotely interesting here. Like it just tagged the lower high at 1355. So I want to give it, like this wick's actually 63, so I would give it to that level. Going to throw a stop order in there. It's free to short, which is always good. But yeah, if we get above 50, I'm going to look for a curl on Paramount with the news of those deals falling apart. But remember, it's not as if nobody else could buy them.
Right, that was the thing.
That's something else could happen. You got to have a stop. If it breaks out here, I'd probably wait for VWAP or something a little bit different. But shout out to GME. It's not going to $500 DJK, but that doesn't mean it can't be a good long for a hot minute for everybody.
All right, we're trying to put some hotlines on NYSE here for Palantir, which of course is listed in the NYSE. We just shorted some more here at 33, which is why we have this average price of 31.7. And what does it show on there? 32. So it's a little rounding up, good. Error in my favor. But we'll have to, okay, here comes Apple. Anyways, I just want to bring that out to everyone's attention that we are short again now on Palantir. It hit those levels. I'm waiting against 30s, against that 50 level, but wouldn't mind taking a little bit out if we can get a little sub 30 back into here into 20 would be fantastic. But the market's starting to ripside right now. Apple just went up to 185.95. So just be careful with that one. We just touched the top. I'm surprised. Oh my God, I'm at 185.99. You know, I think we went there. We only went to 94. So see, now this is where I feel like I'm still following my rules because we waited for that break of 186. We already took this long at 185. This is going to be one of the, again, another sort of top name for me. But at the end of the day, let's wait to see if it can break it, and I will adjust that order because there's nothing worse than making that wick right there like I did. But again, Adara mentioned about being confident and some fun lines like that. We're going to play with that. Yeah, I like that one, the Seanfident. But I just think that, you know, we're Seanfident enough to get back in, but then not really confident enough to say that 186 is going to break at any time. So I like that wick top there. I'm going to sit there and see if I can take it out. Palantir needs to get to the downside. That's about all I'm working with right now, Neil.
I just jumped into Paramount just under 50s. We didn't get 50s. I got 47s. It's distinction without a difference in that particular case. I mean, I wanted it under that level, so a couple of cents away doesn't really matter. But I don't know. There was a line that it was not my line, but it was someone else on this show at one point said, we didn't come all this way to not print the level. And I feel like,
but now that person no longer trades, so.
no, fair enough. But what he would use, the reason would be if a stock is this strongly trending into something people, and look, it was way higher than this actually at the open. It got to 187. You're not even talking about the high of the day. Like it's the strongest trending stock in the afternoon that isn't, I mean, NVIDIA is actually pretty strong too, but it just feels that there's enough juice here that gravity, especially on Fridays, usually takes you to level. Whether or not it holds a bit above 186, I think is a different story. But I think it has a chance to get there and at least make a run at that level. The bigger concern would be
Make a run at it, yeah. This is.
Paramount's got bad news. Rivian's underneath VWAP. Tesla, I'm not in Tesla. Intel's underneath VWAP. ARM though, like ARM is at VWAP and kind of putting in higher lows. If I'm concerned about one of these, it's got to be ARM. So my stop is not all the way above at 103. My stop is right here, like 102, 60 something is where we're stopping out on ARM. Just want to be a little bit careful there. AMD breaks 152, might head into that gap. I thought 151 was a big level on AMD. Yeah, 151, 150, 80, double top here. And then we go back the other day. Yeah, I mean, ignore these dark pool wicks. Yeah, 151, I think. That would be a nice little breakout on AMD. Yeah, I would. The only difference I'd say is 151 I have as the high post earnings. Like there's your gap. That was a real wick at the open. It really did get up to 151 and then dump. And then we had the following day, or following afternoon, like 149 was the top. So yeah, 151 on AMD. That could be a breakout.
Yeah, I think there's lots of possible breakouts right now. We just took that out. Shout out, some of you guys were guessing. Yes, it is Luka. What's up, Luka? Luka Magic. Luka Doncic. I mean, wow. Some of those series. Oh, I fell asleep. The Knicks game was like 11:45. Knicks wound up winning, right? Or what? Because I was watching that.
If you were asleep, you think I was awake?
No, not that. I should know. I was watching.
You know I was asleep.
It must have. It was free throws. They were just doing free throws.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they would.
But it was like they could have came back.
Oh yeah, Knicks won 118.
118.
118, 115.
118, 115. Yeah. So
bye Joel Embiid.
I was like watching it there, and I was cheering on. Like, so look, shout out to Philly. We've given a lot of love to Philly, but I was going for OG Anunoby.
Of course.
And against Nick Nurse.
Of course.
Okay.
And it's no hate to Nick Nurse, but
no, just our former coach. That's all. It's like, he left. Wanted to go somewhere else. So
I hope OG goes all the way.
And OG didn't even really want to leave Toronto, but again, because of our situation, we are able to get two guys. Quickly is going to be nice, and RJ Barrett is from Toronto and already is pretty nice. Shout out to Duke, right? 3rd overall pick, 7th overall pick.
No, he was top 3.
Yeah. All right. So again, a shout out to Luka, and didn't come all this way to go all this way or something like that. Well, it did come all this way, and we're going to take advantage of it. So we got another out there at 90. Remember I said I went to 94? I put it at 90. We just got that fill. It's right here right now. There it is, 92. So we'll probably get 94. We still have position. Now, I keep saying no more outs. We've done good with that. I mean, we took 2 outs up here. When it dropped like that, I feel good about it. Here we go. No more outs. I don't even have that 99 anymore. It's out of there. So now let's see what we're doing as this starts to rip through. 186, baby. Let's go higher and higher. And by the way, guess what else is happening? I mean, it's not a dramatic thing, but when your daughter asks for pho tonight or ramen, I'm going to say thank you, Palantir.
That's not close.
Because at least there's
pho 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I like pho. Some are like pho.
Okay, it's supposed to say pho, but I mean.
I don't know if you're supposed to say pho or not.
I'm all about remember the chilies?
I need someone in Vietnamese here in the chat. We got to figure this out.
I just remember there was I forget the name of the spot now. There was it is pho. But there was a spot in Toronto.
I said Vietnamese.
Remember they had the chilies up to 25? And our boy.
See you.
Look, it used to be like if they had like 25, you could do the spicy. And I can do spicy food no problem. And I remember like I loved like an 8 or a 9 or something like that. Like that was like right in the comfort zone for me. And our boy was like, I can do 15.
Marcus. What do they call it?
The chilies.
Not spice. Oh, sweet chili.
It's 15. You say like 15 chilies.
Yeah, chilies.
And so he gets this, and he's West Indian. So, I mean, you'd think he could hang, but oh my! It was like when Shaq did the chip challenge, where he's like, "I'm fine," and he's like crying. No, I'm not making a face, and you could see him just eyes welling up and all that good stuff. But it was so delicious. So by the way, moving to the downside. I'm in shorts that probably don't care about the market, but Paramount just moved back into 13.25, so we got to 13. I mean, it was 47 that we got short in 48s. Rivian did something, which is finally starting to move down, so we're starting to get some out there. ARM is starting to move back. It's still underneath VWAP, but it's not exactly falling apart. Why do I have a 100 bid?
Now there's a request for a faux animation.
Really?
All right, from Jarhead. What's up,
Although
Jarhead?
apparently it's FA, so we should be saying FA.
Yeah, well, forget about it. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Look at this Palantir. Let's go.
Why am I? Oh, you know what? Why am I?
All righty
Oh, yeah,
then.
that's right.
Fa for you, fa for you,
It's
fa for
fa.
everyone.
It is fa, because I remember someone saying that.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just playing around. Here we go. Yeah, we're doing quite well now with this trade. There's Palantir. So far this afternoon, one trade, Palantir. That's it. You guys, I mean, minutes before we went on air. And you could have even got it when we got on air. It was 2 o'clock. It was right here. So we basically have 2 trades for you so far here. Apple long, which is, let's just say by the time we were on air, 2 o'clock, okay, let's just say it's 30 or 40s. All right, so you're 50, 60 cents in the money on that one if you're late to the party. And then the Palantir trade, which I like into the close now. Market coming back. The only thing about why I'm covering here, we've already talked about it, we're just trying to stack it up. Like I think the market broke 18,000 and now we're trying to hold above it. So for me, that's a spot for sure. So we're gonna have to wait for that if it holds or not. But we just covered another piece at the 50 period. We're gonna hold out. I thought I have a bid at 11. I gotta change that right now. So I'll put a bid right here at 17s and then there's the 11. So that's why we have it. Okay, so we're gonna have to put a bid here, sub 20, get another piece out, and then hopefully at the end of the day, it is what it is. We are. Did you say you have activities tonight now?
Oh, I got.
Or is it tomorrow?
Well, actually, we changed. So my daughter's playing baseball, and we didn't know what days the week practice is going to be. And games were on Tuesday, so we moved like gymnastics for her onto Saturday mornings. We already have dance on Sunday mornings, and then we have back-to-back birthday parties. So we have a birthday party to go to in the afternoon at Chuck E. Cheese or something tomorrow, and then there's another one for a neighborhood kid. One's a classmate, one's a neighborhood kid on Sunday. It's going to be busy, but it's a good kind of busy. And then we have our first baseball practice on Tuesdays.
Those are the best kind of busies.
So that'll be a lot of fun. But it does mean a little bit less during the week because no longer gymnastics, which is, gymnastics is the longer activity. Like that's the one, like we're getting her home at like 8:40 on, which she's 7 years old. I still feel like that's kind of late for a 7-year-old.
Brendan at.
So I'm happy to have that on the weekends now. It's just a lot better. I'm up early anyway, so who cares? Did I get IBIT long, Jack of all trades says? First things first.
Oh God, it's raining now.
What, now?
Okay, so we're supposed to have another practice tonight. It's raining now. It looks to be raining, although it's supposed to start at 6.
Party pooper.
Yeah, and then my son has his banquet tonight. And then tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
Nice.
is High Park opening day. And you know who's throwing out the first pitch?
Joey Votto.
No, someone much more famous than that. Jerry Howarth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for us. Obviously, Joey Votto, people know who that is. Does Joey Votto even exist anymore? Yeah, I know he's on the...
He's on the Jays.
Is he still there, though? Because I haven't seen him bat or anything.
No, so basically what happened is, so Joey Votto is like a legendary baseball player in Cincinnati who's a Canadian. And the Jays signed him so he could play his final age 40 season with the Jays.
Right.
He shows up at spring training, hits a bomb in his first game, and then rolls his ankle celebrating in the clubhouse. And he's been out ever since.
Right.
So
Bullshit.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. But anyway.
He's not even hurt. They just don't want to admit that he's no good.
He's a cool.
I like him.
A guy I played baseball with back in the day actually knew Votto and played with him when they were younger, and he's had like epic stories. Like there was this one time he's supposed to be. It was an aluminum bat league.
The guy's an animal.
And he's supposed to go to the plate with an aluminum bat. He had the game off. He's gonna pinch hit, and there's pro scouts there, and the coach is like, "You're going in," and he picks up a wood bat, and he's like, "We're trying to win this game. Just use an aluminum bat. It's not a wood league."
Right.
And he says, no, there's pro scouts here. I'm going to use a wood bat. He's like, no, we're trying to win the game. And then he just turns to his coach and he's like, I'm going to the show. And he walks to the plate and hits a bomb with the wood bat because that's how he rolls. Because he knew he was that good. And wood is obviously not as easy.
So not necessarily a team player, but definitely a player.
Well, he hit a bomb, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't strike out.
I mean, going against your coach, from a coach.
Well, he shouldn't have. But
anyways,
if you're gonna do that, you better back it up.
Yeah, and he did. No, I mean probably. Russell Martin. As far as Canadian baseball players go,
Larry Walker.
Yeah, from Colorado. I mean, and Montreal Expo fame.
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry Walker, I guess, would be the number one.
I think.
Was there anybody else in the Hall?
Ferguson Jenkins
is in the Hall of Fame.
Fergie, Larry Walker, then Joey Votto.
Well, he won't get to the Hall of Fame, will he? Maybe. Yeah, I just have messaged my mom because that was, I don't know about you guys, but like, I used to listen to every single Tom Cheek and Jerry Howarth, like every single Blue Jays game. basically every day we had in our backyard, it would be blasting, whatever.
Yep.
We had like these outdoor speakers, blah, blah, well, I mean, obviously. And we'd be playing then in baseball. Even now, my mom, like, if the Blue Jays
Chilling
are
by the
on, it's
pool.
either on TV, yep, exactly, or it's something to do with Blue Jays baseball.
Tom was the only one in our high school friend group with a pool.
Yeah.
Which is, I always say that. Apparently that's funny to somebody, but back there, Josh laughing. A couple of things. The market, here's what the market's doing. This is the NASDAQ right now. You're holding 18,000 and you're not really moving. So if you're in a long that you like, you're holding and you're taking profit. To me, if you're in a weak stock or short, like I think I don't know if you want to be entering anything new. I got to do a long off VWAP on Palantir and then realized it wasn't actually VWAP. Yeah, you know what? So that's not exactly VWAP, that's 2320. So the first thing I did was just get some out flat. And if it gets to VWAP, get back in at VWAP. Because if you're making a VWAP retracement trade, you should wait till it gets to VWAP. That's the way I kind of think about it. So I'm going to get back on the bid there. I am still in ARM. It's basically flat. The newest position was obviously Paramount. And if you're just tuning in now, essentially, unfortunately, they did say that both of the deals that were on the table are now off the table for Paramount shareholders, which is a tragedy because it felt like at least something was going to get done there, and now you're seeing it continue to drop. But it's held $13, so at this point, I don't think I'd reload this a third time in Paramount. If it breaks 13.50 or 13.55, I just get out of the trade. I don't think this has as much juice to the downside as other news type plays, as Sean already alluded to. If you look at the daily chart here, this has been going up and down and around on deal speculation, and for the most part, it's had a solid bid most of the way. So I think the $13 level here was like the last resistance spot. Unless it's cratering through that, I'll respect the fact that it could hold 13 here for Paramount. DJK, Paramount's a disaster. I don't disagree. I just hope for shareholders doesn't end up like, what was it again? It was Yahoo was a famous one. Like, I will never forget. Yahoo. It was like, I don't remember the exact price, but I remember there was like a Yahoo cash offer they didn't take way back in the day. And then it was complete destruction after that. It was something like 38, and then within like a year, it was like $15 or something. I don't know. Sometimes you just take the cash and swallow the pride and do what's right for the shareholders.
Well, that's what they should always be doing, to be honest with you. All right, so remember we talked about that story about, hold, see what happens at 186. Well, this is why we're still here in the business, to be honest with you. You got to take some out at highs. We talked about that. We only had sub 20% left. So, I mean, now that it dropped back in, this is giving me another opportunity to reload on Apple. So, again.
It's at 85 again?
Yeah, it just tanked. So we're long here on Apple against the 200. So remember what I said about like trading less names. I've traded Apple, Google, Palantir. We traded the TQs today, which is still my P&L number one. Well, we'll wait to see what happens with Apple here. And then this was, look, no trades, but trades on that. So this is one trade here, pretty much my number one P&L name. All right, and then we had Tesla. A lot of trades, long early against that bottom. Once we saw that it failed, it was short nation until we just broke. Another positive name for us there. Palantir, we've sort of beat this one. Long there, out at the low of the day before we actually, see what I mean? Look, this is a perfect example. Here's the low of the day out, and there's the low of the day on a short to take profit. So it goes both ways. Right there. So that's that. Now Palantir's a short again. So that's another trade. Google, again, long off 165, 166 that we liked, worked, out. Short off 166, worked, then didn't, then out. That's Google. So simple. And then the last trade is Apple. It is wicked when you can look back at your trades and be like, yep, and yep. Regardless of if they win or not, they're simple, they're easy, they're well documented. Every idea I took today, although Tesla's on here, was basically a sticky note name. So that's what we did, man. We're trying to be very, very focused. We talked about the success that this has led to, and I'm not going to change because of said success. So I think that's something that you have to look down at the end of the month and say this is working or this isn't. And then not only is it working, but how could you make it work better? Like, how can you get more aggressive? And Neil talks all the time about different strategies that potentially work during different times of day. Or you had that thing about NVIDIA going 10 of 12 or whatever the stat was.
And of course, like that setup hasn't happened in a
Exactly,
week.
but waiting for that.
Well, I like it. It was a very
Patient.
specific setup that's worked really, really well on NVIDIA. It's just false break of the low and then the specific like bull flag double or triple top within the first half an hour. I wanted to answer a couple of questions here, but one, Alex Enzo, wasn't it said earlier that a NASDAQ name has to maintain $1 at minimum? That is true. However, there's a few wrinkles around that. So yes, you got to be over $1, but I think it's like 90 days or something along those lines. And they can file for extensions, and then there can be reverse splits. So just because the NASDAQ stock's underneath $1 doesn't mean it's getting delisted. There's a whole process behind it, and it can take months. It can take years before. And then Elon, will you take a look at TD and tell us about your strategy to buy the dip? Okay, first things first, I'm not necessarily buying this dip. Now, what I did say was I'm going to start considering whether I want to. That was I'm putting my head down. Because
Look at Apple.
I'll be real, I didn't even realize how, whether or not, you look at this chart, it's not very good. I didn't realize exactly how bad it was, and it's at a major support level. I feel like if it can't hold 54, pandemic lows are in the 30s. I think I would probably be a buyer in the 40s on this stock, but I'm definitely trimming my position by half through 54. That's the determination I came to at lunch, and the good thing about it is I think it's an easy thing for me to just maybe put that money. I didn't raise that much in terms of selling things at the top, and I can put that money right into like the SPY. Because I wouldn't put it in the queues. I'd want to put it into something that has exposure, a little bit more exposure to other markets and maybe even the financials there. So if it cannot hold on to this 54, I don't see any reason. Like I can buy it back in the 40s. I like TD Bank, but that doesn't mean I have to hold it down to oblivion. It's not good news. So I did a little scalp in Apple, but I'm going to get out in front of 186. Because now I kind of feel like we did come all this way not to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. So this is why, yeah, shout out to Luca. Be well. Look, this is the thing. I said to Neil, I was like, oh, here comes back Apple. He's like, oh, it's at 185, and then basically hops right in it. This is the benefit of hitting the subscribe, getting to be part of our chat. You guys give us levels all the time. We give each other levels all the time. And there it goes right there, back up to the upside. Have faith.
I didn't have a level. Well, I did have a level 2 up, but I
that's
wasn't
what I'm
watching
talking
the
about,
chart.
right? It's like we knew we liked Apple today. It just dropped back in there, and now we don't have to worry too much about what P&L 1 is going to be or anything like that, because here goes Apple nicely back in, up to the upside. And again, this is why you get out and you do something like this. I just hope that we can, educate at the end of the day and just make everybody better traders, including ourselves. I mean, I'm going to speak very selfishly. This is a show for sure, but at the same time, I've got bills to pay and a shit ton, too much of them. Not too much of them, but the right amount. But again, making money here, trying to show you guys what ins and outs are, and you can develop your own strategies. But there it is right there, dip into the 200 period moving average. Again, a completely self-taught method of trading that I'm working on every single day. So last month was great. Let's see if we can repeat it this month. And we're starting off decently. We'll be up what we were down yesterday with still an hour to go. So hopefully we'll be able to turn my frown upside down, but I'm not frowning. So I just couldn't think of what to say there.
Yeah, and one of the things too, in the middle of the day lesson, it was learn how to have quote unquote bad days that aren't disastrous days, so that when yesterday is frustrating, if it's down, it's slightly down, because there was enough there yesterday that you're not destroyed. I look back and it's usually if I have most of my stocks green, then I'll be up. But yesterday was an example where that wasn't true. I think I was 5 for 7 on momentum, but the problem was the two I was down on were Carvana and Baba, which I knew were going to be the two big ones. Carvana, fair enough. But Alibaba was a long that I lost on, which obviously stinks. I want to point out that Alibaba's up today because we haven't talked about it. And it's still, so this is now, I said this yesterday because I thought it was Friday, but now it is Friday. It is closing, unless something really bad happens, Alibaba is closing above the 200 period moving average on the daily here and above $80 on the weekly, which means come Monday, I'm adding to my long-term position because I said I would not add any more unless it's on the way up. Sometimes you like that smiley face. Well, the face is smiling on this chart of Alibaba. Look at that perfect segue. Thank you very much, Ram. Look at that. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And now because I've said so, Alibaba will somehow manage to tank $1 and close beneath 80, but I don't think it's going to happen. Chinese ADRs don't move in the afternoon, right? So we should be fine. Speaking of that, let me go over to Rivian, which doesn't usually move either. And the thing about Rivian and Intel, you're not going to see me, I don't think you see me add to these positions. I had these on either, this one was at 1 o'clock. Intel was actually probably a little bit earlier than that, and I'm just sitting in it for it to get to the low of the day or stop out just above this level. So we're trying to be patient with Rivian here. It's not really doing much, but it's also not stopping me out, so it's not wrong, and it's not flying around here. If anything, the short position that was put on recently, like ARM to a certain extent at VWAP was recent, and then Paramount. And if Paramount cannot break this 13 here, the trailing stops at 13.25. I've now moved it down. I don't want this bouncing off of 13 even, catching a big bid, and then all of a sudden, this goes all the way back to VWAP, because that's not impossible on Paramount. And maybe the news comes out, oh no, there's another bidder on Paramount. I don't know, and I don't want to get caught up in that if I can't. Michelle Hebert in the chat just said GME again. Ooh, it did not hold 15 bucks. The first sign of weakness, GME? Yeah, I'm not shorting that stock. No.
GME, I'm definitely not shorting that. Not into the weekend, no way. No. Well, I guess so. I mean, it could pick up some volume. I actually forgot one more time because I have to be at, it's fine, I'm here to do everything, but I have to be at baseball tonight. But we are doing, again, the market recap show is back on a Friday because we're not filming the podcast anymore. So although,
Good thing you reminded me.
You want to be done at 4:15? Yeah, sure. It'll be a real quick one, says Ramin today. Let me ask my booking agent. Booking agent? Yes. Do we have a guest on tonight? I'm not sure. Let me check. All right. So this is why I need I need that virtual assistant. All right. Let me check if we have anybody scheduled. Probably not because I don't remember booking anybody. Nope. So, all right. It's me and Adara tonight. Get ready for some Q&A. You want to do some Q&A, Adara?
I would love to.
It's Q&A with Adara and I tonight. Should be fun. We'll figure it out. We have lots to talk about.
Will Berkshire Hathaway hold on to its double bottom at $400? Is the question for the market recap.
It's just no podcast recording. Check out tomorrow for the podcast. There will be a post. Yeah. Remember, we're working. Not revealing anything, Ramin. It's my show.
I didn't even understand what she said there, so that's good. Oh, I only said that about Berkshire because thank you, Ian Rispetto, for the super chat, which we kind of missed here. Do we have any insight into Berkshire and how it has performed on earnings prior to the one tomorrow? I will cop to the fact that Berkshire is not a stock that I pay attention to on earnings. I don't know that anybody day trades that thing. I remember one time at the close back at our campus office, there was a big deal about them on an auction. And then I remember at the post, they were holding the print for like a half an hour. It was the longest they had ever hold a closing auction that I'd ever seen. And that was the only time I paid attention to Berkshire Hathaway on a trading sense. So I'm not really familiar with it. I think it's a fantastically run company. They have a really good strategy for how they invest, which the proof is in the pudding. And on a day where Apple is ripping faces off, it cannot be possibly a bad thing for Berkshire, right? Because that's half of what they are. But I don't have any specific insights. And if I did, I'd let you know. We have no issues saying, hey, I don't know. I don't really look at that stock. Probably worth a decent, it's probably not a bad investment. You own any Berkshire?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't either. But
I think it's fine. I mean, I've already talked about, I would rather just buy the diamonds. You could just buy DIA, which is, I mean, again, you could look at, why is it?
The way I see it is like if I own
Dow Jones.
Like if I own the Qs and I own like 20%, which is like a bunch of Apple, and I own Apple individually, it kind of doesn't make sense to then go and buy Berkshire because then.
Well, the thing is, Berkshire has a bunch of life insurance.
No, it's true, but then I'm just buying more Apple. Also, too, like if I didn't own an index.
Yeah.
That was only stock specific, I might consider something like a Berkshire.
But it's a good way to get exposure if you don't want to be all, like you want to have Apple, but not
That's
the
fair,
actual. Yeah, like you don't want to buy an index, but anyways, you could buy again. The reason why I said the diamonds is the Dow Jones 30 also has Apple, also has all the big names in it as well. So I would just say, and again, I could probably ask Perplexity this or something that or I could overlay on a chart the long-term gains versus from the diamonds or the Dow Jones versus Berkshire. And when I talk about long-term, I'm talking about like maybe the last 15 years or so, right? I don't know. Because of Apple's been so dramatic for Berkshire, it's really started to rip up. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my scans just to see if anything is moving around again here. And for right now, Google, Apple, Palantir, Tesla, those are the ones. Let's just have a quick look because we haven't looked at Tesla in a hot minute either. So that was a stop out there once it broke higher. Again, look at it, all over that 1.8 deuce. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, good break there. Someone said who's going to win between Neil and Sean Palantir.
Over the last 20 years, 6.8%.
There, you got it.
On the Dow Jones and 8.9% on Berkshire Hathaway. So that's average annual return, 6.8 on the Dow over the last 20 and 8.9% for Berkshire. That's according to
does that change
that's
if you
Copilot.
If you do like 15 years? Or?
Well, yeah, probably. I mean, I asked it what I asked.
Yeah, that's good enough. No, I was just
actually think I asked it what it was over the 2000s. I didn't even say the last 20 years.
That's good. Okay, so close, so close. So Berkshire wins.
Yeah, Berkshire gets the win.
Yeah, so
that's not surprising to me because the run on Apple specifically when they're so overweight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so GME still going there. Some people looking at it there for $15. Good little level there. Palantir, we just took another piece out right there. We only have 20% left of this. So what I was going to say is someone was saying that I was short, Neil was long. Who's going to win? I've already won. Like we're not competing. I'm just like I'm already out. I've already got out of 80% of this trade.
So just come to my chart for a second. Because I explained this when it happened.
Yeah.
My intention was like, oh, I should be going long at VWAP. And then I had a bid off of this consolidation break at 25. Realized that I wasn't in VWAP, immediately took out the bulk. So I'm not even getting out there. It's like, no, the position should be at VWAP. So if it gets down to VWAP, I'll probably add to it, and then my stop will be underneath. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything with this thing. Because I'm kind of trading it off of air there if I'm holding on to that position. So I just kind of immediately got out. So not much to see as far as I'm concerned. Like the short's up there, and I thought the long would be more down around here. So if it gets there, it gets there. It's actually past 3 o'clock already.
Ooh la la.
At this time, you start thinking about like exit strategies and all that good stuff. Like where am I going to get out if it doesn't make the bigger move? So in that regard, like ARM, which was slowly making higher lows, I did take some out when it broke 102 here, and I'm going to get a bid 101.5 as ARM up 4% today. And the better shorts, we always try to be honest with ourselves. Like today, ARM gave you 103.5, and the VWAP short, what doesn't make sense to me, which is part of why I'll be conservative with this VWAP short is in the face of like NVIDIA and AMD just like higher and higher and higher, and the market at highs. Usually when that happens, when it starts to go, it just falls apart because it's weaker than everything else. That's not happening on ARM today. It's a very tight range for whatever reason, holding above $100. And when you zoom it out, it's actually pretty bullish the last little bit. So the higher lows, and now you're holding the 100 level. So while I still think it's a good short setup, it's not giving me as many signs that it's going to fall apart into 100 like it was earlier. I want to respect that. And also note that I still haven't gotten my dip buy in ARM. So there's that too. In my long-term account. Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Their report is coming.
Yeah, like well, with Apple, Apple gave you your dip buys and Google gave you your dip buys and ARM gave it to me. I just didn't take it. Because if you're looking to dip buy a stock, I sold half my ARM position at 122. And if you're looking to dip buy a stock and this happens, and you don't get any, then as far as I'm concerned, you missed your opportunity, and I was way too picky. Long term, don't be picky. That's my advice.
Yep.
Something else I was gonna. It was that wasn't GameStop. I'm forgetting something else we were talking about earlier. It doesn't matter. Baba, no.
Maybe. Okay, so good out there for Palantir. Apple, we reloaded it down there at 21, 22s. So that was pretty good out. In reload for Apple. Let's just see. I mean, it came back. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, But you can see what happened. The 200 period's now inching its way higher and higher. So I'm going to take one last stand down here. Again, out again right there when we broke back down through 40 a little bit. We just reloaded here in the 20s. So these are outs in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. So that's 30 cents right there. We will take an L because as it's coming back in right now, we can't withstand too much of this. Although I thought I was bidding, I'm bidding 05s. Okay, maybe we'll get filled. Oh no, don't tell me. Okay, hopefully it'll come. All right, fill those 6s, but we're still at 05. Let's just be patient. We'll probably get it. All right, so here it comes back in for Apple. Let's see if we can't get some returns on this 05 long.
The market's running again.
Running, yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, what is Apple even doing here? So Apple is making a move down into the 10s now for 185. So be careful. We just got an 05 there again, so gonna get out if it breaks through 185, honestly. I mean, we could test that VWAP if we really, really want to get spicy with it and not dump this immediately. Why don't we just do that? Because we've been able to get in and out a little bit here. I'm pretty fine doing this, I feel like. So let's just wait for VWAP then. That's 184.80 on Apple. I just want to make sure that that is something here. I'm just checking another. This is a 5-minute chart on Apple. Yeah, so we're right there too. Okay, just want to double check. So that is right. Sometimes our VWAP won't be accurate, but it is now. 184.75. So I think that's a good one. And again, sometimes it's just because of like those dark pools, but I got rid of some of those. So I feel like we're okay. Yeah, 184.75. Okay, so that's the level for me now, 184.75 on Apple. So that means we got to slow down, not take any more shares because we don't want this thing to drop down in now 25 cents from where we are now. And then we have so many shares that will just wipe out everything. So let's just wait to see. Market up, Apple down. Definitely something's up with this. So be careful with your positions.
I just got trailed out at VWAP on Intel, and Paramount's catching a bid. So two things. One, Intel broke VWAP here. I was just holding on to the last like 10%. This is an earlier position. I told you I wasn't adding to it there as well, but it just broke VWAP, so you'll no longer see that. Rivian's another old one that could come out, but that's actually kind of slowly working. But Paramount just double bottomed here at 13. So the stop went from like here. I'm just tightening it up even more because I do feel this could catch a bit of a bid off the 13 level. Not enough that I want to go long. I don't want to go long against the news, but it's enough that I'll get out of it. I want to hold for potential break just in case it breaks 13, but I'm going to trail this one out. It does feel like it's starting to move a little bit to the upside. It's settled down as well. So when a stock has news and then craters, when the volume dissipates, that's when you can start to see a bit of a relief rally in Paramount. We haven't heard anything since that one report that the deals were off the table. James Choi, Oracle, you must be bouncing hard, not bouncing. Although maybe bouncing is like if it's really, really going. Oracle, I like Oracle. I don't know what it's doing today. It is bouncing nicely. I don't know if that's bouncing hard though. It's a nice bounce on Oracle. It's a happy bounce on Oracle. It'll be a happier bounce if we can get above our Powell top. And I'm blaming this top on Jerome Powell. So every time we reference this high, any stock that doesn't take this out when the market's taking out highs, I think is just relatively weak until we're through those Powell levels. Fed days give you great opportunities, not just to trade, but to observe like liquidity levels on stocks because you run heavy into them. And when you get massive reversals like we did on Wednesday, it reveals to you some really, really big price levels that you don't have to guess at anymore. And that's one on Oracle, it looks like, at 116.5. The other one we talked about was AMD, which I'm sure still cannot break 151. It's on the NASDAQ. There we go. 151. I'm missing data on that.
Do you have any proof of that?
Well, that's a good one.
Yeah.
You know what? Now I actually feel like
Sometimes I have good ones, but
I'm gonna make myself a rum and bourbon Manhattan tomorrow when I watch the game. It's a new thing anyway.
Rum and bourbon Manhattan.
Well, so you make a Manhattan with
Right.
It's bourbon.
Right.
But
Putting a dash of rum in there?
I have a thing where I do like 2/3 of the bourbon. I do like 1/3,
Okay.
kind of like a brown rum, and it's kind of sweet and it tastes good. And I'm gonna get to actually watch an entire Leaf game tomorrow for the first time in a while. I watched the playoffs.
Asleep, though. You may fall
I
asleep.
might fall asleep at 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
but on the weekdays I do not stay
No, I mean,
up.
I probably would. I mean, I'm saying like, once it gets like around 11 o'clock, it's like.
I'm gonna throw my jersey on, signed by Wendell Clark, and if you can't guess whose Leaf jersey I have, then you're not very creative. It's pretty obvious if you really think about it.
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah. I don't know. I think people will be able to figure it out.
probably be able to figure it out. Unless you're a Leaf fan.
But
you
they may not be Leaf fans.
You might not know that this guy played for the team because he was more famous on, you're probably more famous on Calgary, I'd say. Because he scored like 30 goals in Calgary.
Yeah, better career there, yeah. But famous probably. Toronto.
So ARM's working. I trailed out of Paramount there. We were talking about that. Paramount just came back through 13. Still on AMD. Just came back to 13.20. So we're out of the Paramount trade. The thing about trading news is as long as you have a plan of action, there was a good level to short on the way back up. So this is 13.60. Like the last 2 days, you had 13.60 support. So there was a level to short on the way back upside that wasn't VWAP or all the way back in. If I don't have that, I don't trade it. If you do have it, you can take some swipes at it. And now I'm going to be out. 13's holding. Good for anybody that might be long. I don't know if anybody's actually long in Paramount, but good luck if you are.
We just had a nice move back up for Apple, right back to flat.
Well, I don't
on
like
this
that
trade.
wick at all.
And it bounced immediately. We're long at 13s. It went to 11s. And then it hit the 200 and now Tank City back in right now. So I would not be surprised at all if this is given up now.
What's up with this
we just
wick?
rejected, what, Palantir?
Yeah, I'm not at it. I'm not buying
what's up with it?
I'm not
Aren't
buying
you-
VWAP anymore.
Come on, man. Aren't you short, man? Aren't you short?
Hell.
There it is. All right, let's go face slap. I didn't even notice. See, there you go. Neil, bring that to my attention. And I was like, what's going on with Palantir? And then he's like, what's up with that wick? I thought you meant the Apple wick. But there it is to the downside.
Yeah, Apple's not coming.
Look, when I told you that, and Neil explained his trade, and what I was saying about, competing, not competing, winning, not winning, it's you got to get out. Like, when these levels hit, sure, we could have reloaded it, but again, that wasn't my thing. I mean, the market just made a nice move up. So, I didn't really want to reload that and create more havoc. So we already reloaded it there. We could have done that again heading into the close, although it's power hour. Probably should have reloaded it, you know what I mean, to be honest with you, but we didn't do it. There it goes to the downside. Now we only have 10% left of Palantir as we put that back into our pocket right there. Good hold. But again, like Neil said, we don't have any wicks like that all day. So
that was
or not a wick, I guess, a full candle, and it's holding down there. So that's almost the opposite of a wick.
Yeah, I'm not buying it down. I was gonna buy.
It could have been news
at that level, but I'm not gonna do it. It's 312. There's enough. The problem is
Kathy sold maybe.
if it's really late in the day and there's not a lot of time for follow through, that kind of mean reversion type thing just snap in. But we have almost an hour to go. You break VWAP, you could just trend lower. The fact that we're holding 18,000, why would something that was strong be turning weak when the market's holding the highs? So I don't really like that. Even on Apple here, down underneath that 85.
Oh crap!
Why is this falling now? It doesn't make that much sense to me. Obviously, ARM's going down, but I did not get my next bid on that stock. Yeah, I'm 101.5. I'm sitting at it's 60s. If this does break, I know I said I was getting a little bit less optimistic about ARM falling through, but if it does break 101.20, then it could see the 100 level, and I will hold some for that level for sure. What else we got going on? Carvana's breaking down. Yeah, I didn't trade Carvana today. I didn't have a setup, so I didn't make a trade. See, that's how it should go. I feel a little bit better about that because I feel like I didn't really love anything about Carvana. I made 2 trades yesterday, anyways, because it was going to be in play, which is not enough. Carvana, the only trade I think that might have made sense was in here off of VWAP, which I'm really hoping somebody here that I know likes the stock could have had 120 into VWAP and then into the high of the day. Because that's probably the best opportunity, risk to reward, that's a setup that I think you could sink your teeth into. And now it's giving up VWAP as the market's still at the highs. So why is the market holding up here when everything I'm looking at just did a big dip?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, Google's doing what?
We kind of thought that Palantir had that chance, but Apple, just as an example, I just want to show everybody, while Neil was talking, we got that dip buy, and you could have just got it again at VWAP. So we got 80s or 81s, which gave us an average price of 93s. So it just popped back up into 93 there. And I took basically not a lot out. I took out about 20% or so of what we have. So I'm still not, I have another offer there, unfortunately, at O's. Maybe we can get back up there. but Apple's looking a little dangerous here. It should already be back up. It should have bounced here, and it didn't. Now we're like hoping that VWAP can hold. That's not the strategy that I like to do. So, all right, well, here it comes back up. We could take the rest out now, clean our hands, and then that would be it, and we'll be like, okay, good, you know, is this what they say, Ramin? GG Apple? Fabian? Does that make sense if I close my position on Apple and I say GG Apple? No GG, no what? No re. Yeah, I won't be re in this one, man. No re-upping on this one.
You know what the re-up is, right?
I should re?
The re-up.
Yeah. I was just trying to find out the lingo so I don't get that OK Boomer thing stamped on.
No, when you're on the east side, you got to get the re-up through cheese.
Oh, I don't
And
know the
anybody-
wire, remember?
And then if you're on the west side, you're going to have to run through Fat Joe.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the game. The game is the game is the game. That's for the game is always the game.
Yeah.
That's how it is. And you're either look, man, you're either real with it or you're not, because that's what Naaman should have understood when Weebay was trying to tell
Why
him.
didn't
Like,
Naaman understand that?
You know, Naaman was a fool, and what I love.
Not Neymar.
What I love about The Wire is just how real it is. Like, you have characters that actually go through like real change. Like like they don't have some person just magically become smarter or better.
Right.
Like, they gotta do some things the hard way. There's like, you know, it's tragedy. Like, you want to think there's gonna be a happy ending for the character that you think
Right.
is okay. Everyone loves this guy. Like, no, it just doesn't always work out that way. And the one that's a punk might be the one that gets good luck, and then suddenly his life turns around. You're like, how is that even fair? He's a punk. But that's life sometimes. The Wire is so real like that. But anyways,
The one thing I notice is that when we start talking about The Wire, you get into like much more of a gangster mode. You're like, yo, you don't know about The Wire. What's up? Yeah, I know. It's like you got to
have to.
Like, it's like you're one of those like
love that
situational actors.
I have that.
You know what I mean? We get the same way when we.
I have a
talk about-
proposition for you two, Ronan.
See, there we go. There we go.
Prop Joe.
Prop Joe?
If,
Oh no.
So if
There's too many people knowing
you were a
stuff about-
character on The Wire, you'd be Prop Joe.
Okay.
You'd be Prop Joe.
I'll have to look that up. All right, yeah, The Wire. Yeah, a lot of people loving The Wire. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
Wow, Ramin, instant shade. Ramin goes, she hates it, The Wire.
Ramin also,
You don't have to apologize,
Ramin
Ramin.
also put me on camera today at lunch when I was like eating away at my salad and looked like an idiot, and she put me on camera.
I'm just saying, like, you know, some people like pineapple on their pizza, some people like The Wire. It is what it is. You know, I mean, everyone can choose their own ish. All right, I choose you, Pikachu. Fabian, you like The Wire? Never seen it, okay?
It's on the list.
It's on the list, okay.
I know it is.
It's on The Wire.
Right next to Sopranos.
Right next to
You got to get on that.
right next to Sopranos. Okay.
I prefer The Wire to Sopranos, but Sopranos is still a top 10 all-time series for me.
I got all these coaches messaging me. It must be raining outside.
Really?
Like a lot?
Like a lot?
No, okay. Because the field can withstand.
Get the rake out, dude.
But the thing is, me and Brendo, yeah, I know. Oh yeah, okay. All right. I mean, I'm looking at the weather forecast there. Not looking good where we're located right now. You see?
That's not good at all.
Show that again. What are you doing? No, I will show this one. Okay. So there's where we are right now. See, it's having the pain, and then it's all good, baby.
But you can't see the time.
No, I'm done.
All right, quick update. I just got out of some more of ARM because
There's more coming, though.
It just made a little bit of a bid at 101.70, so I took a little more. I was gonna hold it for like 20 more cents,
Apple,
but it just bounced off that
no
level.
workout.
So we'll take a little bit more out there. So all I'm down to is Rivian and ARM, and Rivian continues to, although it just had an offer at 10, so I kind of like, yeah, I'll take some more at 10 and then tighten the stop up. Why not, as it bounced in? The market's not doing anything, and apparently GameStop is still moving.
Shout out to GameStop. Shout out here to my guy right over here.
This is where the trade is, really.
Pikachu. Thank you for the $2 there. Appreciate that.
All up Pikachu.
Yeah. You know, there's a couple different characters in there. You could, I'm like more of like a Charmander guy. You know what I'm saying? Like those guys on fire. Shout out to Charmander.
Hot fire.
Yeah, breathe some hot fire. All right, what was not hot fire at all was Apple. You know, we didn't come all this way to come this way, right? Well, we did. All the way to 186, only to fall all the way back in again. And the funny thing is that remember when we were up 7 or 8%, and I said, I think this is too far. Well, that is what happened. Was a little too far. Good out, good out, good out. Nice move down here for nice. Whoa, okay, really nice move down. We're watching out. Palantir's not doing anything.
What
This
the heck
just
is
looks-
happening to?
I think this is just very Apple specific right now. I mean, I don't see anything on it. This would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I talked about Apple was probably too high up there. We actually specifically went and got like in the modern era what that last percentage was, about 9 and a bit
The
percentage.
modern era. This ain't baseball.
The modern era of the stock market. No, I think it actually matters.
No, actually, I would say
Because it's like, if I'm going to say, oh, Apple's biggest day was like in 1988 when they released the MacBook for the very first time.
You know, the distinction I usually make is pre and post the .com.
Yeah, exactly,
that would
exactly.
make
That's a good one, yeah.
I know, like
Modern era is used for sports. But
I know,
that
but
is
no,
why.
like pre and post .com, pre and post financial crisis,
Right.
Pre and post. Now people are probably going to start saying pre and post COVID.
COVID. No, but that's true,
as
though.
well, and it's true. And then you'd say like in the 70s, maybe like the gold standard when they came off.
No,
the
but
interest
it's-
rate thing in the 80s. Those are like big.
Yeah.
Not that I was alive for all of those.
You were.
Just
The thing is that
I wasn't alive for at least one of those things that I just said.
not all of them. The thing about it is that, and that's the thing, right? It's like, oh, GameStop up whatever it is. I don't know, what's it up now? What was it up at the high?
20 million %.
So you're going to say like, okay, that was a great move, but oh, well, that's not the highest GameStop ever went. One day it went 900%. So it's like those kind of things. It's that kind of
not doing that again.
relationship is sort of what I was.
We were talking about
leaning
Volkswagen
towards
this morning.
there.
Like these kinds of things, when it goes absurd, it'll happen one time.
Right.
You know, because like, for it to happen again, like all of the same mistakes need to get made in the same way.
Look at this.
Literally,
Still
they're
going.
they're literally talking about GameStop in our ears right now, and it's still 23%. This is it's a little bit
Still going.
impressive. Neil Roberts selling beaver hides in the 1920s NYC.
Right.
I wish I could tell you I was that great of a hustler.
Yeah, you weren't around in the 20s.
In the 20s, son?
Come on, man. Couple decades too early.
Just a little. You're off by a little bit.
Couple decades too early.
That said, I think I look good for 197 million years old.
Yeah, you do. You look great.
Like you look this good if you were 120 years old.
Yeah, guys. All right. Yeah, GameStop. I mean, are we going to break 16 at the end of the day?
Should have bought the dip on this thing.
I mean, I think 19.
I mean, hindsight is always 2020, but like
19 looks good, no? Why is Palantir not moving?
on the
Ramin's doing
daily
something.
chart, 19. Oh yeah, you're on the daily chart.
Yeah,
it's
Ramin's
19.
just doing something, so it's fine. We'll just keep it on here for now. But 19. Oh, you don't have to change it. Okay, there it is. So you have. Okay.
like nine.
Ooh, now she's doing too much. Dance, 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 dance.
Yeah, that's. There's no need to give everybody a seizure
Get
when
in
they're
the
watching,
club. But that
this
19
is
level was. You can go to Neil's screen. His screen looks a little bit cleaner, probably.
break this, break that. You could really go, but like 16 to 19 would be the next step. It already did the first one, 13 to 15. So I was not a believer of any of that stuff. You get all your stuff here. It's short float. They report. Oh, they must have already because I see June 5th. So I guess they already reported. How come my earnings thing doesn't? There's no E next to them anywhere. So I don't know when they reported, but this is saying not again till June 5th. So they must have already reported the cycle. It's getting obviously a little bit heavy up there. Whoops, wrong direction. Yeah, I'm not going to trade GameStop. I think you have to buy dips on these things, and it really gave you one down here at 14.5, or just take the secondary breakout. At this time of day on a Friday at 3:30, I'm not buying any tops because what? You want to be the sucker that bought that high when everyone takes profit going into the weekend? Not going to happen. So we're just going to hang on to what we have. If I see a new entry in something, fair enough. I took another leg out in ARM, like I said. I'll let it break this level. If it gets back above VWAP, I'm out. If it gets down to 100, I'm out. Rivian is, I'm short at 98 because I added. My last entry, so I shorted originally at 2s, and then I shorted again at evens, and then I shorted again at 98. So my average price was 10. So right now it thinks I'm short 98s and 99s when really it's like 10s and 99s. Doesn't matter. It's just that was the last fill. It's not going anywhere. We get back above 10, I'll just punch out. GameStop to 0, Ponzi Fonzie says. I'll take that bet. What's our time frame?
GameStop to 0?
Take that. I mean, give me a reasonable time frame, and I'm not a bull on GameStop, but I'll take
It's
that
not
bet.
going to zero.
Not going anywhere. Remember the last time people were confident about a stock in that way? What stock was that? This one. This is the last. Remember the last squeeze name that everyone's like, it's going. Not everybody, but at least some analysts were like, it's going to zero, and they're done. And then they've surprised on a couple of earnings. They've done a pretty decent turnaround. I'm not saying it's a great turnaround, but enough to have the shorts. What do you think they're doing right now? They're not having bourbon Manhattans. That's what I'm, not for sure. Or maybe they are for wrong reasons.
I have a trade. Apple is about to come in right now. I was just going to talk about this, and then it came all the way back up, so we might get hit right here. I was just thinking about this wick high right here, breaking through 83. We've come in and bounced a couple times off, there it is, off that bottom. So I want to try this 58.60 bottom area right now. So we did punch through a little bit here. Want to try to play some momentum back up to the upside in case we're right about Apple. We want to hold something on for this dream, apparently. But for right now, let's see if Apple can go. We just got something out at 90 there. Again, if it completely falls on its face and comes back in, this is where I want to get out. I just feel like it got flushed. I mean, I don't feel like it did. I'm watching price action. It got flushed down. Huge buyback there on a nice candle. I mean, that's the same candle that got us going from 185. Same volume spike right there on that bottom. Feel like someone came in and bought that thing right back up. So there's some sellers. Like there's someone hidden here selling. Like you could see the action going through here, and yet this is 400 shares. Like there's many more shares going through. They're going to have to blast this thing. Now that I'm seeing this, I'm going to take another piece out here, hopefully at 91. Look, I can't even get filled because I'm on a lit market. Like there's thousands of shares going through, and I can't do anything. But here we go, nicely done, back up to the upside now. We just took that out. We just took that out to 93s there, 92s. Now upside move here for Apple. Let's see if it goes. I'm offering 98s, and there it goes right now. Let's do a little bit of a face slapper now as we're back in 15 cents in the money. Basically putting this trade 1-to-1 right now for our outside, for where we are right now. Good trade for Apple, getting us turned up right now as Apple continues to go. Oh, yeah, we just got a 99 there again. So let's see if Apple can break through and then potentially return to its home of 185.50-ish.
That's not the only home it has.
Palantir going to its home
It's
as well?
the home above the 200-period moving average.
Yes. If you
Which
what
it's
Tim
well above.
Cook
No, but the other thing
is
for
not
Apple,
cooking.
oh yeah, on a weekly. Oh no. There we go. Can we come to the chart for a
Oh,
second?
yeah, I meant to look at my account.
This is what we call I'm not saying it was in a gigantic downward trend, but it was loosely in a downward trend. Like that's kind of a lower low. It was underneath on the weekly. It was underneath the 50-period moving average. You're now going to close above the 200 on the daily and the 50-period on a weekly. And in any way I look at a stock in the long term, that's a trend reversal. If it wasn't a downward trend, I think that's a bullish close above, and that's fantastic for absolutely everybody involved. And the only dip, like GameStop just looked like it was about to give everything up here on a wick down at 16. I was just talking in the chat to price action, and I know there's a conversation going on in the chat about GameStop, and all I simply said was be careful holding really strong fundamental opinions while short-term trading a stock, because you can just price actions everything. And I was actually considering, like, should I be shorting this wick? And before I could even think about whether I wanted to, was back at 16 bucks. But this does feel like it's getting a little bit toppy here, especially that rejection. Now a second rejection off 16.
This is also, Apple is not doing kosher things.
Wait a minute, did I even pay for locates? Probably not.
In my opinion.
I can't short it.
Like, why did it just flush there? I have an offer at 97. I might just put one at 95. I'm gonna put a 95. I'm gonna cancel that 97. There, we just got a 95. All right. Like it just went right back into view up again, like where we had our position, and I was like, all right, what was good is not any longer. I don't know, man. Okay, here it goes. All right. I take it back. Take it back, Tim and friends. Let's see what's happening now then. Okay. Breaking through at 185 is the first step to greatness. And then after that, we'll see where we go. So we're going to do that right now, see if we can get a breakthrough there. We'll put some orders right now at 185.20. Actually, that's 17s. Let's go to like 07 right now at 185. We're now 17 cents in the money on this. I just told one of the coaches, he's like, hey, is the field okay? I said, go fly your drone over there and go tell me because, I mean, I'm at work. He says,
Yeah, but the drone,
wet.
you can't tell
I
just
don't
by
even
the
know if it has a
drone.
drone or not.
Yeah, because you
I mean,
actually
the
you have to
diamond
get
is
out there.
20 minutes away from where we live.
If it's unplayable, you can tell just by looking at it. But sometimes it can look bad, but it's like you can do like 15 minutes of work with the rake and then you're good to go. I love, one of my favorite things to do is when they're like, you can't play today. Like, we'll see about that. We can play any day. Paramount's making a nice little bounce here. I'm starting to think maybe I should have gone long off that 13 level. It is a good level on Paramount, but it's getting late in the day.
Yeah.
Sorry, the daily chart shows you the level. I was just on a 13. I was just on a short-term chart. This is why 13 here. 13 resistance, 13 support. Talks between the sides are continuing.
This is exactly why I said do not trade. Or trade off a key level because
Now that actually favors long. That's why we got out of the
Exactly. You're
short.
just
This
going to get
favors
news like back and forth. I think it's worth using like an amount of shares that is scalpable with. Like if something where if it moves out of the blue here, because the next thing you know is this thing halts, right? They can ask for a halt.
Oh yeah, that's right. I actually got trapped in one of these on a halt. And Spirit Airlines, I'm going to scalp out of this. I'm going to trail it out at 13.25. No, this is
Not just a pretty face.
No, this is a true story, and we were live on the show when this happened. Spirit Airlines had, I forget, it was basically deal speculation. They halted the stock. They reopened it. It was a great long opportunity. It was trending and all that great stuff, long, winning, and then was holding a piece for the dream. And then at about 350 or 340 something, they halted it again. And this time they halted it news pending and they didn't reopen it. And it didn't reopen in the aftermarket and it didn't open until the next day. And I don't forget what the exact headline was, but it essentially just gapped back down and there was no chance to get out. I ended up getting out at the open. I don't think it was a weekend. I think it was literally just the next day. And it wasn't a huge amount of shares, but I still lost like a whole $1 on it. And there was nothing you could do about it in that situation.
I need to go get a water.
I didn't refill my water, which I'm usually very good about that, by the way.
Before what does that mean?
No, it's fine. There's only 20. I still have some left. It's usually I'm very good. There's two things that I do, like right away when I get in the office. One is I immediately fill this bad boy up. The second thing I do is I down it, and then I fill it up again. And then whenever Sean says Hydration Nation or mentions water, I mentally take a sip, which I won't do it now because you guys are in here. And I just realized, I don't want to get wrapped up in this. Just come back to the chart. Here we go. I didn't want to get wrapped up in that move. Yes, it was a breakout play, and yes, it was a scalp trade that worked. But if you're floating around here on news back and forth, it's not worth holding on to. So the first thing I did, I didn't get out of the trade immediately. I just put a stop with a tighter trail than I normally would. That's all. Like I just put a break-even stop right in here. So I did scalp something and get a win. But at the end of the day, it isn't worth holding. Unless you're trying that kind of a trade, unless you are a value investor unless you're a value investor in Paramount that you like where it is, you like the talk that's going on, and you just think you got a good buying opportunity, and you have all the reasons in your head why you think it's a good investment at that price, and GameStop is still going higher. That is absolutely insane. Rushab in the chat, I wake up at like 4:30 in the morning after show, like the first. I also have like a half a liter of water when I wake up in the morning. First thing I do. I don't really eat till about like 8 o'clock, but first thing I do is drink water. And the first thing I do when I get here is drink more water. Like hydrating. Like I learned that my track coach was like a very big. His wife was my university track coach. His wife was a nutritionist. So we got all these like lessons on eating and hydrating properly and all that good stuff. And I took a lot of it seriously. Mostly because I'd like to not think about that stuff. So if you build a routine, I don't have to worry about eating good. If I have a routine for 90% of my day, then I can do stupidity like eating cookies when someone puts it in front of me, because I know for most of the time I'm actually being reasonable. I said I wanted a GME dip and I missed it. You're right about that, AJ. But you know the best decision I made? You guys heard me say when it was at this 16 level on GameStop, oh, I could pay for some locates and maybe short this. Well, that was probably that was a good idea not to short that. Better idea to go long. But if you shorted that move, which is a very normal short reversion setup, you lose. The stock is way too strong, and I have absolutely no idea why. Starvin, like my 40 time, I've only been timed once in a 40, and that was in grade 9 when I tried out for the football team. And on the very first practice, I ran a 4.7, and he told me I made the team. I went home that day and told my mom I made the football team. My mother said, no, you didn't. And that was the end of my football career. True story.
Our football coaches tagged me at 4.8, so that's how you know how close that was. No, I was like 4.9. All right, so here we go, coming back in right now. Good move back in here for Apple. We got stopped out, so it broke through VWAP. We took it right there. So let's go and ahead and see. And yeah, guys, trust me, football here in Canada is nothing at all like you guys there in the States. We maybe play in front of 14 or 15 fans and use literally the same equipment over and over and over again every single year.
High school football
not,
is like, yeah.
Not overly funded.
No, not even close.
Guys, so
our football team, our high school football team wasn't that great either.
you know what? No. Not, I mean, it was nothing.
They weren't bad or anything, but
yeah, U of T Stadium is nice. Yeah, but that's U of T.
They have a really nice track.
University, of course. Yeah. So, all right.
Yeah, but our university football stadium was trash. Like our two universities literally
not Laurier.
They shared
Laurier's,
no, they shared, but they shared a stadium.
Yeah.
And it was at Laurier. So
Yeah,
like,
Laurier. Yeah.
so like our team played in their stadium, and we were the bigger school. Like, think about that. We had more students, and our football. Anyways, Waterloo, great school, all that good stuff. But it's just weird. What else we got going on here? Rivian's not moving. ARM's still in the money, but it's bouncing back to the upside. The market. It did tag underneath 1,800 for like a split second, and I started to feel good about the shorts again. But look at the NASDAQ. Like, what is this even doing on a Friday? Nothing.
I'm going to give up on Apple.
So I'm just sitting here, really, and we have to be frank about this sometimes. Like, I'm sitting
Frank,
in this.
or no?
He's not here. I think there was one GameStop. This dip right here or this break right there. I'm not going to pretend I'd ever go long here, but that's a very reasonable dip buy because it's 14.50 to 14.25, maybe 30s. It's a previous breakout price. Or you take this breakout 15.20 with a 14.80 or a 15 even stop. Like, this is ridiculous now. If it gets to 20 bucks, it probably really is a short. And Starvin like, the only person I'm racing is when Fahad shows up. If Fahad shows back up at this office, we're going outside.
Fahad will be showing up.
No, he shows his face when I'm actually here, and we're going back out in the alley, and we're gonna race, and we'll put that on whatever you guys want. If you want it on Instagram, you want us to do it live, I really don't care.
Sharif wants it on TikTok.
The dude ran his mouth like he could beat, if I trained hard enough, I could beat Usain Bolt. Actual words. We're at the bar before the Raptors game. I'm not making this up. Sean knows this is true.
Yeah,
Before the Raptors game, we're at the bar. He's like,
Fahad is the most confident.
If I put my mind to it and trade hard enough, I could beat Usain Bolt in a race. And I simply informed him that is ridiculous. I'm over 40 years old, more than almost twice your age, and I could take you out right now in a race. And he said, let's do it, and it still never happened. I love Fahad. He's my boy. He's a great kid. We love him to death. Holy crap, GameStop. What is even going on with this stock right now? 35% to the upside. We don't have a GameStop key. This is the best I can do for you guys. It says AMC on it. I feel like we should have like a rocket ship with different, like one that doesn't say AMC every single time. Because AMC hasn't been anything, for a while.
So,
sorry.
No, AMC's been destruction of wealth, unfortunately, for many people. Not much of a creator of wealth, as many people thought that it was at one point. It's too bad that it didn't continue, to be honest with you. Okay, so I'm kind of destructing my own wealth here because we just went in and out of Apple there, and it didn't do anything. Like, we should have just left it alone, like, when we had that one play. But that was good. We just went in and out twice there. And now I was thinking to myself, again, what's happened the last couple times, right? Into the last couple of closes, we did have that one day. Again, Yesterday into earnings, maybe a little bit of a different situation, but I don't know how much can I zoom in here on yesterday's close. Yeah, okay, because we had the big pop up. But see, we did have, that's in the aftermarket. There was that fade, that's 4 o'clock. There it is right there at 550. So that's what I was looking at right there, 1550. Oh, you can't, oh, you can see, yeah, right here. So that's the imbalances coming through. We went from 173.40 down to 172.80 or so in about 5 minutes. The day before that, again, this is a little misleading because it was Fed day, but we did have a monster move down into the close as well. So now, will that happen into earnings? I don't know, but we're short right here, right now at 52, seeing if that is the truth. It just had such a hard time going long there that I decided to flip up the game and go a little short. So that's what I'm trying right now. Our stop is up here, taking out VWAP to the downside, to the upside. So if that happens, good on them. But I'm sitting here with a bid, seeing if we can. There it is. I'm at 46 right now. Yes, we got it. Okay, so we got some 46s. Let's go. Let's put that money back in as we just changed up our game plan a little bit there.
So I said if Rivian broke 10, I would just punch out of it. You don't see me in the position anymore. But AMC is actually trying to go now, which I'm not. I'm just very skeptical here. AMC, if this gets to like 350. If it's free locates, I'll probably put it on. If it's less than a cent, if it's a cent a share, I might just quickly pay for it because I just feel like this is a weird sympathy play. And GameStop is so overextended right now that is this really going to go past its 50 period in resistance? So first thing I do is, do we even have locates? And we do not. But AMC, there's no way it's going to be expensive. That should be less than a cent per share. The incredible Mr. Lib is saying, don't fall asleep on Costco. Gorgeous move on the daily. Add Costco to the list of things that did not quite dip far enough for a dip buy. Although I would argue that for most people, it maybe did. It just didn't dip enough for me, so I didn't get it. I'm just going to pay for these locates on AMC and hit submit. Costco, it did dip, and it is making a nice move. And it was like this and Lululemon that I wanted to buy on dips. Lululemon gave you ever opportunity in a million, so of course I got into that at 50.
Oh yeah,
Costco
Apple. Oh yeah,
didn't really get down to 600. It just got to $700. I think that should have been far enough.
Yeah, Costco's one of those ones that's so hard because it's really a dollar cost average name because
100%.
it's like
100%.
You wait. It's like that John Deere. I have to check that out because I was. Oh my! That's a couple times today that we've had. Shout out to Adam DeLuz and everybody that's out there that has given credit to being able to reverse plays. Like we just talked about that on Apple, man. You know, we had talked about going long. I mean, I wasn't going long up here, and we had discussed, again, trading your own style about making sure that if something goes a long way, it just doesn't just necessarily go there just to break it. It goes there because of the market. We got there to 18,000 and change, topped out a little bit, but Apple has come in when the market really hasn't come in at all. So I don't, that top, we went long, then we really started to fight it there, getting frustrated. So then your boy did this. Purple, short, boom, downside. Now we're 30 cents in the money. And now we say the opposite. Apple, get down and see what's going on with that. So we'll see now what Apple wants to do. Hopefully the answer to that is lower right now. But let's put out another bid here at 30. We have to, again, it's just about explaining it. Like, we had a hard time there. We were under VWAP. We liked the short. We had, again, understand what's happened in the past, right? So see what could happen in the future. So we've seen Apple tank in right now, and there it goes. Boom goes the dynamite right there for Apple. Nice move back in on this one. Put some more bids out, and let's see if we can really crank here into the close as we're only now 7 minutes, so 6 minutes away from the rebalance.
Oh, yeah, the early look.
The market on closing balances.
So I'm in at 35. Locates were, oddly enough, every single time I tell you it's going to be basically free for locates at real trading, it's 1/8 of 1 cent per share. It feels like, I think that's the default price for, we're charging you something for the locate, but we're basically making it free.
Oh my.
So this is 340. I'm short at 35, 240. That's pretty easy. First bid's in front of 330 because that's about as obvious as it gets. And then we'll see what happens. But the market is attempting to get back to the 18. The other thing to watch here, and part of the reason, like I wouldn't put this on, but look at what happened in GameStop. GameStop topped out, and now it's starting to fall back in here. So this is a sympathy play on on AMC, and the only reason why it even broke the high and it got to a resistance spot, well, I can put that on watching GameStop fall in and then not have to roll into GameStop at a level that is nothing. Like, it's just random prices on GameStop. Whereas you're in front of resistance on AMC while it's falling.
All right, I'm trying to do the same kind of stuff here. I was just put a bid on Palantir to get out. I mean, I don't even want to look at anything else. I'm in Apple right now. This is, for me, the only trade now. I want to be able to watch this. I'm bidding now 11s. This is a monster move for me. Like, being short now at 60 and having this 40 cents and printing lower right now is big. So I'm really happy with this trade. Here, yes, sir. Here it comes down even some more. Come on, bring the pain here. We got to get a new pair of shoes. 184.16 to the downside right now. Let's see if we continue. We just bounced off of that. Palantir, we'll get that out when we do, but right now I'm focused on Apple. See, so like now we're bouncing off this a little bit. I punched some out there at 19. I'm going to cancel my 11 bid. So this is how I'm trading it, right? It worked on the way up. We were taking it out until we felt comfortable, and then held a small piece. Got some money here as well, lost some money right there, flipped it over, had the intuition. This is what it's about as a trader. You got to sort of have that ability to say, you know what, we're flipping it up. Like on Palantir, like that's what gave us a chance. We were red, then we flipped it to the short, and the short was no trades against us on the short. But it was a hard time. So you got to have that ability, and then the same thing on Tesla was there as well. We were long, lost, then short, now net positive. We've traded 4 names today, and I just hope that you guys have been enjoying it. You've understood a lot of the trades, and hopefully you're able to make a little bit of coin no matter what your style is, honestly. Like, lots of different styles are able to win.
Jazz hands in the chat, Bonkzilla says. Hopefully that means like quick on the keys, because like, jazz hands is like that stuff. So quick on the keys, get those outs. That's what it's all about. So obviously, you're gonna see me right here. I was gonna get one leg out at 30, another one out in front of VWAP, but then I doubled up getting out at the 30 level because of what I just saw in GameStop. So GameStop just caught a bit of a bid. There it is. So it's falling. GameStop catches a bid and heads higher.
Oh my God.
So my decision at that point is to just take another leg out at the 30 level on AMC. So we shorted it to here. Now, because GameStop's going higher, I'm not going to give it to the high. I'm going to put a break-even stop on the AMC position because GameStop is starting to recover. So I'll give it a chance to get into VWAP and back to where it started, but I'm no longer giving it to the 340 high because I'm keeping my eye on GameStop. And then I'll continue to monitor GameStop as my futures leading indicator, that's the wrong one. Is my leading indicator for GME. When I say the futures, it's because usually if you're trading like a big cap tech name, sometimes I might look at the NASDAQ as a leading indicator. In this particular case, I'm just watching GameStop while I trade AMC.
All right, we got our 05 print there. So it looks like it's going to be a good one there for Apple. As there it goes, now 02, now 01s. I mean, again, guys, this trade brought to you by yours truly. And there's the break right now as Apple. Again, if we had that sort of crystal ball, I feel like we're doing real good, though. But there goes Apple, nicely down into the downside. I just hope you guys are in it with me. You're welcome. What's up to Guillermo? What's up to Sebastian? What's up to everybody else? I'm exhausted as you know what, but after this, we've got a big one. Ramin, where's my tweet? Recap show going to, who's doing the recap show today? Oh God, she's yelling in my ear now. All right. I can hear you right now.
It's very loud. And loudly too.
All right, what is happening?
She was yelling in her ear, by the way.
Let's ring this back in. Let's go back over. I still have something in my ear. Let's go back over to Adara.
Where's Bitcoin right now?
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used at our desk by many of our traders every single day, and it can help you see what's moving in the market with Trade Ideas. You can check out the link. Just use the description in the chat, and you can get 20% off. Thanks to Trade Ideas.
That's better. So we like to have fun.
I don't have one.
What's going on? What is going on? Someone just asked the chat, is there any news on GameStop? Not that we know of specifically. So
That's what we were trying to ask people. Like,
Look,
why were they so confident in the longs?
I've seen a few, you've got like excess call volume, but okay, well, that happens when it starts squeezing, so that's kind of normal. And then you've seen some call buying probably in AMC as well, and then there was that thing potentially with Donald Trump. But nothing gigantic. Beyond Meat's going as well, Darwin. I just messaged about 15 minutes ago to the trading floor manager. I just hit him up and was like, is anybody actually trading the squeeze stocks? And maybe on Monday, should we look at other things that might potentially squeeze? Because look, what Beyond Meat just made a fresh high. Beyond Meat just made a fresh high through $8, 10% to the upside. So I'm assuming there's a few squeeze names that are just going on sympathy. I only went to AMC because it was the most obvious, right? Like AMC, GME. But there's probably other things out there which are in sympathy going. I don't know if cost is still a thing, but that was one back from meme days. So remember I talked about getting more shares out 30,
Cost
and then
was
my
a thing.
stop is at 336. They were the headphone guys.
Yeah, no, I remember them clearly. Yeah.
And remember, the joke about it was we were trading during meme stock days, and I was sympathy trading costs, and the whole time I had a pair of their headphones at the desk. I didn't even realize that was the brand the whole way. But cost is up 27%.
Are we fine right now? People saying our speakers just blew everybody's ear out. But
No, I actually had to throw my earpiece out because it kind of blew up in my ear, and I was like, that hurt a little bit. I'm sure it's fine now.
this is what happens when we don't get a tweet out. It starts to
Yeah,
go
something
against
just,
certain people. Okay, well.
don't make Ramin cry.
Don't make her cry. I mean, I'm literally like, she's like, I want wings. What happened the very next day? Wings arrived. I mean, I trying to.
I still haven't had that brisket.
I'm trying
by the way.
to do what I'm.
Okay, so next week we'll do the brisket then.
Well, yeah, we could. Yeah, that's fine. The
saying,
tweet is
I
coming
want-
out.
I want-
Well, then let's just go. I mean, yeah, we can go anywhere.
Well, you know what happened.
We'll have to get it with Randy.
Well, the funny thing about it is,
Randy
remember
wants
it
to
was taco. Remember the taco thing?
Yeah, Taco Tuesday. Yep. And
So basically,
Wednesday?
there was never any tacos. Like, there's a lot of different things we get for catering at lunch.
Really?
But tacos are. We had never had tacos.
We should have a
And all of a
segment.
sudden, I think you emailed and was like, ask for some tacos. And then they came the day that I wasn't here. And then everyone went out for brisket when I wasn't here.
The only people that went out for brisket was me and Randy.
Oh,
We'll be reminded of that from Ramin.
Oh, well, I thought it was everybody. I didn't. That's my bad. I thought it was everybody. I don't feel so bad about that now. But I love brisket. In case you get
You'll be invited this time, Neil. You were not here, so. All right. Pfizer. All right, here we go. Apple. So we did take something out at 184. Yeah, that was really good brisket. You can go find me here on my Instagram. You can see that. Oh, I still have that wrestling thing up here. It just goes to show how much I've checked Instagram out. Here's the brisket right here. Go follow me. Often imitated but never duplicated. It is Trader TV Sean. Right here. Here it is. Hey, there's my brother. This is when I got married, by the way.
What's up, Michael?
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Had hair. It was great. All right.
Michael was already losing
Here
it
I
back
am.
then,
Here.
too.
Who's
That was
this
the
cool
crazy-
dude? My kids go, who's this Riz Master? I don't even know what that means. Here we go. Throwback Thursday, baby. These are my littles right here. Where in the sports? We were at the All-Star game here. Shout out to Word All Their Hockey Stuff. Couldn't be more proud of my group. It must have been oh no, wait a second. Here's another Throwback Thursday, by the way. Look at this. This is like when we were, so same desk, but completely different office. Like Brendan's sitting down here. We had interns. Brendan's trying to figure that out. 2020. This is what we look like in 2020 right now. So go over to my Instagram. We have lots of fun things there. I don't know where there was it must have been a story, my bad. There was a thing there on the food. So I'll go find that after.
Just very quickly, Apple.
Look at Apple.
Apple 1.9 million sell imbalance.
We did it.
By the way, so if you're looking at what just happened on that last spike on Apple, it is the big sell. It's the biggest sell imbalance by notional. Ford's up there, Pfizer's up there, but those are much cheaper stocks. Nikola made a move apparently, but there's a buy and bounce. So if you're watching for whatever reason, if you're watching Nikola, 1.5 million.
Yeah, we got to get credit for that call out for Apple.
Yeah, no question. I think it's a great move. Obviously, at the end of the day, you want to be with the trend, right? So like, it doesn't matter when you join the trend as long as you join it. Intel's a sell of 1 million. That's about it. So Apple, Intel, TLT doesn't matter. Nikola, only because someone said nice move in Nikola. and I was pointing out that it had a big 1.5 million share imbalance. Keep in mind, why is it still on ARM when I hit enter?
Guys, we're $1.
Keep in mind, Nikola has done 100 million shares, so 1.5 million into 100 million is not a lot. I wouldn't expect that continues.
I mean, this chart speaks for itself. I mean, we're going to hashtag real trading. We're going to hashtag all that stuff. This is what real trading is. We talked about why we were short Apple. It was having a problem there. We showed you the last 2 days at close, what happened at close to Apple the last 2 days. There's going to be no better setups today than some of the stuff I've been showing, honestly. The reversal in Palantir, the reversal in Tesla, this Apple play. Like it's the TQQs off the jump. I mean, some of these plays today, like I would have loved to get bigger on this, but honestly, like these are the plays, right? And so far there, it's been just a really big day. We are now $1.50 in the money on Apple, and like there it goes. Like if this is not, long outs, flip, we're pretty happy with the performance here heading into the close. And it's going to be another big day, and we're going to end at the high of the day. So far, so good here for everything. It's been a good one. Hopefully, we'll get better on Monday, but this is a good trade. I got to go back over to the desk. That's a wrap right there. The flip into the short of Apple there, for me, was pretty epic, and it definitely helped ease some of the pain of that trading rate into there. So again, good one. I'll see everybody in 3 or 4 minutes. And please, rain gods, hold off for a couple days.
Well, maybe today they hold off. I actually think it was supposed to be worse tomorrow.
Yeah, but now tomorrow's clean.
Oh, that's what I love to hear.
Yeah.
Thank goodness, because like I said, birthday party tomorrow outside, I think, if that's the right one. But I'm loving it. And at the end of the day, you have a lot going on this week in terms of earnings and all that good stuff. But next week, it doesn't matter. You're going to have those post-earnings plays where levels have now been set. That's the fun with it. I have no idea if all this squeeze nonsense is going to continue, and maybe I shouldn't be calling it nonsense because the moves are real. Like if you're long GameStop, you don't really care the reason why. Beyond Meat went, AMC went, Carvana was already going, costs, costs, I don't even know if they're making money anymore. That went 26% on this squeeze play. So I do think there might be something next week, whether it's retracements or pullbacks. I am now just going to, it's 357. No point having a trail. I'm just going to get out of ARM. This could be in trouble next week, but at the end of the day, if this stock does fail 105 next week, I'm probably going to continue to look for the short at this level on ARM. If it ends up breaking the top, this could also go. I want to double check because we said they're reporting soon and didn't really mention it specifically. ARM is mid next week. So Wednesday, ARM is going to report. I feel like that's one of the bigger ones next week. It could be Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday next week, ARM is going to report. There's a lot at stake for them because when you have a valuation like theirs, then growth is going to matter. Reports matter a big deal when there's high expectations, and I feel like they got some big ones that they got to live up to here with ARM. We'll see what happens. CompuCare team, when you get there to Toronto, you'll visit us this summer. We look forward to seeing you. We still got to do that meetup at some point. We'll figure something out. But happy that everyone's having a fun time there. And it is Wednesday. Thank you, Holly, for pointing that one out on ARM. Just because you're done with Apple and some of the Mag 7 names, all the big chips haven't gone. And we haven't had NVIDIA yet. We still have to have ARM. So there's still a heck of a lot going on in earnings season for us to sink our teeth into, which always makes me excited. That's what we care about here when they get the bigger moves. If you're looking for the imbalances, after 55, pretty much everything paired off, but you're still seeing continuation to the downside. Apple paired, but it's still going down. So I don't even see it anymore. It's very likely paired off the entire imbalance, which is why the imbalances are there. So never be shocked. Just because an imbalance pairs doesn't mean the stock is going to go in the other direction. It just means it served the function that it's supposed to. You put that out there so buyers of Apple can go and throw it into the auction and not move the stock around. But it's absolutely falling apart there. Thank you, Bears versus Bull. Also, we appreciate you. Just a reminder to everybody, you saw Sean move over. It's because there is a recap show tonight, and there will still be a video tomorrow morning to look out for coming from Trader TV Live. But hope everyone enjoyed it. I hope it's not raining because I was meeting a buddy on the patio tonight, which may not be the patio anymore, but that's okay. Less than 30 seconds to go in here. The SPY are going to close up. The NASDAQ's going to close up, but this move was down late in the day, but that's cool. The market's closing near their highs, and we're up 2% on the NASDAQ. Let's drop the countdown. Adara in 10, 9, and still holding 2%. In 3, 2, and 1. Do it, NASDAQ. And 1.99% was the last print I just saw on the NASDAQ. Now it's over 2%. GameStop is absurd and ridiculous and all of that good stuff, but it did pull back, closing up 30% on GameStop. Unbelievable GameStop. Great day for GameStop. If you were in that long, congratulations to you. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. We had a lot of fun this afternoon, even though my ear got blown up for a split second there. It was always still in good fun. Shout out to Adara and Sharif all week long. All about those learning opportunities, because you always have to try to find a new strategy and keep building on your trading strategy. So that's what Learn to Trade is all about. Big shout out, as always, to our guest this morning, the NOS boss, Michael Noss, with Brennan, as always doing a fantastic job. And you know what's up. You're still having the market recap. Let's go over some trades. The Apple dump, the GameStop, whatever the heck that is. And the NASDAQ up over 2% today. Over 2%. Let's get it done. The market recap starts now-ish with Sean and Adara.
I heard push-ups. We're talking about Drake v. Kendrick Lamar right now. Welcome to the recap show. I'm Trader TV Sean.
I'm Trader TV Adara.
Otherwise known as Sean Katina and
Adara LePage.
I like it. All right. Welcome. What a good day. Was that fun to do that?
Yeah, it was really
okay,
fun.
good.
I like that. I like that intro going forward.
Okay. Well, there it is right now. We'll do a little bit of a roll call. Who's here with us? Traders stay late. We're not normally here this late on a Friday, but you know. Well, I guess we are, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, there was some controversy there when I announced that there was no video coming through tomorrow. There is. So get ready tomorrow. We do have a podcast, video dropping tomorrow. What's up, Pro Day Trader? This guy starts watching in 2020. We did have a 35-monther, Mike Crehan,
I saw that
today as well. And then, oh no, who was it? Pro Day Traders right here. There was someone else, 22 months. I can't believe I forget who that was. But shout out to everybody that's here right now. Daryl Flinch has been here for a minute. Justin Surface, Chuck of all trades. What's up, my guy? Right there. Okay, fun day.
It was a really fun day.
We have the board up there. I was going to talk a little bit about Apple earnings. We absolutely got a great trade there at the end of the day for Apple. Apple fell out of basically out of bed there. I don't know if it got kicked out of bed for some reason, but
yeah.
That was nasty there at the end of the day. A nice fall off of 186 top. So we had talked about Apple today, looking to see a move, and they got one, man, up 6%. Adara, you and I talked about that. The largest day was 2020. We went back a couple of years, and we found 9% that day.
9.3%, yeah.
A COVID day, and then now today, Apple says, kind of hold my beer a little bit to the market, goes upside, helps the whole market get up there. The Qs finish up 2%. There's Apple hitting that 185, 186. Nice move now above the 200 period moving average. Apple and Adara, there's a marriage there, right? You have an iPhone.
I do have an iPhone 8. And I am going to be upgrading that once I figure out how to move all my info over, because I am not very good at technology. So we're going to deal with that.
Yeah.
In honor of Apple earnings, I need to switch over. So.
Do not be afraid. I think you literally, it just asks you, would you like to transfer?
Oh, that's it. Okay.
And then you just say yes, because there is something like the cloud now that just...
Yeah, it just swoops all your
It used
data.
to be like you had to put it all into iTunes,
Yeah.
and then you get to call it.
That was the thing, yeah.
Yeah, now you're all good. Look at this pretty tree that I saw today.
Oh.
You know, that's just outside our office.
That's in Queen's Park.
There is one there, and I took that yesterday.
Oh, that's a different one.
And then I felt like good vibes that if we keep putting stuff up about trees. Oh, we had one yesterday. Let me go find that. This is what I want to talk about, though, first. All right, let me see if I can do this. The smarter people tell me to hit F11. That's right. That's right.
Straighten that Lacoste polo. There we
A
go.
little shimmy shake right there. This Lacoste polo is like 15 years old. Man, I need to get some new clothes. All right, iPhone right now, 46 billion. Big number, obviously, right there. I wanted to show everybody this number. It's the services number, 24 billion. That was like, didn't exist basically 10 years ago, right? Now we've got the watch, we've got different services coming through, we've got cloud storage that people are all over with Apple, obviously the iTunes revenue coming through there as well. Actually, I don't know if iTunes revenue is in services, to be honest with you. But there we go, huge net profit number, 23.6 billion. Services, wearables right there with the watch, and the AirPods. Keep calling them iPods, but that's those little things.
I think that's fair, because how can you have both an iPod and an AirPod, Apple? Like, the branding is overlap.
It bugs me when the government and people come after. They're the largest taxpayer in the United States, 4.4 billion in the quarter. Yep. Well, so many sales, right? Paying taxes there, employing a lot, so on and so forth, expenses, so on and so forth. But yeah, R&D, a nice little number there. I feel pretty good about owning some Apple. And then, of course, we all know why. Hit F10. Hit F11 to get out of it. There it is. We also know why Apple sort of went crazy today as well, because of the
China sales.
Correct.
And the $110 billion share buyback, which actually, fun fact, I was reading that day that we had the biggest move there, March 2020. Guess how much they gained in one day? $110 billion roughly in that one day. So now about almost, I can't believe it, 4 years later, just over 4 years later, we have a nice 6% plus day here on a $110 billion share buyback.
Very impressive for Apple, helping the market get back to where it needs to go, man. We had a little bit, a couple days of questionable action there, but Apple, again, basing out, forming. Shout out to Danielle Shea. Her and I and Adara talked all about this yesterday. A lot of fun yesterday with Apple. But that's not the only story that we're going to talk about. So let's just see the heat map here and go over a basic market recap if we can. Ramin, let's just talk about some of these names that are on here. We did have a nice day for Amazon, but strong earnings from Apple. And then, of course, a lower than expected NFP, non-farms payroll, sends Microsoft, Meta, NVIDIA, and most AMD, most of these tech names to the high side. Apple has its best single day since November of 2022 after beating expectations on China sales and on the buyback. ISM PMI comes in again a little bit. I was just reading this right now, a little bit below at 175 versus 240. So jobs a little cooler, which, why does that help us, Adara?
Well, it helps us because we want to see a bit of a cooling in the economy. We actually had Fed's Goolsbee saying today that this number gives him, quote unquote, more comfort. And if we see more jobs numbers like this showing a bit of a cooling, he'll continue to be more comfortable.
I like it. That's bang on. The thing is, 8 months ago,
8 months ago, I would have been sitting here like, ah.
You're like, interest rates?
Yeah, what?
You're like, Goolsbee? Is that like a Halloween thing?
Right? I'm like, who's Fed's Goolsbee? And I was like, I know who all these guys are, all the, like, and different opinions they might have. Like, we all know that we get a little bit worried when Kashkari takes the mic.
Uh-oh.
It's cool to be here.
And Kashkari's first name is?
Neil,
correct.
But spelled differently, 2 E's.
Yeah, you'll never be reminded of that ever.
Never. Well, how would I? Because there's no other Neils here, so why would we ever come?
What happened to Eli Lilly today? Lilly down 2.77% again. So this is a name that we had talked about on our podcast that we nailed the earnings on that for sure. Here's earnings, boom, to the upside. But guess what? We're all the way back, not all the way up. We're all the way back. So I don't know what's going on with Eli Lilly there. We'll find out more about that. Research to come next week. The only negative sector, although gold looks like it was down a little bit there today, we had oil, silver, and gold. So some of the commodities downside today. I want everybody to note the third topic. You see what the third topic is on there, Adara?
Trader Talk Q&A, Adara.
Right. So Adara's been live now for 3 weeks?
3 weeks, exactly. Yeah.
3 weeks. So nice one. I'm not going to do the whole let's talk to Adara about what our week's been like. I want the viewers to ask Adara, has to be somewhat cool.
Okay.
Basically anything they want trading related or some fun whimsical things as well. You're probably down for that.
I'm down for whimsical and trading related.
All right, so I'm going to give a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Go find those questions. Put them in the chat. We will pick them out. Bears versus Bulls. Message me, and in just a matter of minutes, we will do a quick little Q&A there with Adara. That should be a lot of fun. So, okay, back onto earnings now. So we did have Coinbase come through there. And again, if you are missing some of the reports today, you can still get our watch list, right? Watchlist.tradertv.live. I'm going to try to pop this out so I can show it to you just real quickly here. This is our watch list. Good morning, Sean Katina. It's so friendly. It's
so formal.
It's like a very, very nice watch list coming through there. We have economic events here as well. I tweet those out, a little summary, and then here's what we're talking about. Here's Coinbase. Actually started the day down 4.5%, almost 5%. But look at this, man. A nice number on the sales side, 1.6 versus 1.3. A nice EPS, and then we were helped out today. Get that out of here. By, let's just flip this over and see what Coinbase wound up today. It does fall back in, but if we go into a 3-minute chart, let me just show you what the day actually looked like on a 5-minute chart. We had a nice run up for crypto, and I have to open up my Bitcoin chart. Maybe you can go get Bitcoin price, because we were bouncing around today. I have it up too. I'll just have to pull it. But it started to go, and then it got faded. But look at this 220. The thing about when you're trying to trade earnings plays, I always liked, what is Bitcoin's price? You got it?
Yeah, it is almost 62, so 61,838 according to Binance.
So we did bounce off 60,000, so that's probably some of these bottoms. We talked about that. But again, when you're looking at trading earnings plays, no matter what happens with Coinbase, nice move up. Look at the early flush. Like, what changed? It's just the market hits it back down to the downside. And if you guys, the craziest thing is, if you rewind to about 8:38, when I was asked about Coinbase, I said, we're going to be shorting this 232. We did not do that. It came up right into that, fell in, and then the trade of the day, I think, again, for Coinbase, would have been respecting the bottom there in the pre-market, because that came right in. Look at this, high from yesterday, respected, bottom from the pre-market. It had a chance for both sides to win. Both the long and the shorts could have banked there on Coinbase. End of the day, down 2.64%. Kind of a nothing burger there for Coinbase.
Pretty much, yeah.
Another name that we wanted to talk about was DraftKings. DraftKings today, again, nice high of 46, another number that we talked about. Good earnings report, but again, fades out at the end of the day and winds up the exact same percentage as down as Coinbase, down 2.74%.
Exactly.
So not exactly, but within 0.1. So there's DraftKings. If we come to DraftKings quickly, Ramin, just to show you that we did end near the bottom of the day again for DKNG, as the whole market got faded at the end of the day. The Qs held out, but makes that little bounce into 435, a good mark right there. All right, the questions are starting to pile in a little bit here, but we can still go on. What was a name that you were trading today? You were trading Soxel? No.
I was trading some Soxel.
Okay.
My best name of the day actually was the TQQs. And why I'm really proud of what I did with the TQQs, it's not like every trade in the TQQs was a winner. So first I went long off a level, realized it wasn't working, got out, started going short, accidentally fat fingered out some of the position, but I added back in, was able to have a nice winner there, then continued trading off the level. And I was really proud because I did have a couple losing trades on it, but I was able to manage the position sizes and make sure that I was minimizing my risk. So proud of what I did with the TQs. Ended up slightly positive on the day. The other one I was really happy with was a Mara short. This was actually my first pay for locates as well, so I was really excited. I was like, oh man, I can't short Mara. And Neil was like, now you can. So I was like, thank you. Got me the locates there, and I had a nice little Mara short off that 1750 area. So that was my big Bitcoin play today.
Nice. Okay, good. Like that play. IBIT, Bitcoin, lots of stuff to trade there.
Lots of stuff there.
Today, okay. So I just tweeted something out here, whoopsies, that you had shared as well with me, and that was this. And we had talked a little bit about Berkshire here. So this is so far in 2024. So on Saturday, so the earnings is coming tomorrow for Berkshire. So we can't do anything about it. But here it is right here. Has outpaced some of America's biggest companies such as Apple, Microsoft, and Tesla so far this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so BerkB jumped 12% versus 5.25, 5.2 advance in the S&P 500. So there it goes again. Obviously, Tesla down this year, down about 25%. Apple just now trying to get back. I feel like we'll have to look at the price after today for that one. Microsoft, but look at that. It is Berkshire still on the high side. And again, I feel like a lot of that is obviously because of the banks. We did have some nice run-ups in some bank names,
yeah.
and we do know that Berkshire is involved with that. And here's the TQQ. Again, a triple levered ETF. what Adara was mentioning there into her trading. So again, I feel like out of all of the names that have dipped into earnings this week, the one that excites me the most to go over there and have a little jaunt, maybe buying some of this dip, would be Meta. But the problem is, it hasn't gone down since its earnings day. It had the huge move up, and now, even as we zoom in here a little bit to see what's going on with Meta, it's now been, sure, we went up, we did fade back in, but we hadn't created a new low from its post-day one earnings. So I always say give names 3 days. So here's 1, 2, 3. Now that turns out to be the bottom there at 430, Adara. But since then, we've bumped right back up into 450. For me, I feel like I'm kind of buying right into this gap right there. So I'm going to hold back on Meta. Has there been any interesting names that you've seen off of earnings? I mean, I know Carvana was pretty interesting. We're going to go over that in a minute.
Oh yeah, Carvana was spicy. I think in terms of earnings names that I found really, really interesting, I think Tesla has been kind of interesting.
Yeah.
In terms of a post-earnings name, but I've actually been following Pfizer a lot since the earnings. Shout out to someone in the chat, actually, I believe it was Passover Trader, mentioning this one to me on day one earnings. That was my strongest name of the day on Wednesday. I was able to take along on that. And I've noticed that one's been pretty strong since. We had Josh Brown yesterday announcing that he's quote unquote doubled down in his position. Unfortunately did so while I was at a short, but either way, yeah. Pfizer, nice look there for Pfizer. So that's one I've noticed having a lot of strength here off of earnings.
And now you can sort of realize the power that some of these influencers can have.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Could you imagine trading in 2020 when you got all these people yelling out about
Roaring Kitty,
all these different coins and these different names that are coming through? Is he selling? No, he's not. Kitty cat, this and that. Okay.
Kitty cat, this and that. Quote of the day.
No, shout out to Roaring Kitty, man. That guy made out okay at the end of the day, and
oh, yeah.
and definitely helped a lot of people. There's a lot of people lost on those trades, unfortunately, but it was a fun time, and definitely some traders banked over there. Look, now we're going to get 1, 2, 3 weeks, and it looks like in a row right here with a close positive for the NASDAQ. So that happened just today, right? We did have a nice candle there, up that 2%. Blasting us. So we were down here. We were about to be red for the week, and then no thank you. Nice upside move right there, getting the Qs back up there, led by the big dog, that is Apple. I just wanted to go over that because we've had some names come through here. A lot of traders worried about IWM. Do you know what that is? The Russell?
It is the Russell 2000.
Which is what are the constituents there? What makes it?
These small caps.
Right.
Small cap ETF. Yeah,
right.
Russell 2000.
Yeah, great job there, Dare. That is 100% right. A lot of people worried about this index because rates getting pushed back, right? So the rate cuts getting pushed back does not help small to medium, smaller size companies there as their cost of borrow continues to go up. A stock like Apple that has billions of dollars in cash, higher rates actually helps their net margin for that. So it helps them. They actually make money on their deposit because Apple's holding those billions of dollars in the bank. Hence why they can give such a big dividend and things like that. That's why a lot of these Russell names won't give a dividend at all. IWM bounced though. The interesting thing for me is we've bounced off that 200 period. A lot of traders looking for some value could be found in IWM. The other one, XLI for industrials. This has been a huge move on the weekly, all the way back in. And again, it's possible dip buy opportunities there. Some names like Caterpillar exist. Look at this on the weekly. A lot of people were like pounding their chest on Caterpillar. A great trade up, but now you've had 1, 2, 3, 4 straight down weeks for CAT. Not nice. Another name though that I think needs to get bought up. I mean, tractors aren't going anywhere.
They are not. And
neither is agriculture. If China can get their act back together, I like Caterpillar, and I like our friend John Deere, who, Miss Danielle Shea, me and her go back and forth. Every time it comes to 350, I miss it. I was bidding 350, went to 353 the last time that came in. Okay, let's get exciting now, and let's go over to Trader Talk and Q&A. Everything all right over there, Fabian? No. Good to hear. All right, it's Friday.
It is Friday.
What's your favorite day of the week?
Favorite day of the week? I like a Thursday.
Yeah?
Because I feel like it always has a certain vibe to it where you're like near the end of the week.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I've always enjoyed a Thursday.
I like Thursdays. All right, Adara, here we go. All right, I'll put this question in here, but I'm going to answer this for Adara.
Okay.
Ask Adara anything. Brought to you by Sean. First question. No. So, I mean, we can talk a little bit about this, but we don't really discuss our trade size. But the first question here is from Luis Tortora. At Adara, how has your trade size been now that you are live? So let me just reword that a little bit. Now that you are live, can you see the importance? And it's a loaded question because the answer is yes.
Yes.
But how important is it to make sure that you put on the proper sizing at the key levels so you don't get carried away, too much FOMO, potentially losing money when there isn't a trade there? How has proper sizing been and affected you as a trader since you're live?
Well, I think it's huge because I think the thing is, I was always really cognizant about sizing, but now I've noticed both the importance of having small sizes when needed, but also sometimes having bigger sizes if that's part of your plan. Like I remember one of my more successful trades, I think either late last week or maybe earlier this week, I had a short on Snap. I think it was earlier this week. I shorted Snapchat.
You could snort it too, yeah, it's fine.
I shorted Snapchat off of that $15 level, but I built my way into it, and I said as long as we stay below 15, I'll be okay, right? And so that ended up working out. But the thing is, too, is because I keep my risk size really small. So I feel more comfortable in some situations within reason taking slightly larger position sizes if I really like the setup and if I'm not risking too much. But generally, I like to keep it pretty small, especially if it's a trade that's a little bit more of a whimsical. Like I like the levels, but I'm not 100% sure about how it's going to go.
I have a really cool graphic that I haven't hit in a while. It's for Stock Blitz. I used to do something like Jim Cramer Mad Money does Lightning Round. So this is Stock Blitz.
Oh my
Isn't
gosh.
that cool?
I like it.
This is like a blitz of questions coming at you right now. Question blitz starting right now. Adara, Volky wants to know what your favorite Starbucks order is.
Grande matcha frappuccino, almond milk, no whipped cream, extra matcha.
All right, so not too many details in that one. All right, so I like that one. Mocha is what I got.
Matcha. Like green tea.
Matcha, that's mine too. I like matcha these days. Okay, matcha.
Nice.
All right, me and you will go for a matcha date.
We got to do
All right, very next question here. What are two things other than trading that you are passionate about? This from viewer AV.
Other than trading, okay. I love rap music, and I also really love film and writing for film. Yeah.
And I already know the answer to this one. I think we've already mentioned him here on the show. Favorite rap artist currently?
Kendrick Lamar.
Favorite rap artist past?
Nas.
Perfect. I mean, I've seen both them. Okay. So all right. So right now, Nas was something else. Kendrick is amazing too, but he's beefing with our guy here. All right. Question for Adara here coming in the chat again. Remember, this is Stock Blitz.
Okay.
This is Question Blitz.
Question
So
Blitz.
get ready.
I'm excited.
Another one from AV. Okay.
Okay.
This guy's all about it. Or girl. I don't know.
I like it.
What's your favorite? What do you want to answer? Book.
Favorite book? Okay, this is a good question.
Might be two. We can save it maybe because.
I like Gillian Flynn. I like Sharp Objects by Gillian Flynn. I'll use that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, are you more passionate about a favorite movie or a favorite TV show?
Okay, I love Law and Order. So I'm tempted to just say like Law and Order because I like the whole franchise. But I would say generally movies more. Yeah.
All right, this is actually a good one here, and I'm interested in. I mean, they've all been good. First of all,
Yeah, they've been great questions. Thank you guys. This is fun to answer.
What was that, Ramin? Every time I hear my name out of her mouth, I think there's something going on. Okay, so Sebastian says to Adara, what would you rather want to own? 1 Bitcoin or 12 ounces of gold, but that doesn't really matter. The idea would be, what would you rather own, Bitcoin or gold?
I think I'm going to pull a Peter Schiff and say gold.
Okay, I like that. Any reasons why?
I think, honestly, I think I need to be better informed. I'm going to be really honest with you. The gold's been pretty strong lately.
Yep.
I know Bitcoin right now currently around that 61,000 level, but that has been a little bit of support, so now I'm worried it could be resistance. Based on current levels, I'll say gold.
Okay, let me see what gold's doing right now. Again, gold was down today, but yeah, gold a little bit of a pullback, but not that significant, right? When you're talking about the pullback that we've seen in Bitcoin down about 13, 14%, right here, gold 222 down to 212, take $10 off that. That's down 5%. Very conservative answer, but I like it. I thought you would have maybe gone the other way, but this is not Ask Sean. We gotta have an Ask Ramin one day.
Oh my gosh, and Ask Ramin and Fabian.
Yeah.
Yes.
She ain't about to hide no more.
She just said.
All right. Please ask me about the what's the hollow moon?
I do not know.
Okay, I don't know about that one. Hold my beer. Okay. All right. You want to do something? Call up the SPY. Do you have charts going on there?
I can get up the SPY.
On a daily? Okay, we'll get a question. There's a question about where does Adara think the SPI is going? SPY, sorry, it's the S&P 500 is what that is. You can call up on TradingView wherever you want. We'll have a quick look at that.
Pull it up.
And then just do a quick analysis on the daily and see
Yeah.
what you think on that one. Put her to work. Why not?
Of course, yeah. I like getting put to work.
Someone could ask me a question. I feel kind of lonely.
Sean,
all right.
what's your favorite day of the week?
Good question, Adara. Thank you for asking that. How did you think about asking me a question there?
Well, I was trying to go back and volley.
I'm just okay. My favorite day of the week. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Saturday. I mean, the thing is that I don't really want to say a weekend because I really like coming in and trading, and I kind of feel like, yeah, but you know, now after having kids and everything like that,
Yeah.
Saturday is like a huge activity day, so I'm gonna go with Saturday.
I have a question for you. So I know your daughter listens to Olivia Rodrigo and Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Would you rather go see Olivia Rodrigo or Taylor Swift with your daughter?
Olivia Rodrigo, I would go, but apparently that's a dangerous concert to take your kids to. I've heard.
Really?
I just think if I get surrounded by a bunch of Swifties, I'm not sure what's gonna happen.
I don't think anyone
I'm
wants
not
to be
sure if I
surrounded
can
by a
deal with
bunch of
that. I mean,
Swifties.
I need my wife to be there for sure.
That's fair.
I feel like Olivia Rodrigo may be a little older crowd.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit. I know my dad listens to her as well, so I think she does have like a more broad fan base maybe than Taylor Swift.
But I did realize that when I went on a date with my wife to go see Travis Scott, that everyone thought that I was a narc. Because,
Really?
yeah, because everybody was like half my age.
How was that concert though? How was that?
How was that concert? I want to go.
sure it was awesome.
I didn't want to leave. How was that concert?
He's got some good
I was
stuff.
like,
that
yo,
so fun.
babysitter, yo, what are you saying, babysitter? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was great. I actually had the guy beside me. He was convinced that I was a narc.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's
that was great.
important.
And I'd tell him like a little bit in, but I was like, no, I want him to enjoy it because he was like not even moving.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it was all good.
At
It
a
was all
Travis
good.
Scott concert, you need to be moving.
Yeah, it was great.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that was.
That's amazing.
Everyone thought Drake was coming out, but he did not. All right. Okay. So, do you have the S&P 500?
I do,
up?
okay.
Okay. So we
So-
do have a question from Don T. Trump. I'm not sure if it's the original or not.
We'll have to
But
find out.
where does Adara think the S&P 500 is going by end of year? But I just want you to have a look at the S&P 500. Can you get her screen? The one she's perfect.
There is a level
Yeah,
that
what
I
are you
think is
thinking?
interesting. And so if we come back here, February 2nd, okay, we wick Groundhog Day. We wick as high as this 495 area here, right? Then we kind of see a little, try to get above this 500 area, fail. Then we come back here to this 495. And then we have this nice gap up here coming in from February 21st, February 22nd. Now, then we come back to that 495 level again with that closing candle on April 19th. So I think this could be an interesting level if we hold that 495 as support because we've come into contact with it a few times. That's really my main level. I do like support and resistance. That's kind of the main things I'll read on the chart. But I think 495 could be an interesting support level. A little bit above that right now, though, mind you. So I would say my next level of interest, if we go higher, is maybe 516. Definitely did a little bit of dancing around 516.
All right. So just a very, very basic question. From what we know about interest rates possibly getting cut at some point,
Yeah.
or maybe not, do you feel like the market is higher or lower by year end than today? Already up 5.5%.
From today?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're necessarily end down, but I think we could go lower because I think, and from a lot of what I've read as well, people are like, Fed Jerome Powell keeps getting people's hopes up, but we're not seeing a lot to back that up. We just had Fed's Michelle Bowman today saying that she actually thinks there still could be a hike if inflation doesn't cool. So I don't really know if all of the Feds are necessarily agreeing with what Fed Chair Jerome Powell has been saying at these meetings. That's my take on that. I think things could get worse.
I like it. Wow. All right. Great answers.
Gonna be honest.
All right. The next one. Future Eddie says, hey, Miss Adara LePage, what has been your biggest challenge going live?
I think the big...
Three more questions.
Okay. So I think the biggest thing is, and I have, I've said this, I used to trade a lot of Mag 7s, Eli Lillys, these very big, expensive, flashy, Lambo car type stocks. And I think the biggest challenge that's going live is finding stocks that work for me that I'm a little bit comfortable using with my stop loss and making sure I don't get shut down. So I think getting more used to these crypto stocks, for example, the TQQs, the levered ETF versions of stocks and the SOXL, I think has been not necessarily a challenge, but it's been the biggest thing for me. I will say one thing I didn't expect is I've been having less fat finger moments since going live, which was an unexpected blessing.
Fantastic. We have a super chat from here. It says, DJ Marshall, what's up? Hip hop forever. Neil Nadera, say it loud. Wu-Tang.
Wu-Tang.
Wu-Tang. What's up with that? I said to DJ Marshall, like, I've seen Wu-Tang. Like,
You have?
Yeah. So, like,
That's awesome.
throw up those W's. I actually saw him with Nas at the, that's what I was trying to,
The most 90s
at the
concert.
Molson Amphitheater last year or two summers
That's
ago.
amazing. Oh, I forgot they were coming and I wasn't able to go.
Did you just do like gun salutes at me?
I don't think I meant to.
Okay. Brrrah. All right. There it is right there. Best trade. All right. And what did you see that led to that trade? Oh, for me.
Yeah, he wants to know
Thank
your
you so
best
much for your question. I mean, best trade today. We're just going to be real quick because this is the Adara show, not me. All right. So
Say that.
I really thought this was my best trade. I had so many today, but honestly, just into the end of the day, the reason why this Apple trade I thought was really good is because we were long. We did get hit there. We bought that long back through 185. We went long again. Then as we struggled underneath VWAP there, we lost twice on a long. And then I said, let me look into this. The last couple days, we had monster closes to the downside with big sell imbalances. So I was like, huh? So we just shorted it, and then right there into the close, we absolutely, we talk about it's nice when a trade works pretty much exactly the way you think it should.
It's so nice when that happens.
So that to me is why it was the easiest. You asked for the best trade. That was the best trade because it was the easiest.
I like that.
So I'm gonna go with that
That's a
as
good
an answer. Thank you for the question there. All right, now we have one more question. All right, this isn't bad. I mean, we love Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. Daryl was one of the original guests on our show
Nice.
when we had trader guests. Like, we had guest of the day.
That's awesome.
Traders from the chat.
That's so cool.
I've tried to bring it back, but, you know, Ramin's too busy to do that. Okay, so Adara, he says, Adara, have you come across any stock that you now avoid trading? This is from Daryl.
Oh.
For him, it's Netflix. Unless it's the best setup ever. I mean, do not avoid the best setup ever. And if you are a fan of some group, that song's called The Best Song Ever. Have you heard that song? That's the title of the song. All right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What's that name again? It's a boy band. One Direction. You have to have the capability of going both directions in the stock market.
Yeah.
Unless I have best setup ever. So what is your stock that you're like, Nepa?
Okay, so for one, Daryl Flinch, I agree Netflix is really hard to trade. I would say it's less one stock and more.
In the best song
Yeah, the One Direction. But I think more as like, I got distracted by the One Direction. But I think as a rule, I've said this, small caps that halt, I generally try to avoid because one of my first trades ever in the sim was a small cap that halted. I got involved, it halted $1 to the downside, and it was just by pure luck that I had a small share size that I didn't get stopped out on that. So I think if a stock has halted to the downside, I do tend to avoid it. But also Netflix is a good answer as well because that one I've had some issues with in the past.
All right, one more, because I really like it, and then we got to go because it's one more.
More
Yeah,
time.
Friday, baby. I remember, Adara, this is from Rob EV. I remember when you were so fearful of shorting. Remember that? I remember that. as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
I had to come over there and tell you, hit the damn short keys.
You did.
How have you now changed into a great trader? That is amazing. Well done. So what made you sort of realize that shorting is kind of the same as going long?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Robbie V. I remember once it was both you and Obi at the same time. I think it was Halloween, and you guys were like, yeah, so Adara, just go short. It's the same as going long. And I know Obi also likes shorting as well. And he was like, yeah, like literally it's the same logic. Like he did one of his little Obi talks, and I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And you were also there on the other side of the desk, like eating your salad like Adara, just try the short. So, and my first short.
Why do you have to bring up the eating the salad part?
I wanted to contextualize the story.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it was during lunch. Also, bless you. But yeah, so what happened there was I just remember that my first short went really badly. I was like, oh my gosh, my stop isn't working. But I think once you have like something happen and it doesn't work out well, it just kind of motivates, at least for me, you want to do it correctly the next time. And now I've noticed that if I like a level, and this was the case on the TQs today, if I like a level as long as it doesn't work out, maybe try shorting off that level. I've just realized it's just the same mindset, but reverse. It's the same thing you and Obi told me that first day. So I guess just putting that into practice. But thank you so much to Robbie V for the kind words. And thank you guys, everybody. I love these questions.
Yeah, and that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for asking.
Cutting it short.
You asked great questions, and I like that the delivery of them was great. And thank you guys so much in the chat and Bears versus Bulls for getting those to us.
Yep. Ramin's billing me for overtime. One Frappuccino. One last question. Okay. Favorite like let's just say it was patio weather, although it may be possibly raining. If you were to go onto a patio today, I'm asking Fabian, Ramin, and Adara, because we're a team.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
What would be your drink of choice, Adara?
Okay. I like anything that's frozen, but I love a frozen margarita.
Flavor?
Lime. What about you? What about Fabian?
I love frozen margaritas.
They're so good.
They're so good, but they're so
good.
sugary. You can have 2 drinks, Fabian.
I like that. I like that.
Fabian asking if he can have 2 drinks. All right, Ramin, what's yours? Let's go. Spit him out. What would you guys drink? Rum and Coke for Fabian. Pina colada for Ramin. Okay, very interesting choice, Ramin. There's nothing wrong with that.
Sean is like.
Why is she hating on, like, that's nothing wrong with that.
That's a good
So what?
choice.
The world knows Ramin likes pina coladas. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Neil just messaged me pineapple daiquiri for him. All right, thank you so much for watching. Some of that may or may not have been true. I'm Trader TV Sean. It's been fun.
It's been a great time. I'm Trader TV Adara. Thank you so much, guys, for all of the.
I promise I'll book a
chat.
guest next time. Forgot about it today. Everyone have a great weekend. Check out the release tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Ciao. Hi, Brankles.